Carlisle Cullen's point of view. Bella spent the day saying goodbye. She wasn't overt about it, but there were several activities to which she was giving more of her focus than she usually did. And occasionally a melancholy look crossed her face. It started as soon as she woke up. She smiled and cuddled against me as I roused her in my usual way, but her smile fell a little as she murmured, "This is the last time I'm ever going to wake up next to you." I frowned, wondering if she was reconsidering her decision. "I'll miss it," she sighed. "I'll have to think about it a lot so I won't forget." I pressed a kiss to her forehead. "I won't stop reminding you how precious you are to me. Even if you forget about this, you'll have a million other memories to take its place." "I know," she murmured, brushing her lips against my neck. She abruptly pulled back and smiled. "I'm really excited. I mean, I'm scared. But I'm excited." "Good. I want this to be as positive an experience for you as possible." She stretched and sighed happily. "I'm with you. I don't think it gets much more positive than that." Her words warmed me throughout the rest of the day. We got dressed and headed back to my house, where Jasper was making breakfast for Bella. When he placed a warm, gooey cinnamon roll in front of her, she leapt out of her chair and threw her arms around him, peppering his cheek with kisses. Jasper chuckled softly, though I noticed he was breathing as little as possible. "Indulge in your favorites today, kid," he said. "This is the last time you're really going to enjoy eating." Charlie emerged from the guest room a few minutes later to join her for breakfast, and she gave him an amused smile. "How was the poker game last night?" He glowered at her from under his eyebrows as he dropped into a chair at the table. "Lost $300. Bella giggled. "That's what you get for playing poker with an empathic vampire. How long did it take, exactly, before you figure out that he could tell when you were bluffing?" Charlie narrowed his eyes at her. $300. Bella laughed delightedly and hopped up to scoop a cinnamon roll onto a plate for him. "Here," she said, "this will make it all better." About mid-morning, Bella headed out to La Push for her last visit to First Beach, and though I was loath to let her go without me, that was not a trip on which I could accompany her. The Council of Elders had briefly lifted the ban so that Edward and Alice could help them generate more wolves, but it was firmly in place again and my family was no longer welcome on the reservation. It was for the best, of course. As Jacob had pointed out, the Quileute boys were phasing at a disturbingly young age, and it was prudent for us to have minimal contact with them. Still, it was difficult for me to let her go. With so many young, unstable shapeshifters roaming La Push, I worried for her safety. It helped that Jacob would be with her, but as his alpha status on Lee gave him authority over a fraction of the boys, there was still considerable danger. Jacob brought her back to me after a few hours, though, carefree and content, and then she and Charlie went out to the river behind the house to spend some time together. I was insisting on an abundance of caution, waiting until Bella had fully changed before starting the process with Charlie, so it would be CLOs to a week before the two of them would be able to have any kind of contact. And with both of them facing the same major event, it was good for them to take some time to talk it through. Or anyway, I hoped they were talking it through. Charlie wasn't a man of many words, so I didn't know how much he would actually say, but Bella seemed to understand his wordlessness anyway. Somehow, the two of them managed to speak the same silent language. And finally, after Bella enjoyed one last favorite meal for dinner, it was my turn to say goodbye. The warm, soft, delicate human girl before me was about to be altered drastically. And there were things about her that I wanted to enjoy one final time. My family was good enough to leave us alone for it. Most of them were just clearing out for a few hours. But Emmett and Rosalie were heading to Seattle with Charlie to stay in a hotel for the next 3 days. We had decided it was a bad idea for him to stay at his own home or in La Push for fear that he might be seen by the neighbors. And Bella's house was intended as a sanctuary for her alone. I didn't want to set a bad precedent by suggesting that she allow Charlie to use it, despite the fact that it was sitting empty. And of course, if his scent was lingering here when Bella's change was complete, it would make things much harder on her. So Rosalie had offered to get him out of the way for a while. And Charlie was somewhat relieved to have an escape. He had no desire to see his daughter in pain, and Bella felt much the same way. Alice was the first to say goodbye. She hugged Bella tightly, her brow lined with worry. "I left some pajamas for you in Carlisle's room," she said. "They have long pants. Bella hugged her back. You're a lifesaver, she told her with a little laugh. I'll see you soon, okay. Alice nodded and moved back, allowing Jasper to step in and say his goodbyes. He also looked somewhat melancholy as he gathered her up into his arms. Kid, he hesitated. Just remember that I won't hurt you, okay? Bella pulled back and gave him a puzzled look. I know that, she said, not understanding what he was getting at. Just remember. He gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, and then grabbed Alice's hand and retreated out the back door. Esme was the next to step in. She took Bella's hands with an affection that surprised me since the two of them had not had a very close relationship previously. You have such strength, she said, kissing Bella's cheek. You'll get through this. Thanks, Bella said. And thanks for last night. Of course. She squeezed Bella's hands and released them, and then came to give me a quick peck on the cheek. Take care of her, Carlisle. I smiled at her. Edward took his turn then. He gave Bella a tight squeeze. Hang in there, he murmured. He released her and moved to my side, gripping my shoulder. I'm not going far. I'll be within hearing range in case you need anything. Thank you. I'll let you know. Codependent, Rosalie said in a sing-song voice, winking at Bella. I furrowed my brow. What? Nothing, Bella said with a laugh. Rosalie hugged her warmly, which also came as a surprise to me. Apparently the previous evening had been good for the girls. I'll see you on the other side, Rosalie said to Bella, then released her into Emmett's arms. Emmett grabbed her up in a bear hug, lifting her off her feet. I can't wait to wrestle with you once you're all buffed up. He grinned. This is gonna be fun. Bella giggled as he set her back on her feet. It's a date. You're going down, Emmett. He scoffed. You're all talk, little girl. He winked at her and grabbed Rosalie's hand. We're in the car, Charlie, he called to him, and the two of them headed out the front door. Charlie moved to stand in front of Bella then, looking very unsure of himself. After an awkward pause, he reached for her and embraced her tentatively. This is it, he said, stepping back again. Yep, this is it. Charlie shoved his hands in his pockets, shifting from foot to foot. I feel like I'm losing my baby, he said gruffly, staring at the floor. Bella laughed and closed the distance between them, stretching up on her toes to kiss his cheek. Just for a few days. I expect you to join me soon. I will. I won't let you down this time. I'll see you in a few days then. She smiled brightly, putting on a brave face for him. He turned to me, looking like he wanted to say something. But he just nodded and headed out the door after Emmett and Rosalie. Bella slipped her hand in mine and looked up at me, smiling nervously. I smiled back, relishing the warmth of her hand in mine, and started pulling her toward the stairs. You seem much more comfortable with Esme and Rosalie now, I observed. Well, you know, it was sort of inevitable, now that they've basically seen me naked. I raised an eyebrow, slowing my step, but Bella just giggled and strode past me up the stairs. Why exactly is that? I asked, following after her. She just shrugged. Things happen. After all, Rosalie has apparently seen you naked. I furrowed my brow, trailing after her as she headed to my bedroom. What did you girls do last night? This and that, she said, smiling enigmatically. She kicked her shoes and dropped down onto the bed, scooting onto her side and hugging a pillow to her chest. I snatched it out of her arms and tossed it aside, crawling onto the bed and taking its place. This is my spot, if you don't mind. She giggled and wrapped her arms around me. You're not nearly as soft as a pillow. Perhaps not, I said, nuzzling her neck, but I make up for it in other ways. Bella rolled on top of me, tugging at the buttons of my shirt. How exactly do you do that? I grinned at her. Unlike your inanimate pillow, I can bring you to orgasm. I winked. Repeatedly. She finished unbuttoning my shirt and leaned over me, kissing my chest eagerly. That's definitely worth exploring, she said, her words muffled against my skin. Care to give me a demonstration? I would like nothing more than to give you a demonstration. I grabbed the hem of her blouse and pulled it up over her head, tossing it carelessly to the floor. I moved my hands back to her waist, running them slowly up the sides of her body to her lacy pink bra. I slid them over her soft, round breasts, feeling her nipples pebble under my palm, and she moaned softly in response. God, I love how that feels, she breathed. I followed the line of her bra around her body and released the clasp at her back. I moved my hands under the straps and drew them off of her shoulders, revealing her beautiful form. I ran my fingers over her soft flesh, feeling the delicate skin, the tight, supple nipples. I would miss this softness, this delicacy. I was pleased that she would be stronger, but there was something so lovely about her vulnerability. Once she changed, she wouldn't need the same kind of gentle care from me. The chauvinist in me was slightly disappointed. I liked sheltering her, protecting her. I liked that she needed me, to a certain extent. And in the back of my mind, there was a nagging worry that her reluctance to trust me would mean that she would leave me once she didn't need my protection anymore. I pushed those thoughts out of my mind and flipped Bella onto her back, leaning over her. She tugged my shirt off of my shoulders and tossed it to the floor next to hers. Then her hands were fumbling with my belt, yanking it open and undoing my pants. "I love it when you wear jeans," she said, biting her lip. "You look hot." I smiled, amused by the fact that she was telling me that she liked the way I looked in them even as she was pushing them down over my hips. I kicked off my shoes, followed by my pants and boxer shorts, and then tugged her pants off of her as well. I felt the difference before I saw it. I lowered myself on top of her, expecting my straining erection to be cradled in the cushion of soft curls beneath the lace of her underwear. I stilled when I felt the lack, my breath catching in my throat. I lifted myself off of her, snaking a hand between us and sliding my fingers under the lace of her panties. "Dear God," I whispered when my hand contacted bare skin. I jerked back onto my knees and yanked her panties down, tearing them in my eagerness to get them off of her. I threw the scraps of fabric aside, my eyes fixed on her exposed body. I couldn't speak. I swallowed back the venom that was pooling in my mouth at the sight of Bella's smooth, exposed sex, and I simply stared at her. She bit her lip, gauging my reaction. "Do you like it?" she asked nervously. I had to taste her, had to have my mouth on her beautiful body. I fell onto my stomach between her legs, groaning with need as my lips connected with her bared mound. I had become practiced in my control with Bella. Over the last few months, I had grown quite confident in my ability to be with her without hurting her. But now I found myself struggling to keep control of myself once again. My hands wanted to grip her too tightly. My mouth wanted to press too hard, and my desire for her was once again at war with my need to keep her safe. I moaned at the silky softness of her skin. My lips massaged her as I moved lower, letting my tongue trace the delicate folds between her legs. My ministrations were clearly affecting her, and sweet, slick moisture seeped from her core. I lapped it up eagerly, plunging my tongue inside her in search of more. Bella was humming and writhing under me, and her hands fisted in my hair. I licked up her slit and played with her clit, relishing in the softness of the skin that surrounded her sensitive nub. I couldn't believe how much I loved the difference. I had never imagined how Bella would look without body hair, never considered asking her to remove it. But the sight and feel of her rocked me to my very core. "Carlisle," she gasped, grinding her hips against my mouth. "God, Carlisle, so good." I didn't let up, allowing my tongue to tease her body until she arched sharply against me, crying out in pleasure as shudders ripped through her body. I collected the sweet juices that dewed on her lips as she came, swallowing them down with intense pleasure, tasting for the last time the exquisite flavor that could only be produced by a human body. I laved her sweet sex until she sagged back onto the bed, her body shying away from me as my tongue flicked her oversensitive nerves. With some reluctance I withdrew my mouth from her, dragging my eyes regretfully away from her bare apex to gaze at her face. "You're so beautiful," I gasped. "God, Bella, do you have any idea what this does to me?" She laughed weakly between gulps of breath. "So you like it, then?" "I like it," I breathed. She giggled. "Good. I like it too." I moved up her body and settled on top of her, letting my head rest on her chest. I pressed my ear to her heart, listening to the quick, wet thudding beneath her rib cage. I wanted badly to take her, to satisfy myself on her sweet body, but I let her have a moment to recover as my hand occupied itself with fondling her soft breast. Bella hummed in pleasure as I lightly pinched her nipple. "I like that." I turned my head and sucked her other nipple into my mouth, teasing it with my tongue. She moaned in response, thrusting her hips against my stomach, and I smiled. Apparently she was ready again. I gave her pert nipple one more firm flick with my tongue and then released her, crawling up her body and settling between her thighs. I loved her warmth. This would be the last opportunity I would have to surround myself in the exquisite heat of her body. I kissed my way up the side of her neck to her ear, drawing in her captivating scent, memorizing it. Bella bucked her hips against me impatiently. I want you, Carlisle, she whimpered. I slid one hand under her head, my fingers lacing through her silky hair. You'll have me forever, I whispered. I positioned myself carefully, teasing her entrance with the head of my cock, and when she pushed her hips forward to meet mine, I buried myself inside of her. Bella responded immediately, arching her hips to meet mine as needy cries escaped her throat. She begged for more against my shoulder as I drove steadily into her, her pliant body giving easily under my thrusts for the last time. After today, Bella wouldn't be so soft. Her body wouldn't mold so readily around mine. I focused on how she felt beneath me, committing every detail to memory. My mouth drifted down her throat, and I caressed her pulsing artery with my tongue, yet another pleasure to which I had to bid farewell. I loved listening to her racing heart when I made love to her, hearing the rush of blood in her veins and feeling the rhythmic fluttering at her throat. The continuous flow of blood through the body was so vibrantly, distinctively human. And I knew that was one of the things I would miss the most. Whenever I visited my Bella, my ears picked out the steady thrum of her heart before I could see her. When she was with me, a part of my mind was always focused on that sound. The music of her heartbeat was so much a part of the essence of Bella that I almost feared I couldn't recognize her without it. And so I said goodbye, my mouth moving over her throat as I made love to my sweet, fragile girl for the last time. If Bella felt any of my melancholy over how her body would change, she didn't show it. She was as eager as always, panting declarations of love in my ear as her small body writhed beneath me. I didn't betray my thoughts to her. I gave her pleasure and took it for myself as I slowly, steadily, escalated the need in her to a fever pitch. Her cheeks flushed with desire and exertion, and it felt almost criminal to take away the color that so easily rose to her lovely face. I would never see my girl flush with excitement again. Never see her cheeks tinged pink in the throes of passion. Somehow, knowing this was the last time I would have my girl this way, with her warmth, her softness, her blood, made me want her all the more. I was struggling to hold back, my body aching for the release that I would deny myself until Bella reached hers. My lips found her neck again, and my hand sought her breast, palming the soft mound of flesh and drawing moans of pleasure from her as I stroked and fondled her precious body. I could feel Bella getting close. Her breathing was quick and labored, her muscles tensed. And she rocked her hips against me in an ever-increasing speed, chasing the release she desperately craved. I growled at the exertion required to hold my own climax at bay, and she shivered in reaction to the sound. Her hands clutched at my back and she bucked her hips until finally, the friction drove her to her peak. She reached her orgasm with a loud cry, arching off of the bed as her warm, wet walls clamped down tightly around my cock. I let myself go as well, thrusting hard and taking my own release, coming inside of her soft, warm, human frame one final time. I slid an arm beneath her, holding her to me tightly as my body jerked repeatedly against hers, filling her with cold venom. When the blissful throbbing subsided, I rolled off of her and settled on my side next to her. She stayed where she was, exhausted and sated, with a lazy smile on her face. That has to be the most perfect end to a human life ever, she murmured, stretching contentedly. I laughed softly, and my hand made its way back to the smooth skin at the juncture of her thighs. I couldn't get enough of her. She was absolutely exquisite. Her skin was damp with sweat and her own fluids, as well as from my venom, and I pushed myself up. "I'll be right back," I murmured. I moved to the adjoining bathroom and cleaned myself up, then wetted a cloth with warm water and re-entered the bedroom. I carefully scrubbed at Bella's body, washing away any residue, before disposing of the cloth and settling next to her again. "Thank you," she smiled sweetly. "Of course, Angel." She took a deep breath. "So, where are you going to bite me?" she asked, and I heard her heart rate pick up as she started contemplating what came next. "Rosalie said you bit her under her arm." I laughed softly. "Yes, it was a convenient place to hide her scar. But if you have no objections, I was thinking of another, slightly more intimate place for you." She raised her eyebrows. "Where's that?" I slid a hand between her legs again, not to feel her silky bare skin this time. but to press against the artery that pulsed in the crease of her thigh. Right here, if you approve. She smiled happily, her hand joining mine to feel the fluttering beneath her skin. I think that's the perfect place to have your mark. I leaned down, pressing a gentle kiss to her lips. Are you ready, then? Almost. She took a deep breath. First, Carlisle, I just want. She faltered, looking away. This seems really weird, but I want to say thank you, for giving this to me. For wanting me with you forever. I slid my hand up her body, brushing my tips over her soft skin until I reached her cheek. I turned her face back to me and brushed her jawline lightly with the back of my fingers. And thank you, I told her. For surrendering your human life to me and giving me forever. She pulled me down for a deep, passionate kiss, her tongue swirling with mine as her fingers tangled in my hair. I poured every ounce of my devotion and adoration into the kiss, trying to show her the love that words would never be enough to express. When she finally broke away, breathing heavily, she met my gaze with bright eyes and smiled. I'm ready. I forced a smile in return, my mind already on the pain I was about to cause her. I rolled over her, hovering above her body, and trailed kisses from her lips, over her chin, and down the soft column of her neck that pulsed with decadent life. I crawled backward, kissing down the swell of her soft, perfect breasts, past her ribs and over her flat stomach. I lingered briefly over her smooth, silky mound, then gently pressed her thigh to the side to expose her femoral artery. I nuzzled the warm crevice, filling my lungs with her sweet, delicious scent. I lowered my mouth to her, licking, sucking, tasting her soft flesh. When I couldn't stall any longer, I sealed my lips over her and sank my teeth in, tearing through the diaphanous skin and releasing a flood of sweetest ambrosia into my mouth. I heard Bella's cry of pain and rubbed a soothing hand over her hip, even as the desire for her blood clouded my senses. I swallowed a mouthful of the warm, wet fluid, and in a moment of weakness, I let the sweet gush of her blood fill my mouth again. I groaned in pleasure as I drank it down, before withdrawing my teeth and sealing the neat tears in her flesh with my tongue. I was licking the residual blood from her body when Bella started to feel the searing burn. She screamed loudly, arching against the pillows as the venom seeped into her bloodstream. It hurts, she screamed, quickly losing all sense of reason to the burning pain. It hurts. Carlisle, make it stop. I pushed myself to my knees and looked at her face, torn. I could make it stop. The venom had barely entered her. I could draw it out, I could bite her again. And take pull after pull of her thick blood into my mouth as I sucked the poison from her body. I wanted to, dear God, I wanted to. Please, Carlisle, please. She begged. It's burning, make it stop. Please. It was unbearable seeing her in such pain. And yet, I wanted it. It was selfish, immoral, wholly demonic, but I wanted Bella to be like me. I didn't want to lose her. So I hesitated, wanting to answer her pleas but doing nothing while her rushing blood carried the venom through her body until it was too late to stop it. I gathered my girl into my arms, holding her naked body to mine. Her skin was already heated, her temperature rising quickly, and I wrapped myself around her in the hope that my cold skin could offer her some relief. I'm sorry, Bella, I whispered, rocking her back and forth. I'm so sorry. It will pass, Angel, I promise you. Just bear it for a few days. She was long past coherence now, her supplications for mercy barely intelligible through her agonized screams. And yet I continued to murmur comforting words, hoping that perhaps the sound of my voice might bring her some small comfort. Her body temperature continued to rise and I ached to find something that might soothe her. I stood and carried her into the bathroom, holding her against me as I turned on the shower and adjusted the temperature to a cool stream. I stepped behind the curtain with her, holding her writhing body under the spray, and thankfully she did seem to react a little. Her screams drifted into moans, her body settled, and for a short time, it seemed that the pain lessened a little bit. After a while her temperature rose again, though, as did her protests, and I turned the water cooler to counteract it. That seemed to help, and over the next hour I stood with her under the shower, progressively nudging the water colder and colder to keep the pain at bay. And I spoke to her. Remembering that she had once told me she found the words of Longfellow calming, I recited them to her. One poem after another, murmuring the slow, steady cadences into her ear. Before long, however, the water was as cold as it would go and Bella was screaming again. I had my head buried in her neck, desperately wishing I could ease her pain, when I heard Edward approaching the house at a run. He was coming from the road in front of the house, not from the forest behind, and if I'd had a thought to spare for him, I might have wondered where he had been. But I didn't. I barely noticed as he darted inside and ascended the stairs, my attention entirely wrapped up in Bella. It wasn't until he tapped at the bathroom door that I bothered to consider him at all. Not now, Edward. He ignored me and pushed the door open. I pulled back the shower curtain a few inches, ready to order him to leave, and saw him drop 2 large bags of ice on the bathroom floor. My words caught in my throat. Believe me, the irony is not lost on me, Edward sighed dryly, striding forward and plugging the bathtub. Let's just see if it helps. He switched the water from the showerhead to the faucet and pulled the curtain outside of the bathtub. Get me something for her to wear, I told him. Alice left some clothes on the dresser. Edward disappeared, returning a moment later with a pair of black satin pajamas for Bella and a pair of cotton lounge pants for me as well. He helped me dress her as the bathtub slowly filled and then held her struggling body as I drew on the pants. I sat down in the water, leaning against the back of the bathtub, and Edward settled Bella in my lap. He grabbed a bag of ice and emptied it into the water around us. I swished the water over Bella's skin, and thankfully her cries lessened once again. I plucked an ice cube out of the water and ran it over her shoulders where the water didn't reach. I slid it up her neck and over her flushed face, doing everything I could to ease her suffering. Edward added the second bag of ice and turned off the tap when the tub was full. He stirred the bath with his hand, thoroughly chilling the water around my girl, before settling down onto the floor next to the bathtub. It seemed to help. She was still out of her mind with pain. But once again it was moans and not screams that echoed hollowly in the bathroom. I took up my chant again, breathing poetry in her ear, moving on from Longfellow to Byron, Keats, Whitman, anything I could think of that had a smooth, measured pace and a regular rhyme. It wasn't long before I heard Alice, Jasper, and Esme enter the house, followed by the unmistakable sound of bags of ice being stacked in the freezer. I'd have smiled, had the light of my life not been suffering so deeply. Thank them for me, I told Edward. He just nodded. Edward always knew when I needed his silence. I didn't count the number of times he'd stood stoically next to me, offering his steady presence while my mind was in turmoil. He didn't demand my attention and seemed to understand when I didn't care to give it. For now, all of my focus was on Bella and he simply waited beside me, quiet and unobtrusive. For the next 3 days, there was little variation. When the water temperature would rise too high, Edward would leave for a moment and return with 2 more bags of ice. He would wordlessly drain the water that had washed away Bella's sweat and tears, then pour the ice over her as he refilled the tub again. And for 3 days I kept my own vigil, holding her, caressing her, reciting poems of love and comfort with the hope that they might bring her some small measure of peace. The others checked on her occasionally. Esme and Alice held her hands and Jasper tried to calm her, but even his remarkable gift was not enough to break through the blistering agony of the change. But mostly my children were kind enough to leave us alone. For 3 days I held and soothed my whimpering girl, rubbing ice over her heated skin, while Edward kept silent watch. On the evening of the 3rd day, Alice tapped at the door. "Carlisle," she said, peeking into the room, "you only have about a half an hour left." I nodded, not breaking from my poetic recitations. Edward stood and drained the bathtub without even a silent request from me. He helped me undress Bella and dry her off, her weak, tortured cries becoming louder as we removed her from the soothing cool of the water. We moved her into the bedroom. ND dressed her in a pale pink silk kimono that Alice had left for her, and then I carried her to the bed and laid her back on the pillows. I quickly changed into a pair of dry jeans and then sat next to her on the bed, pressing my chilled hands to her face to restore some of the comfort of the cold bath. I could hear the others hovering outside the bedroom door and I nodded to Edward, allowing him to bid them enter. They filed into the room and stood around Bella, all looking anxious and hopeful. "It won't be long now," Esme said. "Her heart is starting to race." She leaned down and kissed my cheek, rubbing my back comfortingly. "It's almost over. I want to be alone with her," I said softly. "I don't want her to feel crowded when she wakes." Jasper nodded. "That's for the best. But we'll be right downstairs to help out if she gets out of hand." I nodded, biting back irritation over his words. I knew a newborn vampire could be restive and difficult to control, but I didn't like the idea of Jasper trying to subdue my girl. Jasper felt my reaction, of course, and stepped back, hanging his head. "I'm sorry, Carlisle," he muttered, and then turned and left the room. Alice sighed quietly and followed him, casting one pensive glance back at Bella before leaving the room. "This has gone on long enough, Carlisle," Edward sighed calmly. "Take the next few hours to care for Bella, get her out for a hunt, do whatever it is you need to do. But when you get back, you'd better be ready to start working with Jasper. He doesn't need you fighting him any more than Bella does." I clenched my teeth, suppressing a growl. "Get out." Edward took Esme's hand, and the two of them moved out of the room, closing the door behind them. I continued to stroke Bella's face and neck as her heart rate picked up. Her body temperature rose even higher, and I caressed her blazing skin to soothe the burn. It had slowly changed over the last few days, transforming from the soft, porous silk to which I was accustomed, to a much firmer, smoother, less malleable membrane. Under my hands, of course, her body felt pliable and elastic, but it was nothing like the fragile tissue that had so recently made up the whole of her constitution. And that wasn't the only change. The scar on her ribs was gone, the poorly healed bone in her hip now smooth and perfect. Her lips were different, fuller, with an alluring pout to them, her nose straighter and just a touch smaller than it had been. Her eyelashes were noticeably longer and thicker and lay in sharp contrast to her fair skin even with her eyes squeezed shut in pain. The effect was striking, and I yearned to see a smile on her lovely new face. I continued to try to calm her with poetry, retrieving from my memory once again the Longfellow verses she favored and murmuring them to the steady beat of the rain that pattered against the glass wall of the bedroom. And I waited. Her heart rate continued to increase, her fingertips twitched, and I watched. Her exhausted cries strengthened, increased, until she was screaming unintelligible pleas, thrashing wildly in my arms. Her hands clawed at her chest, tearing into the silk of her dress. And then her racing heart took its last stuttering beat. And Bella stilled. For a moment there was silence as she lay unmoving in my arms. But then her eyes flew open and she shoved away from me, throwing me off of the bed as she darted out of my grasp. Bella Swan's point of view. I might have freaked out just a little bit when my heart stopped. I mean, when your heart stops, that means you're dead. I was expecting it and all. But after spending what felt like an eternity unable to focus on anything but blinding pain, I wasn't necessarily thinking about what to expect. So when my heart stopped, it's possible that I panicked. But the panic was quickly thrust out of my mind by an urgent new sensation. I was thirsty. The back of my throat burned, and I found myself scenting the air, searching for a promising food source. There was nothing. I was disappointed. But the feeling didn't last long, because it was then that I realized that a pair of solid arms were wrapped around me, trapping me in place. My mind was working overtime, trying to process a million new sensations that bombarded me through my ears, my nose, my fingertips. It was data overload and I didn't know how to handle it all, but I definitely knew that being held down like this was bad. This situation left me vulnerable in numerous ways. My reclined position, my immobile arms, my exposed throat. I had to get out of it, and I had to do it immediately. I opened my eyes, taking just a fraction of a second to assess the size of the person restraining me and the available space I had to move, before I shoved away from him with all of my strength. And darted to the corner of the room next to the large window that made up one wall. I fell into a crouch, letting the walls protect my back as I readied myself for an attack from the front. What I saw left me very confused. Carlisle was slowly picking himself up from the floor, regarding me carefully with his amber-colored eyes. Carlisle. A million thoughts ran through my mind at the sight of him. Memories viewed through a muddy filter, so much hazier than what I was seeing now. Because now, I could see everything. Dust motes floated in the air, but I immediately dismissed them as being useless. Far more interesting were the tiny grooves and fissures in the wall, especially considering I had backed myself into a corner. If I needed an escape, it would be easy to grip the coarse, uneven finish of the walls and go up and around. Or I could just break the glass at my back and jump to the ground. The curtains that often shaded the room from the sunlight were gone, and I could see pouring rain coming down outside. That could also be useful. My scent wouldn't linger long in such a heavy torrent, so if I could put some reasonable distance between myself and an attacker, I could keep from being easily tracked. The burn in my throat begged for attention, but I refused it. My senses told me that there was a more immediate need, and I forced myself to scan the room around me, looking for details I might have missed that could give me an advantage. There was a lot to see, but not necessarily anything useful. There were weaknesses in the wood of the doors to the bathroom and the hallway. But they were behind Carlisle and I would have to go through him to get to them. I could see small imperfections in the jeans he wore, though I could only imagine that would be useful if I wanted to tear them off of him. That line of thinking brought on a whole new wave of memories, all involving Carlisle without his clothes, and after a few moments I realized that there were vague, emotions trying to attach themselves to the memories. A lot of emotions. Fear, comfort, insecurity, hope, and one dominating, all-consuming emotion. Love. As soon as I grasped a hold of that love, I waited for it to hurt. I remembered how many times I had looked at him, feeling that love well up inside me until I thought it would crush me. It was always too big, too much, and it always hurt. Only this time it didn't. There was a curious, detached part of me that analyzed what I was feeling. Did I love him less now? No. That wasn't it at all. The way I felt was still just as strong, just as consuming as it had always been. It still filled me with desire and longing to be close to him, it just did so without the suffocating weight that it usually carried. With a start, I suddenly realized the difference. I didn't love him any less, but now I was stronger. I was enough. The feelings I had for him were never meant for my weaker human constitution to bear. So many times I had shoved my emotions to the side. Afraid of them, desperate to distract myself with something that would keep me from buckling under the weight of a passion that I simply didn't have the strength to feel. But now I did, and so I felt it. For a long time I just stared at him, taking in every beautiful aspect of his body and loving him. The burning thirst receded into the back of my mind because now I was focused on something far more important. I had definitely never seen Carlisle clearly before. He was so much more beautiful than I had ever realized. I had always loved his hair, but I had never seen how many varied colors made up the golden tones that I loved so much. And his eyes, God, his eyes were so beautiful. They were caring and compassionate, even as he regarded me warily. His mouth. I scanned every smooth rise and dip in the textured surface of his lips, and I ached to taste them. My eyes trailed over his strong, solid jaw, his perfectly smooth skin, flawless as it swept down his neck, until I cringed back a bit. I had never seen his scar, though how I could ever have missed it, I didn't know. How many times had I buried my face in the crook of his neck, right over that ghastly mark? How many times had my lips traveled over the ragged gash that cut across the front of his throat? It was almost perfectly smooth, but paler than the rest of his skin, and it caught the light differently. It had long since healed over, of course, but the uneven slashes spoke of just how violently Carlisle's human life had ended. I tore my eyes away from his scar and trailed them down to his chest. And God Almighty, it was a good thing I had never been able to see him properly through my weak human eyes. If I had, I was sure I'd have fainted from the sheer power of the desire his body inspired in me. Everything about him was ideal, every ridge and plane, every band of lean muscle was perfectly proportioned. My eyes were drawn to the very thin, jagged line of scar that wrapped around his right bicep, and then another just above his wrist. His other arm showed two crescent-shaped marks, a bite, clearly, on the underside of his forearm. The scars made me deeply uneasy. Though I couldn't exactly say why, and I edged away from him a fraction of an inch. He took a slow step backward and lowered his chin slightly, clasping his hands in front of him. His eyes were still watching me carefully. His body still tense, but somehow I felt slightly more comfortable. Comfortable enough to continue my examination of him. I let my eyes trail down his sculpted stomach to the waistband of his jeans. And the thought of taking advantage of those imperfections in the fabric greatly appealed to me. They hid him from me, and I didn't like it, though they couldn't entirely mask the shape of the muscled thighs beneath the rough denim. I let my eye sweep downward to his feet, and for a brief moment, I wondered why he wasn't wearing shoes. But then, amused with myself, I wondered why he ever would. Practically speaking, shoes would be in the way. If I had to climb the wall next to me, my bare toes would easily grip the tiny ridges, but if I had shoes on, that would be impossible. But practicality aside, I decided that Carlisle shouldn't wear shoes because his feet were just perfect. I had never imagined that feet could really be attractive. I had spent my human life basically ignoring feet, which I suppose was why I wasn't as excited about shoes as Alice would have liked me to be. But Carlisle's feet, they were such a beautiful shape, so light and pale, with straight toes that gripped the fibers of the white carpet on which he stood. I almost laughed out loud. I couldn't believe I was paying that much attention to his feet when he was standing there in front of me without a shirt on. Because yes, his feet were beautiful, but nothing in this world would ever compare to the breathtaking sight of Carlisle Cullen's strong shoulders. I could stare at those shoulders for hours. Something in the set of them screamed dependability, security, safety. Safety. Carlisle was safe. 1 minute and 48 seconds had passed since I had pushed him away from me. An eternity. Yet he hadn't attempted to come toward me. He just stood there, watching me, looking tense. It worried me. Carlisle always wanted me to be close to him. This was our pattern. I pushed him away. And he followed me. I hadn't realized before just how much I depended on him to keep me close to him, but now he wasn't doing it and I didn't know what to do. Maybe he wasn't interested in me anymore. Maybe now that I wasn't a warm human, he no longer wanted me. Maybe he couldn't love me forever after all. I edged back another half an inch, still in a defensive crouch, but frozen now in indecision. What would happen now? Would he want me to leave his house? Leave Forks? Where would I go? And what about the Volturi? Even if he didn't want me, I couldn't stand to let him fight them alone. They needed me, at least, Jasper seemed to think they did. Maybe I could do it myself. Maybe I could go to Volterra, maybe I could get Arrow alone and kill him. Without his mind reading, the Cullens wouldn't be in danger anymore, and if the Cullens weren't part of the attack, they wouldn't become targets of the rest of the Coven. All I had to do was kill Arrow. Of course, it would mean death for me. But death was preferable to a life without Carlisle. He hadn't missed my backward movement, and a pained look crossed his face. Bella, he murmured softly, and I nearly whimpered at the sound of his voice. I had always loved it, the smooth richness, the gentle authority it carried, the deep passion it revealed. But like the rest of him, I had never appreciated the sheer heart-wrenching beauty of it. Now that I had ears to hear it properly, I realized that no sound in the world had ever been more alluring. The sirens of ancient Greece could never have crooned a melody that compared to Carlisle Cullen's voice. I won't hurt you, he was murmuring soothingly. And slowly. Why was he talking so slowly? No one here will hurt you. You don't have to be afraid. He thought I was afraid of him. He thought I was afraid of him. Well, maybe that was fair. I had pushed him away, after all, and I was still crouching in the corner like I was waiting for him to attack. Honestly, it hadn't really occurred to me to change my position while I had been looking him over. But I should now. Right. Nothing to be defensive about. Those scars, well, they were just scars. After 3 centuries of living, the man was bound to have scars. I straightened, surprising myself with how quickly the thought became movement, and with how quickly the movement was executed. Vampire speed. Apparently. You didn't have to try to move fast, it just happened. Carlisle seemed almost surprised to see me drop my defenses. His eyebrows lifted, and the corners of his mouth pulled up just slightly. Are you all right? He asked me. His question made me laugh, and the musical sound that bubbled out of my throat thrilled me so much that I did it again. Was I all right? I was so much better than all right. My laugh brought a full smile to Carlisle's face, and he looked hopeful. I had thought he was the image of beauty before, but his smile transformed him into a god. How had I never seen this before? How had I not realized that he was pure sunlight, masterfully sculpted into flesh? He was still smiling at me, waiting for an answer, and I grinned back. I'm all right, I said softly, my words coming much quicker than his. Would you mind if I came closer? He asked, still speaking very slowly. I cocked my head at him curiously. Why are you talking like that? Like what? He asked, reflecting my curiosity. So slowly. He laughed softly. It's a habit. I choose to employ many human habits, and slow speech and movements are among them. My eyes widened. You've always talked that way. He nodded in amusement. That's right. It sounds almost silly, I told him, and then a thought flitted across my mind and I laughed again. I bet it annoyed the Volturi to talk like that to me. Not so much. Most of Hem have to speak with humans on occasion, so they're used to it. My eyes widened at his words, not because I was surprised by what he had said, but because that was the first time he had ever referred to humans when I hadn't been included in the category. I'm not human, I murmured. I slowed my words a little bit. I'm not human. I looked down at myself, considering my appearance for the first time. My skin was pale and I poked my arm experimentally. It gave easily under my strength, but I could feel the new hardness of it. I laced my fingers together and heard the soft clicking of stone against stone. Despite the comfortable way they molded together, I nearly laughed again in sheer delight, but my attention was drawn by my clothes. I was wearing a pink silk dress with floral stitching, and it was torn right over my heart. Ragged scraps of fabric dangled down, revealing the top of my left breast, which I could swear was bigger than it had been before. Not a lot, maybe, but nice. I turned into a vampire and got bigger boobs. I lifted one of the dangling tatters, and gasped when the delicate silk tore farther up my shoulder. I had barely touched it. What was I wearing? Wet tissue paper. Carlisle smiled. It will be hard to get used to your strength at first. You might want to avoid handling anything particularly valuable for a while. I looked up at him. Did I do this to my dress? His smile softened and he nodded. Yes, sweetheart. Just before your heart stopped. It's quite painful, I'm afraid, and you were reacting to it. Huh. I looked down at the shredded fabric again, then smiled. Alice is going to yell at me, isn't she? He laughed out loud. I doubt it. She buys clothes faster than we can wear them. I'm sure she has racks full of replacement dresses for you in the basement. I looked up at him curiously. There's a basement. My question made him laugh again. Yes, there's a basement, though few of us ever go there because it's basically Alice's hobby room. The burn in my throat was nagging at me again, but I ignored it. I wanted to talk to Carlisle. Do you have a hobby room? I asked him. That would be my study. That made sense. What about the others? Rosalie has claimed the garage as her domain. Edward's is the music room downstairs. Jasper keeps an office with his books in an outbuilding, and Esme has a drafting office in another one. What about Emmett? Emmett's hobbies tend to take him out of doors. He stores some sporting equipment in the garage, but for the most part he doesn't care to sit still for long periods of time. How come I never knew all that? I was trying to match his speaking cadence, but my words were still coming faster than I intended them to. He shrugged. I guess it never came up. We've had other things on our minds. He was still very far away from me. Why was he so far? He had asked to come closer. Oh. I hadn't answered him. I had gotten distracted. I could go closer to him, of course, but I didn't really know how close he would want me to be. He was being sweet, like he always was, but did he still love me? I was different now. Would that change things? And suddenly I was insecure again, and I felt myself edging away from him. My elbow brushed the wall and I pressed against it, then jumped when the plaster crumbled under the pressure. I looked up at Carlisle, horrified by what I had done. I'm so sorry. I gasped. He smiled patiently. There's no need to be sorry. We'll fix it. He looked around the room. Esme has been wanting to redecorate in here anyway. Why? I like it. I like it too, he agreed. But then, I always like what she does with my room. She's a very talented decorator. Hearing Carlisle speak of Esme in conjunction with his bedroom reminded me of what the girls had told me about his early relationship with her. I found myself laughing again, and Carlisle gave me a curious look. Was that funny? No, I said, shaking my head. I considered teasing him about her a little, but there were just so many things to think about that I got distracted again. You used to have curtains in the window. What happened to them? I only put them up when you were here sleeping. I don't care to cover the window most of the time. His answer made me feel warm all over. That he was considerate enough to put up curtains just to make my sleep more comfortable surprised and moved me. He was tremendously thoughtful. Bella, he said hesitantly, would you mind if I came a little closer? Oh yeah. I still hadn't answered him. But his request puzzled me a little. Why would I mind? I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Why would you make me uncomfortable? He raised his eyebrows, smiling in amusement. Is it all right, then? I laughed self-consciously, realizing that once again, I hadn't answered him. There was just so much in my head. It was too easy to get distracted. It's okay with me. He took a few steps forward, but stopped a good 2 feet from me. I was a little disappointed. I had hoped he would touch me. I didn't know if he didn't want to, or if he was still just trying to keep me from feeling uncomfortable. I decided to experiment, to move a little closer and see how he reacted. I stepped forward, reducing the distance between us by exactly half, and I watched him. A relieved smile pulled at his lips, and a tenderness crept into his eyes. I could see him tracing the features of my face with his gaze. Not unlike the way I had examined him, and the idea of it made me feel giddy. He didn't look like he was disappointed with the change. His hand came up, but then froze. May I touch you, Bella? He wanted to. I couldn't help the excited smile that broke across my face. You don't have to ask, I laughed. He gave me a sheepish look before raising his hand and touching it very lightly to my cheek. I'm sorry. I know I'm being overcautious, but I don't want you to be nervous. Why would I be nervous? I asked, moving a little closer. I thought about pressing my hand to his stomach. But the memory of my torn dress and the broken wall stopped me. I didn't want to break Carlisle. Instead I turned my face into his hand, letting my lips trace his smooth palm. He no longer felt cold to me, I noticed. And the thought made me smile. Frankly, Bella, Carlisle said, answering my question, most newborns tend to be somewhat skittish at first. Oh. His words sank in, and I was suddenly alarmed. Am I doing it wrong? He threw his head back and laughed out loud, and his arms came around me and pulled me very gently against him. I felt a jolt of electricity as my body came in contact with his. And before I realized what I was doing, I had brought my arms up and wrapped them around him. I wasn't until I already had my hands pressed against his back that I realized he hadn't had any adverse reaction to my touch. Apparently, Carlisle was made of stronger stuff than the wall. Bella, my angel, he said brightly, resting his cheek on the top of my head, only you could worry death. You're not a wild enough newborn for me. I bit my lip and, ow, hey, that kind of hurt. Not to self, teeth are sharp, don't bite so hard. I released my lip and burrowed my head against Carlisle's chest. I have to be a good newborn. I reminded him. Jasper is counting on it. I felt him stiffen a little, but his voice didn't change when he spoke. Jasper will work with you the way you are, not with the way you're supposed to be. I breathed in his scent, and surprisingly, that was one thing that hadn't changed. I could smell so much more than what I could before, but Carlisle's scent was just what I remembered, cedar and cloves. The most wonderful thing I had ever smelled. I wonder if he tasted the same as he had before. My head was buried in his neck, right over his scar, and I flicked my tongue out, running the tip along the smooth flesh. Carlisle moaned quietly as I tested the flavor of his skin. It was completely different than I remembered it. He had always tasted slightly sweet to me, like honey. But now I thought he tasted exactly the way he smelled. The delicious flavor teased my tongue and I took a longer lick, wanting to draw in more of his flavor. Yes, Bella, he breathed, desire evident in his voice. That feels so good, everything feels so good. I pulled back, giving him a curious look. Everything. The way you're touching me, he murmured. It's so much better. I rubbed my hand over his back. The way I had a million times before. Is it different? Very different, he said, his voice thick with desire. How? He tilted his head down and pressed his forehead against mine. Your touch was always so light before. It was weaker. But now, his head fell back and he groaned in pleasure. It doesn't feel different to me. But it seems like you're being extra careful. Another habit, he said. And his arms tightened around me. It hadn't occurred to me that I don't have to be quite as careful with you now. I returned my lips to his body, kissing across his collarbone. Ian up his neck until I reached his scar again. I felt his muscles quiver under my fingers as my tongue traced the pale skin, and I smiled. Do you like that? Very much, he said with groan. It's more sensitive there. Is it here too? I asked, trailing my mouth to his arm and kissing the line of the scar on his bicep. Yes, he whispered tightly, his eyes slipping closed. I'll show you. He scooped me. up in his arms and carried me to the dresser, sitting me on top of it and stepping between my knees. One hand slid slowly from my hip, down my leg, and slipped beneath the hem of my dress. His fingers crept up my thigh, nudging my leg to the side, and I caught my breath in anticipation. He followed the line of my thigh until he reached the crease at my hip, and the moment his fingers grazed over the spot where he had bitten me, a tremor of pleasure shot through me, settling right at my core. Every touch from Carlisle felt amazing, of course, but that particular spot was extra sensitive. I groaned my approval. "I thought you'd like that," he whispered in my ear as he leaned over me. He continued to lightly massage my scar and I wriggled my hips forward, trying to give him better access. My movements seemed to encourage him and he yanked open my kimono, tearing the fastenings as he pulled it away from my body. I didn't have anything on underneath, so I was completely exposed to his gaze now. His eyes roamed over my body and my own curiosity got the best of me. I looked down at myself, examining the changes in me. There were a few. I had already noticed the bigger breasts, and I guess that I had gone up by about half a cup size. Not significantly larger, but I liked the change. My ribs didn't show quite as much as they had before, and my stomach was firmer. My hips were just a little more rounded, and I smiled. I actually had curves. Carlisle ran one finger down my body, starting with my collarbone and continuing downward to the apex of my thighs. He caressed my scar again, just for a moment, before moving his finger to lightly tease my clit. I gasped and my hips gave an involuntary jerk. The electricity that shot through me at his touch was the same as it had always been, except much stronger. I had loved that feeling as a human, but now I suspected I could quickly become addicted to it. Carlisle laughed softly at my reaction, and his lips came down to trace my neck. As his finger continued to swirl around my clit. "I've missed touching you like this," he murmured. 3 days I sat with you, knowing exactly what was waiting for me under those pajamas. His palm cupped my mound, and his teasing finger slipped back to play at my entrance. I gasped in mock reproach. "Dr. Cullen, were you feeling me up while I was delirious with pain?" He growled low in his throat. "No," he whispered, "which means we have some time to make up for." He plunged his finger into me, and I cried out in pleasure. Having a part of him inside of my extra-sensitive body was thrilling beyond belief, but it wasn't enough. "More," I panted, rocking my hips against his hand. "Feels so good. I need more." Carlisle complied with my fractured demands, pushing another finger inside of me. His other hand moved to the back of my head, fisting in my hair, and he jerked my head back. He kissed me hard, his mouth impatient and demanding on mine as his fingers thrust in and out of me. My own hands moved over his body, exploring his well-muscled chest and back with my new more sensitive hands. He moaned and jerked forward slightly as my fingertips brushed over another crescent scar on his lower back. Just off-center from his spine. There were so many new things to discover on his body. I was writhing and moaning against Carlisle's fingers, but I needed more. I slid my hands around his east to the front of his jeans and started to unbutton them, but I misjudged my strength and ended up ripping them down the front. Carlisle didn't even bat an eye. He moved his hand from my hair long enough to push his pants to the floor. And then he was jerking my head back again, moving his insistent lips down my neck. I reached for him, wrapping my hand around his thick member, feeling every bump and ridge beneath my fingers. Carlisle groaned against my neck as my hand made contact, and I started pumping up and down, being very careful not to squeeze too hard. Carlisle's hips began moving, rusting into my hand while I bucked against his palm, gripping his shoulder for balance. It was incredible, but I still wanted more. "I need you," I whispered. "I want to feel you inside me, Carlisle." He released my lips and pulled his fingers out of me, bringing them to his mouth to taste my essence. His whole body trembled with pleasure, and he grabbed me, his arms hooking under my knees, lifting me off of the dresser. I grabbed onto his shoulders, holding myself against him as he wrapped my legs around his waist. I gripped him with my thighs, finding it surprisingly easy to hold myself in place. And then Carlisle's hands moved to my hips and pushed me down onto his solid cock. I cried out at the sensation, once again so familiar, and yet so much stronger than I had ever felt before. Carlisle moaned as well, his breath coming in ragged gasps and his fingers digging hard into my hips. So good, he panted, so tight. Oh, God, Bella. He staggered to the window, bracing my back against it and pumping into me. I had never seen Carlisle quite so raw. He had always had to be extra careful before in order to keep from hurting me. This was the first time he had the opportunity to lose control with me. And he was definitely letting himself go. He pounded into me, hard and frantic, driving me higher and higher as his pelvis rubbed against my throbbing clit. His lips latched onto my breast, his teeth scraping over my nipple. And I threw my head back in pleasure. I underestimated my strength once again, however, and when my head connected with the glass behind me it shattered. The wall I had been braced against collapsed. And we suddenly found ourselves falling from the ledge among a shower of glass shards. Carlisle's only reaction was to spin us around, placing himself beneath me so he would be the one to take the brunt of the impact. Not that it mattered, I knew it wouldn't cause any harm to either of us. We hit the ground with a wet splatter, mud splashing around us in the sodden grass. The sudden stop would have been wholly uninteresting if it hadn't forced Carlisle's cock deeper inside me. I screamed his name in pleasure, scratching at his arms and shoulders as I rode him wantonly. I heard laughing from inside the house, but I wasn't interested in being distracted from what I was doing. Carlisle seemed to feel the same way. He growled needfully and rolled me onto my back, drilling into me with animalistic intensity. I loved that he was surrendering himself so fully to his desires, and I reciprocated, my own feral noises escaping as I dug my heels into the ground and arched against him, ripping muddy tracks in the grass. I clutched at his back, ignoring the grit of the mud and glass, and the slick rainwater that poured over him, focusing entirely on the hard body under my hands. Carlisle was whispering in my ear as he slammed into me, the sound of his voice making my whole body quiver. "I want you to come," he growled, gripping my thigh and hitching my leg up over his hip. "I want to feel this body clenching around my cock," I moaned, in response. The position opened me up to him, letting him go just slightly deeper, and his hard, driving thrusts pushed me right to the brink. He held me there for just a moment, wound up in my need, aching for release, and then his mouth found my nipple again and he gave it a sharp bite, nearly hard enough to break the skin. That was all it took. The orgasm crashed over me, more powerful than anything I had ever felt. It shook my entire body, and I screamed loudly from the pleasure, his name ripping from my throat. My lips latched onto the scar at his neck, sucking hard, and then he was coming with me, his own body shuddering on top of mine as he released inside of me. My orgasm lasted longer than I expected it to. Though whether that was a perk of being a vampire or a reflection of how turned on I was by Carlisle's incomparable body, I didn't know. I didn't take it for granted, though. I enjoyed every blissful moment. And when the two of us finally collapsed panting in the mud, I reveled in the afterglow. We lay in the rain for a couple of minutes before Carlisle propped himself up on his elbows so he could look at me properly. "Amazing," he murmured, gazing tenderly down at me. I smiled happily. "I agree." He chuckled softly and brushed a wet lock of hair off of my face. "How are you feeling?" "Like I just had sex with the hottest guy in the world." I grinned. He smiled and leaned down to press a kiss to my throat. I meant, "Are you thirsty?" At the mention of thirst, the burning in my throat demanded a place at the forefront of my mind. And I suddenly felt like I couldn't go another moment without drinking. "Yes," I gasped. "Can we hunt?" Carlisle laughed. "Of course, Angel. I'm surprised you didn't want to hunt immediately." I gave him a coy smile. There were other things I wanted more. He winked and crawled off of me, standing and taking my hand to draw me to my feet. We were both soaking wet and splattered with mud. And I was sure the two of us made a comical sight for anyone inside who cared to look. Carlisle started toward the forest, but I hesitated, confused. "Aren't we going to get dressed first?" He shrugged casually. "We can if you'd like, but on your first hunt you're as likely as not to ruin your clothes. We might as well wait to get cleaned up and dressed until afterward." A grin spread slowly across my face as I considered his words. Hunting naked with Carlisle. This vampire thing just kept getting better and better. Carlisle Cullen's point of view. Bella was a truly terrible huntress. I watched in confusion as she leapt from a tree into the center of a herd of deer, scattering them in all directions and winding up with nothing. I couldn't quite understand it when she jumped back, from the swiping paw of a mountain lion as though it might actually have hurt her. I was puzzled when she stalked a pack of coyotes from upwind. And when she finally managed to snag herself a large wolverine, she crushed and killed it before she drank from it. She was new to this, of course, but it was a little unsettling just how badly she was performing. If I or any of my children had been this unskilled when we were newborn, it had somehow managed to slip my rather dependable memory. No, Bella was just surprisingly bad at hunting. She wasn't a predator, she seemed to be lacking the instinct entirely. After she drained the wolverine, I took her hand and turned her toward me. Bella, Angel, let me show you a few things. Okay. She was entirely too calm, not even mildly irritable over having been interrupted. And I wondered how she had managed to taste blood without giving into the frenzy. I examined her closely, but there were no answers to be found in her open, trusting face. I seen Ted the air and located a small herd of elk not far away. I released her hand and beckoned for her to follow me. She was quiet and agile enough, I noticed. It wasn't stealth she lacked. She followed me to a nearby stream and up a tree to where we could look out over the herd. I moved my lips to her ear, whispering softly so the animals wouldn't hear me. Their sense of smell is nearly as acute as yours, I told her. So when you approach, come from downwind so the breeze carries your scent away from them. She nodded. Choose one mark and stick with it. Don't just jump in and see what you come up with. You'll lose them all that way. She smiled ruefully and nodded again. Try to anticipate their evasive maneuvers. Most prey will run in uneven patterns, so expect sudden changes of direction. If they're cornered, the less docile animals will often try to fight you, but they can't hurt you, so take advantage of their weaknesses when they lunge. And Bella, she raised her eyebrows questioningly. Try not to kill them before you get your teeth in them. It's really so much better when the blood is still flowing. She grinned and nodded, turning her attention back to the herd. She did better that time. She at least managed to take down a large bull, though in the process she got blood all over herself. That was all right with me, though. As soon as she tossed the carcass aside, I tackled her and helped her clean up, licking the blood from her body before the rain could wash too much of it away. Of course, that meant we ended up taking a little break before continuing with the hunting lessons. But I had a feeling Bella didn't mind too much. When she was sated in every way I could help her with, the two of us headed back toward the house at a slow run. We didn't speak, but Bella kept shooting me these sweet little smiles, and by the time we got back to the house, I was ready for her again. We jumped through the broken window of my bedroom, not caring to stroll through the house naked to get upstairs, and went straight to the shower to wash off what remained of the blood and debris that the rain hadn't taken care of. We absolutely destroyed the tile in the shower. Fortunately, Bella was starting to get a feel for her strength, and she only ripped through 2 pairs of underwear and one of the dresses that Alice had stocked the closet with before she managed to get herself clothed. Are you ready to say hello to the others? I asked her, holding out my hand. She smiled and nodded as she took it. Emmett and Rosalie are still in Port Angeles, right? That's right. They should be home later. But I want you a good distance away from here before they bring Charlie back. A smile lit up her face. We can use my house. Is it secluded enough? It should be fine, I said, gazing into her crimson eyes. I was wholly captivated by her, and I felt as though I should stop counting minutes and instead begin measuring time by Bella's smiles. She stretched up on her toes to kiss me, her lips a perfect fit against my own, and then turned her attention to the sounds of my family moving downstairs. I'm ready. I guided her hand to the crook of my elbow and we headed out the door and down the stairs. Alice, Esme, and Edward were standing in the living room, anxious to say hello to Bella. Jasper, I was glad to see, was lurking beyond the doorway, out of sight. That was wise. It was best if Ella got comfortable with the others before being confronted with him. Alice darted forward as soon as we reached the bottom of the stairs, throwing her arms around Bella. You look so good, she exclaimed, hugging her tightly. Bella hugged her back. I don't know, she teased. I'm sort of disappointed. Alice fell back, blinking in surprise. Disappointed? Over what, your new bra size or your come hither eyes? Bella stifled a giggle. Still playing with her. I thought I'd be taller. You know, I figured, stronger, faster, taller just sort of goes along with those, doesn't it? Alice propped her hand on her hip, fixing Bella with a withering stare. Short is cute, she said tersely. Bella laughed and hugged her again. Thanks for the new clothes, she said, pulling back. I love them. And check it out. She held out her foot, showing off a stylish stiletto heel. I'm not afraid of the footwear anymore. Alice squealed and clapped her hands but surrendered her position to Edward, who was impatient to greet Bella as well. He wrapped her up in a hug and dropped a quick kiss on her cheek. How did you like hunting? Bella giggled and shot me a playful look over her shoulder. I could get used to it. She could use some practice. I teased her, smiling back. Practice? Edward asked. What kind of a vampire needs practice hunting? You can both shut up now, Bella said, narrowing her eyes and suppressing a grin. Esme came forward and took Bella's hands, pressing a kiss to each of her cheeks. It's so nice to have you back, she said sweetly. What do you think of it all? This is amazing, Bella said, her eyes shining. I can hear everything. She glanced toward the doorway, her expression puzzled. Including you, Jasper. Edward and Esme both tensed up a little and Alice took Bella's hand, stroking it softly. Jasper wants to say hello, she said. But, just relax, okay? It's no big deal. What's no big deal? Jasper, what's wrong? I heard Jasper's soft sigh and I braced myself for Bella's reaction. Ready to chase after her or restrain her as needed. He stepped into the doorway, his hands shoved deep in his pockets, his black Oxford shirt buttoned all the way up. It helped, but it didn't do enough. Even the hair that fell into his eyes didn't adequately hide the dozens of pale scars that marred his face. Bella immediately jerked her hand away from Alice's and dropped into a defensive crouch. She backed away, hissing in response to the sight in front of her. Jasper pulled his hands from his pockets and clasped them in front of him, dropping his shoulders and lowering his chin. I'd taken the same non-threatening stance when Bella had first woken up, trying to communicate to her that I wouldn't hurt her, and I wasn't surprised to see Jasper taking it now. It's okay, Alice murmured softly. He's never hurt you before and he won't now. Bella stared at him for a few seconds and then stunned us all by straightening and walking slowly, cautiously toward him. I exchanged surprise. looks with Edward as she moved right up to him and raised her hand, very gently running her fingertips down the side of his face. Jasper, she whispered softly. He didn't answer. He stayed perfectly still as her fingers dipped beneath his jaw and traced the thick mass of scars that covered most of his neck. Her fingers moved very gently to the buttons at his throat and she looked up at him questioningly. He inclined his head just slightly, giving his consent, and she started carefully unbuttoning his shirt. It was a slow process. Each button revealed more scars, more of the violence of Jasper's past. And I stared at my girl in disbelief. She shouldn't be able to tolerate being so close to him. I had expected her to bolt, if not attack, but she was handling this like a fully controlled vampire. She finished unbuttoning his shirt and pushed it off of his shoulders, letting it fall to his elbows. She examined his chest, fascinated, and slowly walked around him, taking in the damaged skin that covered his back. When she got back around to face him again, she smiled up at him. I get it now, she said. Why Arrow wanted you so bad. This, she gestured to him, her hand sweeping down to take in his body, it makes me feel. She shuddered. Jasper furrowed his brow. If that's how you feel, why are you standing so close to me? Bella seemed surprised by his question. Because I know you. You're my friend. And in a stunning display of trust, she slipped her arms around his waist and hugged him tightly, resting her head against his bare chest. Jasper's eyes flicked briefly to me. I wasn't surprised. The shame and disappointment I was feeling were more than enough to draw his notice. He didn't focus on me, though. His attention turning back to Bella, his arms moving hesitantly around her. Thank you, he whispered, kissing the top of her head. His sentiments only intensified the feelings churning inside of me. I should have been able to do what Bella was doing. When my emotions had been tampered with, I should have been able to overcome them, to let my logical side guide me the way Bella was. Right now, all of her instincts had to be screaming at her that Jasper was a threat, that any man who had been bitten that many times and had lived to tell the tale was lethal. But she had managed to suppress her fear and was treating him exactly the way she always had. I had not done that. I had allowed my immediate feelings to dictate my actions and had let my relationship with my son become strained and tense. I vowed to do better. If Bella could be so accepting, I could be as well. I would rebuild the good faith that Jasper and I had once shared, starting with the assault on Volterra. I would defer to his experience and, as difficult as it was, trust him to see Bella through it safely. Bella pulled away from him and I was vaguely aware of her trading jibes with Edward, but I gave it little attention. I focused instead on Jasper as he shrugged his shirt back onto his shoulders and buttoned it again. His gaze met mine and he held it for a moment. "Carlisle, are you coming?" Edward asked. I pulled my gaze from Jasper's and looked at him. "Pardon, we're taking Bella out back to the river," he said. "Are you coming along?" I gave Bella a smile. "Go ahead. I'll catch up with you in a few minutes. I just want to get the window in the bedroom boarded up." "I can help you do that," she offered. I shook my head. "No, sweetheart, that's all right. Go have fun. I'll be along shortly." She smiled back and hurried to my side, leaving me with a kiss before running up the stairs to change into swimming clothes. Alice and Esme headed up after her, but Edward lingered, looking back and forth between Jasper and me. "If you two kill each other, I'm going to be seriously pissed off," he said sternly. I arched an eyebrow. "Go. All right." He clapped me on the shoulder. "No violence." He ran up the stairs to change with the girls, and then the four of them filed back down again, heading out the back door through the trees. We waited until they were beyond hearing distance, me standing by the stairs, Jasper across the room in the doorway. "She looks good," he finally said. "Not so thin." I nodded. "I owe you an apology." He waited silently. "I shouldn't have let what Chelsea did affect me as much as I have. You will always be my family, no matter what happens, and I'm sorry for the way I've treated you." He nodded slowly. "You have my full support," I continued. "Just, please, take care of my girl." "You know I will." I moved toward him, pulling him into a slightly stiff embrace. He patted my back in a gesture of friendship that I knew he didn't feel fully, but I appreciated it nonetheless. We had a long way to go, but this was a start. I would reconnect with Jasper if only to be a more worthy mate for my Bella. Bella Swan's point of view. As soon as Charlie's transformation was complete, training began. And it was brutal. Jasper was merciless in his instruction and demanding with the results. And it hurt. Time and time again I found myself being thrown into solid rocks, pulverizing them beneath me, but sending a spider web of cracks scattering over my hard skin. It was a short-lived pain, but it was agonizing. Which was probably the best incentive for learning to dodge an attack. Carlisle took a leave of absence from the hospital to help Jasper train us, but the rest of the Emily still attended school to avoid having to answer difficult questions. That meant that, during school hours, it was just Carlisle, Jasper, Charlie, Esme, and me. Esme didn't have much combat experience. So she was learning as much as Charlie and I were. During school hours, Jasper was relentless. When the rest of the family was home he occasionally let us break for a few hours to relax and socialize. Mostly because the wolves who came to train with us eventually got tired. They had impressive stamina, but they didn't have endless energy the way vampires seem to. I wasn't really surprised by any of that. I knew the hard side of Jasper well enough, and I appreciated that he was trying to get us ready for something incredibly dangerous, so I expected a certain amount of ruthlessness from him. Who I didn't expect it from, however, was Carlisle. Carlisle had always been nothing but gentle with me. The only exceptions were some of our more recent sexual exploits, and I definitely wasn't complaining about his lack of restraint in that department. But when I sparred with him to practice the techniques Jasper taught, Carlisle was downright fierce. I practiced with each of the others in turns. But Carlisle was always my most vicious opponent. Part of that, of course, was simply that he was more experienced than most of the family. He had trained with the Volturi, making him a formidable adversary in any circumstance. But even Jasper, the most militant member of the family, occasionally let up. Carlisle, it seemed, was determined to make me struggle with everything I had for a victory. And despite my superior strength, I lost more fights with Carlisle than I won. My defeats frustrated him even more than they frustrated me. Time and again I tried not to cringe at the stormy look in his eyes as he released me from the death grip he had on me and ordered, again. And it wasn't just during training. A few days after we started our regiment, Carlisle suddenly began attacking me. Out of nowhere while the family was on a break. The first time he did it I thought he was initiating a particularly exuberant form of foreplay. That notion was dispelled quickly, though, when he pinned me to the ground with his teeth at my throat and started lecturing me about letting my guard down. This new exercise kept up over the next few weeks, with Carlisle appearing practically out of nowhere to wrestle me to the ground. His tactics worked. Eventually, I learned to watch for him, a part of my mind always aware of where he was and what he was doing. And that was when Edward started attacking me. It became something of a game after that. Before long the entire family had picked it up, and then the wolves joined in, carrying the game back to La Push as well. We all learned to be on constant alert for a surprise attack, and we were always looking for someone who had let their guard down so we could score a good hit. Jasper approved. This new game, more than anything else, was teaching us to adopt the tireless vigilance that was such a part of his nature. I teased him that he was giving us all post-traumatic stress disorder, but that only seemed to please him more. Some psychiatrist. But the worst was yet to come. About a month after we started training under Jasper, he introduced a new element into the mix. He started us sparring with each other, and then suddenly I was dead with a feeling of despair and hopelessness that ripped at me so severely that I lost all sense of what was happening around me. When the feeling receded, I found myself lying on the ground surrounded by various vampires and wolves, gasping tearless sobs into the ground as I tore at the vegetation that covered the forest floor. There were only 3 people out of the gathered crowd who had managed to stay on their feet under Jasper's onslaught: Jasper himself, Alice, and Charlie. Alice stood with her eyes squeezed shut, trembling visibly, and Charlie was growling in fury. Jasper, though, was staring at me, appalled. He was disappointed. He had expected me to take the emotional assault like Charlie had, but instead, I had buckled. Over the next several weeks he grew more and more frustrated with me. I was getting better at pushing aside the debilitating emotions that he created, at least as well as the rest of the family, but I wasn't doing as well as Charlie was. Charlie seemed more a nerd by Jasper's manipulation than anything, and though it definitely slowed him, he still managed to keep his focus. After a particularly trying day, when I had failed time and again to throw off the weight of Jasper's emotional control, I collapsed in Carlisle's arms and let him carry me far away from the rest of the family, to a little clearing where he helped me ease my stress. Carlisle may have been hard on me while we were sparring, but he more than made up for it during our downtime. He shifted immediately from assailant to lover, and our time together had never been so passionate. If ever I doubted his ardor during training sessions, he reminded me of it as soon as we were free. We took our time together, reconnecting, cherishing one another, and driving each other to one orgasm after another. Until Carlisle finally called it quits and decided we should probably spend some time with the rest of the family. When we headed back inside, I picked up Jasper's scent in the woods and told Carlisle to go on ahead to the house while I followed his trail. I found him a couple of miles out from the house, sitting in a tree with his back against the trunk, one leg dangling carelessly to the side of the branch. He was, of all things, smoking. He didn't react to my approach, but I knew better than to imagine he wasn't aware of me. If I tried a surprise attack now, I'd end up flat on my back in less than a second. I wasn't sure how welcome I would be, though, since he was clearly not happy with my performance lately, so I just stood at the base of the tree and waited to see if he would acknowledge me. He blew out a long stream of smoke. "Come on up, kid." I was relieved that there was no trace of anger in his voice. He just sounded tired. I quickly scaled the tree and leapt onto the branch with him, straddling the limb a couple of feet out so I could face him. And then I didn't know what to say to him. I bit my lip, careful not to dig my teeth in too hard, and stared at him. "Smoking?" I asked him with a small smile, hoping to start this out on friendly ground. One corner of his mouth pulled up. "It may not be physically addictive for a vampire," he said, "but mentally we're still creatures of habit." "Habit? Do you smoke regularly?" A nostalgic smile pulled at the corners of his mouth and he shook his head. "Not anymore. I did, though, the last time I did training like this." "When was that?" "When Alice and I first came here. She was convinced everything was going to be just perfect, but I had my doubts. So I gave us an out. I taught Alice to fight her way through the negative emotions, and I figured if things went wrong with the Cullens I could disable them and Alice and I could kill them before they recovered from it." He took another long drag from his cigarette. Fortunately, it never came to that. But that's how I know this can work. If Alice could learn to fight through the pain, the rest of you can, too. I sighed. But I'm not doing so well, am I? He fixed his gaze on me, staring at me as though I were some sort of puzzle he couldn't piece together. I don't know what's wrong with you, he muttered irritably. Charlie's getting this right. He can hunt, he won't turn his back on people. He's got the good sense to be jumpy around me, and he can keep it together under my influence. He leaned forward, his eyes boring into me. Those are survival instincts. You used to have those, even better than most other humans. I thought you'd be a tiger when you changed. He snorted derisively and sat back against the tree again. Instead, I got a kitten. His words wounded me, and I stared down at my hands. I'm sorry, I said softly. I'm messing everything up. Hey. His dangling foot kicking mine affectionately. You're not messing everything up. I traced the pattern of the bark on the branch between my legs. I probably should have left him alone. I doubted that this was really what he wanted to talk about when he was trying to take a break. Look at me, Jasper said gently. I raised my eyes to his scarred face. He really was a frightening sight, so much more severe in appearance than I had seen with my human sight. Just tell me you're not doing it on purpose, he said, an urgency behind his eyes. Tell me Carlisle didn't convince you to act like you couldn't handle all this so I wouldn't take you to Volterra. My jaw dropped. No, of course not. Jasper, I'm trying. He sighed heavily and nodded. All right, then. I just don't understand it. Your human traits are supposed to strengthen when you change, not disappear. What the hell happened to the tough kid who survived Phil and Charlie? I swallowed back the tightness in my throat that came along with thinking of my old life. I was never that tough. If I had been, they wouldn't have been able to do the things they did. He didn't answer for a long time, and when I chanced to peek at him to gauge his reaction, he was looking at me sadly. Bullshit, he said softly, holding my gaze. You got yourself out of the house every damn weekend. I know you didn't like what you had to do to get away, but you did it. You picked glass shards out of your broken hand, you bandaged wounds that should have been seen to by doctors, and you survived. He shook his head, chagrined. Where is that girl? I dropped my eyes again, staring at the thick branch beneath me once more. I don't know. He reached out his hand to me. Come here, he said placatingly. I threw one leg over the branch, sitting sideways on it now, and scooted closer to Jasper. He wrapped an arm around me and tugged his pack of cigarettes out of his shirt pocket. You want one? He asked, offering it to me. I shook my head. Jasper plucked another from the pack and lit it with the burning end of the one he had just finished. He crushed the butt into bits in his hand and let the breeze carry it away, then settled back, puffing on the new cigarette. For a moment the two of us just sat in silence. Finally, I pulled away enough to look at him. Is it hard on you? Making us all feel miserable like that? He shook his head. Not nearly as hard as it is on you. So you don't feel it along with us. I do for a second. But once I push it off on the rest of you I don't anymore. Is it hard for you to keep it up for long periods of time? He shook his head again. It doesn't take much concentration. I've practiced it enough that it's something I can do almost without thinking. I took a deep breath. I couldn't believe I was asking him this. Do you think you could do it to me? I mean, for like, days. He arched an eyebrow. Why? So I can get used to it. When you start doing that, all I can think of is when it will stop. If I know it's not going to stop for a while, maybe then I can start learning to work around it. All right, he agreed. Starting now. My breathing hitched as a shot of fear raced through me. It really was the most miserable feeling I had ever felt, worse by far than anything Phil had ever made me feel, and that was definitely saying something. Not yet, I blurted out. I mean, I guess I should tell Carlisle first, so he doesn't get worried. He gave my arm a friendly squeeze. Yeah, we should probably get you out for a hunt first, too. You and Charlie are due. Okay, I said nervously. Okay, great. So we'll hunt, and then you'll, yeah. He laughed softly. Sounds like a plan. I gestured toward the house, suddenly feeling awkward. I'm just going to go see who all wants to come hunting with us. He nodded, taking a drag from his cigarette. I'll meet you all back here. I hopped down out of the tree and looked back. Up at him as he sat casually in the tree, his leg dangling off of the branch. Thank you, Jasper. He snorted. You won't be thanking me in a few days. Carlisle, Edward, Esme, and of course Charlie, all decided to join us for the hunt. And after meeting Jasper, the 6 of us headed off into the trees. I had gotten better at hunting once Carlisle had pointed out a few obvious mistakes I was making, now he and Edward were helping me fine-tune my technique. It was while they were explaining how to sniff out a hibernating bear that it happened. I was scenting the air absently, just trying to pick up what was around us. When the hint of something warm, fragrant, and truly wonderful drifted to me on the air, I groaned in pain and longing as burning thirst exploded in my mouth, and I spun immediately toward the scent. Searching for the source of that mouth-watering aroma. I was just bracing myself to start running toward it when it occurred to me exactly why the smell was so enticing. Human blood. Warm, wet, exposed, no. I froze in place, for just a split second, before Carlisle tackled me. Get Charlie. He was yelling, and I stared up at him, confused. It was only then that I caught the sounds of Charlie running through the trees, and then of Jasper and Edward leaping on him and wrestling him to the ground. Charlie, stop, Edward yelled. They're human, you can't. Don't breathe, Carlisle told me. That was a good idea. I immediately stopped drawing in the provocative bouquet and the flame in my throat died down a little. But I still knew the humans were there and still wanted them badly. I was glad that Carlisle was pinning me to the ground because I wasn't sure my self-control would be enough to keep me from chasing after them. Charlie was furious. I could hear him screaming and yelling at the others, struggling mightily as they dragged him back toward us. Carlisle was looking at me, perplexed. Bella, are you all right? I nodded, not wanting to speak. I didn't have much air to use. And I wasn't all that keen on drawing another breath. He slowly backed up off of me and pulled me to my feet, though he remained tensed and ready to spring as though he were waiting for me to take off the way Charlie had. Charlie was still yelling at the others as they dragged him back to join us, and I suddenly realized that, yet again, he was having a normal reaction to a stimulus and I wasn't. Logically, I recognized it as a good thing. I didn't want to kill people, so controlling myself when I caught their scent was ideal. But I couldn't help feeling chagrined over being such a completely inadequate vampire. Why wasn't I a growling, snarling mess the way Charlie was? Why couldn't I seem to do anything right? Let's get them back to the house, Carlisle ordered, keepin' a tight grip on my wrist as we started home. His words enraged Charlie. No, he roared, struggling even harder. They're mine. He fixed Jasper with a lethal glare, and suddenly Jasper's grip on him slipped and he stumbled, falling to his knees in shock. A cry of agony ripped from his throat as a series of small cracks appeared on his skin, crawling up his throat to his face and spreading down his arms. I didn't understand what was happening to him until my eyes found Charlie again. He was growling furiously, his whole focus on Jasper as the cracks slowly widened. I didn't know exactly what was being done to Jasper, but I had no doubt that Charlie was doing it. Dad, stop, I yelled. Carlisle's eyes widened, and after the briefest hesitation, he released my wrist and lunged at Charlie. Edward was at my side in an instant, latching onto my arm as Carlisle collided with Charlie, sending him sprawling onto the ground. The moment his focus was broken, Jasper sagged back on the ground in relief, panting rapidly as the cracks in his skin quickly healed over. But then it was Carlisle's voice crying out in pain, and it was easily the worst sound I had ever heard. He had tried to pin Charlie to the earth, but as soon as Charlie had focused his murderous glare on him, he had rolled onto the ground, his back arching in pain. Edward and Esme were trying desperately to reason with Charlie, to draw him out of his blind rage. But it wasn't working and Carlisle was hurting. I had never felt such a strong urge to protect anything in my life, and without thinking I tore from Edward's grasp and dropped to my knees next to him, throwing my body over his to try and shield him from whatever mysterious pain was opening the cracks in his skin. I wrapped myself around him, body and mind, feeling so nothing nearly tangible push out from me and stretch over him as though my mere desire for him could protect him from the pain my father was inflicting on him. Charlie must have ceased his attack. Becca. Carlisle immediately stopped screaming and writhing. Like Jasper, he collapsed onto the ground as the cracks started to heal over, leaving smooth marble skin behind. No, Edward yelled. He was instantly on his knees at Carlisle's side, pushing me off of him and staring at him with panicked eyes. Carlisle, Come back, he begged, looking him over and searching frantically for the source of the damage. It's all right, Edward, Carlisle panted. He winced and swallowed hard. I'm all right. Edward was still staring at him, wild-eyed and frantic, but I couldn't focus on him. Behind us, Jasper and Esme were struggling with Charlie and quickly losing control. I whipped around to face them when Esme screamed, but Charlie didn't hurt her for long. Jasper leapt onto his back and sank his teeth into Charlie's throat, ripping his head from his body. Dad, I gasped. No, shish, Bella. Carlisle had pushed himself into a sitting position and was wrapping his arms around me. He'll be fine. Jasper just need Ed to keep him from attacking us and running after the humans. His words calmed me, reminding me that the old rules no longer applied. Decapitation wasn't necessarily deadly anymore. Edward was staring at Carlisle in horror. Something's wrong, he kept saying. Carlisle, think about something, anything. Carlisle turned to Edward, puzzled. He looked at him, raising an eyebrow and quirking one corner of his mouth up in an amused smile. But whatever silent message he was sending to Edward didn't seem to be getting through. What did he do? Edward whispered. I can't. He shook his head. What did he do? Carlisle looked perplexed. I don't know, he said. Something incredibly painful, I can tell you that. But I'm fine now. His words relaxed me. The threat had passed and Carlisle was all right. I let myself sag against him. And instead of protecting him, I let myself take comfort from the arms that held me and the hands that gently stroked my back. As soon as I dropped my guard, Edward did too. Oh, thank God, he breathed. Jesus. Carlisle, you scared me. Why? He asked as he pulled me into his lap. I don't understand. I couldn't hear you. Edward ran a hand through his hair. I thought you were dead. And then I thought maybe he had damaged your brain or something. Carlisle cocked his head curiously. You couldn't hear me. Edward shook his head. He looked miserable. But you can now. Yeah. Carlisle looked curiously at Charlie's body where it lay headless on the forest floor, the hands clawing at the ground grotesquely, searching for the missing head that Esme now held in her arms. What the hell is wrong with you? It was Jasper who had spoken, and he was looking at me in pure frustration. What? I asked, hurt all over again by his words. Can't you smell that? Jasper demanded. I could. He hadn't moved very far and the ambrosial scent still wafted to us on the light breeze. My throat was still burning, begging for attention, but I hadn't given it a moment's notice since Jasper had fallen to the ground in pain. It simply wasn't important enough to acknowledge. Even now, with my headless father crawling around the ground, it wasn't a priority to think of the humans. That's blood, Bella, Jasper said. Whoever's out there has had some sort of accident, and is bleeding. How is that not making you crazy? You don't need to remind her, Carlisle said sharply, pulling himself to his feet. Come, Bella. Let's get you away from here. Try not to breathe. Jasper hoisted Charlie's body over his shoulder and the group of us ran back to the house, not stopping until we were inside the house with the doors closed. Carlisle sniffed at the air, testing it for me before pronouncing it safe. Alice met us at the door and flung herself into Jasper's arms, ignoring Charlie's body as it fell to the floor with a heavy thud. I'm so sorry I wasn't there to help. She gasped. I should have gone with you, but I didn't see it until you decided to cross the river, and then you were already too far away. Dude. Emmett appeared at the top of the stairs, looking down at Charlie's fractured body. Have a little accident, did you? We came across some humans, Jasper muttered, holding Alice against his chest. Emmett's smile fell. How many died? None, Carlisle answered, but Charlie proved difficult to restrain. I watched in fascination as Esme affixed Charlie's head back onto his body and started licking the ragged wound. Her venom helped heal the fracture, but I could tell that it would leave a pale line like the ones on Carlisle's arm. Charlie already had battle scars. Jasper was staring at me again, his piercing eyes boring into me. Bella, how did you do that? How did you just stand there when you could smell a bleeding human? I chewed at my lip. Isn't that what I'm supposed to do? It's what you're supposed to be working toward. There's no way you should be able to do that yet. I doubt even Carlisle could have smelled fresh blood that young and withstood it. Carlisle was shaking his head slowly. He's right, Bella. I don't believe I could have. I had to separate myself from humans for a long time, and it was years before I built up an adequate tolerance to exposed blood. Edward rubbed my shoulder lightly. You didn't look like you were having a much harder time than any of us, and we've been doing this for decades. Rosalie appeared next to Emmett then, and the two of them descended the stairs to join us. Bella didn't react to blood. She asked curiously. Something's going on, Jasper muttered. He released Alice and started pacing thoughtfully. Edward, you can't hear Charlie anymore, right? Right, Edward confirmed. Since he changed, his mind has been locked up tight. I can't hear a word. And Bella, no difference. I've never been able to hear a thing from her. That hasn't changed. And after Charlie did whatever it was he did, you couldn't hear Carlisle either. Edward shook his head. I could hear the pain, he said, his eyes looking haunted. Just like I heard it in your head, I heard it in his. But then he went silent, and I thought, he broke off, swallowing hard. I'm sorry, Charlie said, drawing our focus back to him. He was sitting on the floor while Renesmee tended to the back of his neck. His arms braced on his knees, his face a mask of contrition. Jasper shrugged. It's no big deal, Charlie. You did what vampires do, only apparently, you have a little extra weaponry in your arsenal. I didn't know. He stammered. And I couldn't think clearly. I just wanted it so bad. I know, he said, though with little interest. Listen, Charlie, what you did to us. I want you to do it again. Charlie raised his eyebrows in surprise. Not to me, Jasper added quickly, rubbing the back of his neck ruefully. Because, damn, you could teach Jane a thing or two. It's not the same, Carlisle murmured. Jane manipulates your mind to create the illusion of pain. Charlie did actual physical damage. Which is why I want you to do it again, Jasper said. To something living, though. Something that won't heal over so quickly. I want to know what kind of damage is being done. I'm so sorry, Charlie said again. Relax, Jasper said impatiently. Nobody blames you for it. You're a newborn, you smelled blood, you reacted. It's what you're supposed to do. He shot me a sidelong glance but didn't say anything to me. Instead, he turned to Alice. Baby. Got it, she interrupted and darted out the back door. Come on, Jasper said, gesturing for us all to follow her. We filed out into the yard and waited for a moment for her to return. When she did, she was carrying a large squirrel, holding it gingerly by the neck between her thumb and forefinger while the animal squirmed frantically. Go ahead, Charlie, Jasper said, nodding to the squirrel. Do it again. I'm not sure I really know how, Charlie mumbled awkwardly. It just sort of happened. Try to conjure up the feelings involved. Or any thoughts that might be connected. Charlie nodded. I saw his eyes darken in anger, his lips pulling back to show his teeth. And he focused on the struggling rodent in Alice's hand. Immediately it began shrieking wildly in its tiny, shrill voice, and then bloody rips appeared in the flesh. Entrails bulged and fell to the ground as we all watched, riveted. Carlisle and Jasper knelt in front of the bloody mass on the ground, examining it closely. Fascinating, Carlisle murmured, and Jasper nodded in agreement. What? Rosalie asked curiously. Jasper looked up at her. Charlie literally ripped it apart from the inside out. Her eyes widened. And he did that to you? Me, Carlisle, Renesmee, he nodded, anyone who was trying to keep him from getting to the blood. Charlie started to apologize again, but Renesmee silenced him with a hand on his arm and murmured words of reassurance. Jasper looked up at me and fixed me with a speculative stare. I can use that, he said thoughtfully. Charlie is going to be more helpful than I thought. But you, Bella. He shook his head slowly. I don't understand what's going on with you. Then we shouldn't take her to Volterra, Carlisle said. Jasper shot him an irritated glare. I mean it, he said, his voice calm and placating. You know I don't want her there, but that's not what this is about. From a military perspective, it's a bad idea to depend on an unknown entity. She doesn't have to be an unknown entity, Emmett spoke up casually. Carlisle, maybe you should give Eleazar a call. He might be able to get a good read on Bella. Carlisle looked up at him. You think her muted instincts have something to do with a talent? He shrugged. Why not? If Charlie is a shield and an offensive weapon, why can't Bella be a shield and still have super self-control like you? He's got a point, Edward Said. There's got to be a reason that Bella doesn't react the way she should. He glanced up at me. The way we expect her to, I mean, he amended hastily. I shot him a grateful smile. That sounded nicer, like I wasn't some freak of nature. Carlisle shook his head. I don't want him coming here. He'll smell the wolves and I don't want to involve him in this. He looked up at me, and then straightened slowly. But perhaps we could drive up to Alaska for a quick visit. Jasper nodded. I think we'd better. I need to know what I have to work with. Who's Eliezer? I asked them. Carlisle moved to my side and drew me into his arms. A friend of ours in Denali. He has a talent for detecting the gifts of others. He may be able to help us take the guesswork out of our situation. Meaning, he might be able to tell me why I'm such a crap vampire. I asked ruefully. Carlisle laughed and kissed my forehead. Never apologize for having such excellent self-control, Angel. I'm so very proud of you. I warmed under Carlisle's praise and pressed against him, nipping at his bottom lip. You know, I never did manage to get anything to eat. You want to go hunting again? Just the two of us. Save it, Jasper said irritably. Time is a factor, here. Carlisle smiled playfully but complied with Jasper. Drawing a cell phone from his pocket. We'll hunt when we get to Alaska, love. The game there is far more interesting. Carlisle made the call, and a few hours later we were cuddled together in the back of his Mercedes. Edward was driving, pushing the car to its limits, grumbling frequently that it topped out shy of 190 miles per hour. It's faster than your Volvo, Carlisle reminded him. A hint of smugness creeping into his voice as he casually turned the pages of the magazine he was reading. I found myself grinning, finally understanding how Carlisle was able to read and carry on a conversation at the same time. There was so much room in my head these days, and following two trains of thought at once didn't even qualify as a parlor trick. Stupid Volvo, Edward muttered. I need a real car. I'll buy you one for your birthday, Esme promised sweetly, patting his cheek. I glanced through the back window at the red speck behind us. Rosalie, Emmett, and Charlie were following us in her BMW. Which apparently couldn't keep up with Carlisle's Mercedes. But that didn't seem to matter to Edward, who was struggling to keep pace with Jasper and Alice on Jasper's Ducati and failing miserably. And Jasper wasn't even pushing it. Maybe you should think about a motorcycle instead, I told him. Thinking of the kind of speed that machine can achieve, it makes my fingers twitch. Carlisle laughed to himself, never looking up from his article. There was a time when you were perfectly content to go 55 miles an hour in your truck. There was a time when I couldn't walk 20 feet without falling over. Things are different now. His eyes finally broke away from his article to meet mine, and he brought a hand up to brush my cheek. Yes, they are, he murmured, his gaze smoldering. Edward groaned. Carlisle, if you don't knock it off, I'm switching cars and you can drive. Knock what off? I asked. Carlisle smiled secretively and dropped his eyes back to the magazine in his hands. Just a little fantasy. I grinned and bit my lip. Yeah, wanna tell me about it? Seriously, Edward begged, keep it to yourself, would you please? We're sitting right here. I giggled and decided to change the subject to spare him. So how come Jasper and Alice didn't ride in the cars with us? There's plenty of room. Jasper doesn't like cars, Esme explained. He doesn't like feeling so enclosed. He puts up with them when he has to. But on a long trip like this one he prefers his motorcycle. I wriggled around and threw my legs over Carlisle's lap, settling his magazine on my knees so he could still read it. I think I prefer cars, I said lazily. So do I, Carlisle murmured with a small smile, his eyes still on the magazine. Edward huffed irritably, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. I swear to God, Bella. You've turned him into an adolescent. So much for changing the subject. We were right back where we started, and embarrassingly, I was starting to get a little turned on wondering about Carlisle's fantasy. That was not a scent I wanted lingering in the car, so I snatched a book off of the pile that Carlisle had brought to pass the time and flipped it open. The Divine Comedy. Perfect. Fond as I was of poetry. Dante, at least in translation, was chloroform in print. This book would bore the arousal right out of me. Only it didn't. Instead of getting distracted by the text, I found myself getting distracted from it. I couldn't help it. Carlisle was right there, so close to me, his heavenly scent surrounding me. I traced his features with my eyes as he pushed off my shoe and rubbed my foot absently. He was engrossed in the article he was reading, and I knew he had a lot of backlogged journals he wanted to keep up on, so I didn't bother him. That was okay with me. I just stared at him, watching him turn a page every few seconds, following his fingers as they strayed to scratch a non-existent itch on his eyebrow, seeing his expression change slightly here and there. Accepting the speed with which he was reading through the article, he looked so comfortably human. I spent nearly 10 minutes just gazing at him before one corner of his mouth quirked up, letting me kn out that he wasn't as oblivious to my scrutiny as I had thought he was. "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice so low it was practically a purr. "Remembering," I told him. "I'm replaying the memories I don't want to fade away." He didn't look up from his page, but I could tell I had his attention. "What memories?" "There are a lot of them. Like, that night on the kitchen table." His smile broadened a little. I hadn't forgotten that Edward and Esme were there, and had I still been human I'd have been blushing like mad, but I was feeling bold. "And the symphony." Carlisle's eyes lost their focus on the pages he remembered with me. "The weekend at your cabin on the lake." Edward slammed on the brakes and whipped the car off of the road. I'd have tumbled to the floor if Carlisle's arms hadn't shot around me and clasped me against him. "You could have told us to ride with them in the first place," Edward snapped irritably, slamming the car into park. He tried to make his glare convincing, but I could see the amusement behind it. He was giving us some privacy by pretending to be bothered by what Carlisle was thinking. I winked at him, and he forced himself not to smile. "Come on, Esme," he muttered. "We're riding with Emmett and Rose." Esme laughed. The two of them slipped out of the car, and Edward grabbed Esme's hand as they started jogging back toward the approaching BMW. Carlisle smiled wryly. "I guess this leaves us all alone," he said casually. "Whatever will we do with all this privacy?" I grinned at him. "Maybe you should tell me about this fantasy of yours." Carlisle scooted out from under me and climbed out of the car, sliding back in behind the steering wheel and shifting the seat back a little bit. I didn't bother getting out of the car, just climbed between the bucket seats with a grace I never would have been able to manage when I was human. I settled next to Carlisle and smiled when his hand found my knee, rubbing gently while he watched in the rearview mirror to make sure that Edward and Esme got picked up by the others. Once they were all settled, Carlisle pulled the Mercedes back onto the road. I was surprised to see that Carlisle let the other car pass us once we were driving again. As they sped by, Edward smirked at us through the car windows. "Stay a few miles back," he called over the roar of the car's engines. "I'm not interested in hearing about it." I raised an eyebrow at Carlisle as he let us fall a good distance behind them. "Have plans, do you?" "That depends. Are you still interested in learning about that little fantasy of mine?" I smiled widely. "Definitely." Carlisle's hand moved from my knee to his belt, unbuckling it quickly and undoing his pants. "Good," he said, his voice dark and seductive. He raised his hand to the back of my head, tangling in my hair and pulling my head down into his lap. A little thrill shot through me. I had done this a few times as a human, though Carlisle had been somewhat nervous about allowing it. He had always been afraid that he would hurt me, either with a careless movement or the venom content of his semen. Now, though, there was no need for caution and neither one of us was interested in holding back. I stretched Ed across the center console and lowered my mouth down onto his already erect member, eliciting a moan from him as I wrapped my lips around him. "Bella," he groaned, his hand fisting in my hair. "Bella, your mouth feels so good." I stroked his shaft with my tongue and took him deeper, feeling his hard bulk pushing into my throat. I whimpered at the feel of it, and the vibrations from the sound traveled down the length of his cock. His hips jerked upward in response and I felt the car falter ever so slightly along its perfectly straight path down the freeway. I took that as a compliment. I started bobbing my head up and down, sucking his granite member, letting my tongue caress the veins and ridges. I could hear Carlisle's heavy breathing, could feel the movement of his torso next to me, and I relished every moan that escaped from him. I loved that I could make him feel this way. I lost myself in Carlisle. The idea of being so consumed by a man had once horrified me. I had rejected any suggestion that two people could be merely halves of a whole, incomplete without one another. Yet in him I had found completion. Before Carlisle, I had been drowning in pain and fear. With him, I had peace. Without me, He had struggled with loneliness and longing, but now I could feel the happiness that infused his entire frame. Whether we were two parts of a whole or simply complementary souls, I didn't know. All I knew is that Carlisle and I were meant to be together. Without one another, we weren't right, we weren't balanced. I needed him and he needed me. I poured all of my need into making him feel good now. Laving my passion and desire on him, swallowing around his thick length and drawing vocal responses from him. His hand gripped my hair, moving my head up and down on him as he stroked into my mouth. His cock was slick and wet, and I swirled my tongue around him, tasting the delicious mix of his venom and mine. Carlisle drew in a sharp hiss through his teeth. "Bella," he whispered needfully. "Do you have any idea how badly I've wanted to feel your mouth on me? How I've wanted to let go and take you just like this?" I moaned in desire at his words, and I felt his muscles clench in response. "I'm going to come, Angel. I want you to taste me." His words spurred me on, and I eagerly sucked at him, driving him toward his release, until, with a loud growl, he arched into me, pumping in to my mouth as thick streams of sweet liquid shot down my throat. I swallowed it hungrily, licking and sucking any remains from his skin as he slowly came down. His thrusting hips slowed and then settled back on the seat, and his grip on my hair loosened. He stroked it gently as I replaced his clothing and buckled his belt, murmuring his love to me all the while. I pushed up from his lap, settling myself back in my seat, and smiled at him. "So did your fantasy go something like that?" He laughed, happiness and adoration shining in his eyes. "Exactly like that." His fingers sought mine and laced through them. He brought my hand to his lips, and held it, murmuring against my skin, "I love you, Isabella Swan." Warmth flooded through me as I gazed back at him. It awed me how he could make me feel so safe even in the midst of such uncertain circumstances. "I love you, too," I whispered, clutching his hand tightly. "So much." Carlisle Cullen's point of view. Eleazar and his adopted family were waiting for us in front of their house when our caravan pulled up and parked in the driveway. We exited our vehicles, and the next few minutes were slightly chaotic as we greeted and hugged our cousins. I introduced Bella and Charlie to each of them, and they were greeted graciously, though I noticed that my cousins' body language displayed something of an aversion to Charlie. I doubted they realized they were even doing it, and I found myself wondering if my own family did the same thing. If we did, was it because we knew so much about his violent history, or could it be something else? "How are the wedding plans coming?" Tanya asked me, clasping my hands between her own in greeting. I hesitated. "They've been put on hold for now. We've had something come up that needs to be addressed, but I expect the date will be set somewhere near the end of June." Tanya's eyes flicked to something behind me, then quickly back to me, and her smile became somewhat fixed. "Oh, why the delay?" I immediately caught her inadvertent hint. I had let my guard down while I had been driving with Bella, and foolishly, I hadn't thought to raise my defenses again once we arrived here. Someone in my family had noticed and was taking advantage of the chaos to sneak up on me. Within a fraction of a second, I had located each of my family members and my cousins by sight, sound, or scent, except for Emmett. I smiled to myself. Emmett loved this game. He was being completely silent, stalking me as I was distracted by Tanya's questions, and my senses went on high alert. I waited for the slightest sound, the tiniest disturbance in the air around me. And after another second it came from behind me, just to my right. I spun quickly and stepped aside, throwing out my arm and clotheslining Emmett as he lunged at me and landing him flat on his back. "Damn it!" he growled up at me. I laughed out loud and was about to compliment him on a good attempt when I felt the air shifting behind me again. I whirled around, too late this time as Tanya barreled into me and threw me to the ground. Emmett leapt up and knelt next to us as I struggled to break her hold, slapping the ground beside me with each word. 1, 2, 3. Tanya wins. I surrendered with a huff of indignation. "I can't believe the two of you double-teamed me. I really couldn't." Emmett liked the game, but if he was going to do a double attack, I'd have guessed he would do it with Rosalie. Using Tanya was a strategic maneuver that I doubted he would have thought of on his own. My eyes found Jasper, and my suspicions were confirmed when he smirked at me. His thumbs hooked in the pockets of his jeans. "Well played," I said, tickling Tanya's sides and pushing her off of me. Jasper's smirk spread into a grin and he moved toward me, reaching out a hand to help me to my feet. I took it, and for a moment we were us again, Jasper and Carlisle, without Chelsea standing between us. Then Jasper quickly dropped my hand and stepped away, drawing Alice in front of him. Eliezer was watching me in amusement. "What was that?" he asked. "Just a little game we've been playing since Charlie and Bella turned," I told him. "We're always trying to catch one another off guard lately." He smiled appreciatively as he beckoned everyone inside. "Very nice. Our own family could benefit from such a game." We filed into the house and found places to sit in their cozy living room. I took an overstuffed armchair for myself, pulling Bella onto my lap. "So, Eliezer," I began, as I said on the phone, "I thought it would be helpful if you could give us a little insight into Bella and Charlie. They're both shields, we know, but Charlie seems to have a second talent, if that's even possible." Eliezer was shaking his head. "I'm not sure that's true." He turned to Charlie, who was sitting stiffly on the arm of the couch. "Do you think I could see it in action?" "I don't know," Charlie frowned. Jasper stood. "Hit me, Charlie." "No." The word came out a bit sharper than I intended it to. But no matter how strained my relationship was with my son, I wouldn't sit back and watch him suffer that kind of pain if I could protect him from it. I shifted Bella off of my lap and rose. "I'll do it." Jasper deferred to me, taking his seat again. Charlie stared at his hands. "Are you sure you want me to do this?" "I'm sure." Charlie took a deep breath and focused on me. I saw the anger rise behind his eyes. Watched as he bared his teeth, and then suddenly pain rocked through me. It started in my stomach, slicing through my organs, but quickly radiated outward. I could feel my hard flesh shredding, separating, accompanied by the most agonizing pain I had felt since my transformation into a vampire. I didn't know I had fallen to the floor until I heard Bella's frightened cry and saw her leaning over me. The assault lifted and the pain instantly began to recede, leaving me weak and shaken. I gasped convulsively, feeling relief as my body repaired itself. "God in heaven, that's painful," I choked, forcing a wry smile to ease Bella's worries. She slid a hand under my head, pillowing it in her palm, while her other hand stroked my cheek. "Are you all right?" she asked anxiously. My strength was returning, and I pushed myself up. "Yes, darling, I'm fine." She helped me to my feet and I drew her back into the chair with me, turning my attention on Eliezer. "Interesting," he murmured, watching Charlie carefully. Edward spoke up anxiously. "Does it affect his brain? I can't seem to hear him after Charlie does that to him." "It doesn't appear to," Eliezer said. "I imagine it's probably Bella who keeps you from hearing him." "Bella?" Edward looked at her in surprise. "How do you mean? She's shielding him. You can't hear him right now, can you?" Edward shook his head. "That's Bella's doing." "Wait, what?" Emmett asked, perplexed. "Bella can shield people besides herself." Eliezer nodded. "Yes, and it seems quite strong. I can barely sense her shield for all the blocking she's doing." "She must H. Avenue manifested some indication of it during her human life. Charlie did as well," I said. "What can you tell me about him, Eliezer? You say he doesn't have two gifts." "No," he said, "but the gift he does have seems multifunctional." He turned to Charlie again. "Charlie, I have to ask, in your human life, did you often find yourself in a position where you had to hurt people in order to protect yourself?" Charlie met his gaze with dark eyes. "Yes," he said flatly. Eliezer smiled softly. "I'm not surprised. That's essentially what you're doing. You carry around yourself an aura of hostility that warns off other vampires on an instinctual level. Edward could read your thoughts if he worked at it, but his mind automatically shies away from the threat. Most of the time that will protect you, but it seems you can channel it and use it as a weapon as well, as you just did with Carlisle." He smiled. "Think of it as spiked armor. It's versatile." "And what about Bella?" I asked. "Her shield can be used to protect others." "Yes," he said amiably. "She's still protecting you, Carlisle." "Edward, you still can't hear his mind, can you?" Edward shook his head. Jasper cleared his throat. "Bella has shown a surprising lack of natural instincts for a vampire. Could that have anything to do with her shield?" Eliezer fixed his gaze on Bella. "It's possible," he mused. "Bella, dear, would you be willing to let me inside your shield? I might be able to get a better look at you that way." Bella was looking at him, perplexed. How would I do that?" "The same way you've done it for Carlisle." Bella's confused gaze met mine. I haven't done anything to Carlisle. Eleazar smiled patiently. He was in his element now. The years he'd spent with the Volturi had been filled with activities much like this. He'd frequently taken N.E.W. borns with unexplored potential and helped them understand their gifts. Even vampires who had been around a long time hadn't always understood the full nature of their talents, and Eleazar had been quite adept at helping them reach their full potential. Bella seemed to be having a hard time understanding and manipulating her shield, but Eleazar was confident that she could do so. He explained to her that it hugged her like a thin film, protecting her from mental assaults, but he was certain that she could push it outward to protect quite a large group of people with a little practice. For the next couple of hours, he gently guided her on a journey of discovery. He had her practice reaching out to protect the people that she loved and trusted. Once she had started getting comfortable with that, he once again asked to be invited inside of her shield. She took a deep breath, biting her lip anxiously. "It's all right, Bella," I murmured softly. "Eleazar is a good friend and perfectly trustworthy. He won't hurt you." She nodded and concentrated hard, but she had no success. "Perhaps it would help if we were touching," Eleazar said. He stood and moved in front of our chair, taking Bella by the hand and drawing her to her feet. "Try again." I could tell it took a lot of effort, but after a while, Eleazar's beaming smile told me that she had been successful. He looked at her curiously for a moment, and then laughed out loud. Bella jerked her hand away from his and fell back a step. "There's another one," Eleazar exclaimed. "Beneath the first shield is a second." I slipped my fingers through Bella's. A second shield. So would she, then, be able to protect two groups separated by distance? Eleazar shook his head. "The second one seems different." He held out his hand to Bella again. "May I take a closer look?" She placed her hand hesitantly in his, and then once again concentrated on manipulating her shield around him. "This one is strange," he murmured. "It's much more rigid, though it seems semi-permeable. It cuts across her brain, as though she's trying to protect herself from her own mind." I nodded slowly. My Bella had spent a fair amount of time pushing away bad memories and forcing herself to do things that no one should have to do willingly. It only made sense that she would have developed a way to close off parts of her brain. "What's being blocked?" I asked. "Where does it cut across her brain?" Eleazar concentrated, staring into Bella's eyes. "There's a section of her brain just at the base of her skull," he said. "That and her spinal cord are all cut off. To an extent, there is still some communication. The hindbrain," I murmured. "Responsible for autonomic function, reproduction, survival, instinctive responses. Bella, you're literally shielding yourself from your own instincts." She turned to me, an apology in her eyes, and I rose and took her in my arms. "It's remarkable," I murmured, holding her close to me. "What a gift, to be able to block out the impulses that make the first year so very difficult." "Yeah, but those instincts are valuable," Jasper said. "Eleazar, you said the second shield is more rigid. Would she be able to stretch that one as well, so she can access that part of her brain?" He nodded. "It will be more difficult, I imagine, but it seems malleable enough to stretch that far with some practice." Jasper raised his eyebrows at her. "What do you say? Are you willing to try?" She nodded eagerly. Jasper smiled and winked at her. "You're a good sport, kid. So how does this work? Does it move the same way the outer shield does?" Bella stepped out of my arms. And Eleazar and Jasper started working with her again. I watched proudly as she placed her trust in them, impressed with how far she had come from the depressed, isolated child I had met so many months ago. Tanya moved to my side and linked her arm through mine. "Will you walk with me?" she asked softly. "Of course." I reached out and squeezed Bella's hand by way of farewell, then headed outside with Tanya. We strolled through the snowy terrain, arm in arm, and for several minutes we said nothing. Finally, Tanya took a deep, contented breath and let it out. "What's it like?" she asked. "Being mated." I smiled. "It's the most wonderful feeling in the world. I've truly never been so happy." She seems like such a nice girl. But so anxious to prove herself. Yes, I suppose that's true. Bella has had a difficult life. And she doesn't always accept love as easily as I would like her to. I think sometimes she feels she has to earn it. She was silent for a few more moments, and I listened to the sounds of the wildlife in the trees and the crunch of snow under our feet. When Tanya spoke again, she stunned me. It almost makes me believe in your God. I blinked in surprise. Tanya had never been one for religion, and I didn't see what she could possibly find inspiring about Bella's life. I'm sorry. Don't you think it's sort of faith-affirming? She asked. I thought of the abuse my girl had suffered. The crippling fear she'd been left with. I remembered all the times she had pulled away from me because she'd mistaken my gestures of affection for manipulation. No, I don't. Come on, Carlisle, she laughed. Of all people, surely you can imagine God's hand in this. I breathed deeply, drawing in the icy scent of the snow and the aromas that drifted on the breeze. Perhaps you'd better explain your thinking. Who could ever live up to you? You, with the perfect self-control. No normal vampire could give you what you needed in a mate. She squeezed my arm and laid her head against my shoulder. But all those things that your little Bella has suffered have worked together to give her a resistance to blood and a control over herself that will make you proud. She looked up at me and smiled. I have a hard time believing that it was an accident that you fell in love with that particular girl, and it doesn't seem likely it was mere chance that she developed the talent that she did. I think God molded her for you. I pressed the hand that held the crook of my elbow but didn't answer. In truth, I didn't know quite what to say. Tanya put me to shame. I had been so angry with him over the things he had allowed to happen to my sweet girl. My Bella, who deserved so much better. I had never imagined there could be a purpose to her pain. Do you agree with me? Tanya prompted. I cleared my throat unnecessarily, stalling for a moment. You see her abusive parents as tools of God, do you? Everyone has some purpose. I shook my head. Then you believe that God intended for her stepfather to hurt her the way he did? She shook her head, smiling sweetly. I believe that everyone has the opportunity to choose right or wrong. But I also think any God worth his salt would know how to bring about good things, even when someone chooses poorly. I shook my head, overwhelmed by her optimism. Such faith, I murmured. She gave a musical laugh, hugging my arm. Apparently she was done with her lecture. We walked in silence again. And when she spoke a few minutes later, she changed the subject. Why did you postpone your wedding? I shook my head sadly. It's best if we don't discuss it. I've already involved more people than I should. Do you need help? She asked, concern lacing her voice. I don't think so. We have Jasper. She frowned deeply. That doesn't sound good. If you're relying on Jasper, it has to be something dangerous. I turned to her and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Which is why I don't need to involve anyone else. If you need allies, we have them, I said, cutting her off. Please, Tanya, my conscience would never allow me to involve your family. You could go to the Volturi, she suggested. Eliezer speaks often of their fondness for you. If you ask for help, they'll give it. Guilt settled upon me, heavy and cold. In any other circumstance, Arrow would probably come to my aid. Chelsea may have toyed with my emotions, but even without her, I was certain that Arrow and I would have been friends. Perhaps I will, I murmured. Mostly to keep her from guessing the truth. We're always here for you. Just say the word. I smiled to myself. Do me a favor and don't tell Jasper that. I'd rather he didn't go on a recruiting mission. Is that what it would take to get you to accept our help? No, I still wouldn't accept your help, I told her, smiling down at her. But it would cause tension between Jasper and me. And we really don't need any more of that these days. I noticed the two of you were a little stiff with each other. What happened? I shrugged off her concern. Just a difference of opinion. It will pass. You're so evasive, she chided. Remember how we used to confide in one another? I stopped and turned to face her, brushing her chin with my thumb and forefinger. Come to the wedding in June. I'll tell you all about it then. Assuming Jasper hasn't gotten you all killed. Yes, I smiled. Which we will, optimistically, assume. The trip to Denali was short. I practiced with Eliezer for several hours and then we all went out together for a leisurely hunt, where I got to try putting my new skills to good use. As it turned out, hunting was much easier and much more fun when I was using my instincts. It gave me a rush like I had never felt before. And I wanted Carlisle more than I ever had before. I don't know how I managed to keep myself in check when, under the influence of my more primal instincts, I was presented with the view of Carlisle's graceful form running along a dry riverbed after a fleeing polar bear. It was the sexiest thing I had ever seen, and had we not been in the company of 11 other vampires, I wouldn't have bothered to keep myself from jumping on him and tearing his clothes off. And then we were on our way home. I used the time to practice pushing out with my shield, gauging the distances that I was capable of covering and trying to manipulate the malleable membrane so that I could include some people while excluding others. Edward sat next to me and helped me figure out when I was successful. I was still having a hard time feeling my shield, but he could tell me when mines disappeared off of his radar, and he gave me feedback to help me get a feel for things. Jasper hung back this time instead of speeding ahead on his Ducati. He and Alice rode close enough to Carlisle's Mercedes that he could monitor the conversation between Edward and me. And I occasionally caught a glimpse of approval in his eyes behind the dark shield of his helmet. It felt a lot better than the frustration I had been getting from him lately. After the first day of the drive, Charlie started playing with me. He was doing a little practicing of his own, using his talent to target small animals off the side of the road. I found that, if he was within the cover of my shield, I could tell when he was focusing his talent to attack, and I started teasing him by blocking his strikes. After that, our time was spent with him taking quick little jabs at the others in the cars, and me scrambling to block him before he could hurt them. I failed twice, once when he was targeting Emmett and once when it was me he was focusing on. After experiencing that, I didn't miss again. By the time we got home, Charlie and I were both getting very used to our abilities, and Jasper was on cloud 9. Jacob was reclined on the front steps of the Cullens' house when we parked in front of it, dressed in his usual cut-offs. He grinned widely, and when I got out of the car he rose and strolled toward me, grabbing me up in a tight hug. "Hey, girl," he said, a smug grin on his face. "How was your trip?" "It was great. What's got you looking like the cat who ate the canary?" "I'm hungry," he said. "You got anything to eat?" I laughed. "I'm sure the kitchen is stocked. Let's go see what's there." Jacob laced his fingers through mine and we headed inside to raid the refrigerator. When he was settled with a plate full of bacon and eggs, smothered in ice cream and maple syrup, I tried again. "So give," I ordered. "How come you're all happy?" He shoveled a bite into his mouth. "I got laid," he said around his food. My jaw dropped. "You're kidding. Who?" "You know Leah's cousin, Erin." I frowned. "She's one of the new girls in Leah's pack." He nodded, grinning widely as he chewed his food. "Yep." I thought for a moment, trying to pin down what I remembered of her. "Wait, how old is she?" 19, he said, and took another huge bite. I gasped in mock horror. 19. Who's dating the pedophile now, Jacob? He rolled his eyes. "Bella Swan, I don't even want to hear it from you. We measure our age difference in years and you measure yours in centuries, so you can suck it." I giggled. "So did you guys imprint?" "Hell, no," he scoffed. "This wolf doesn't imprint." I arched an eyebrow. "Oh, you don't? Funny. I didn't realize it was a choice." "It is. I'm a free agent. I'm not going to be Love's bitch." I rolled my eyes. "Whatever, Jacob. I mean it," he insisted stubbornly. "They day your boyfriend imp. Regnates you and pop out some freaky-ass demon spawn as the day Jacob Black imprints." I snorted out a laugh. "Fine, Mr. Free Agent. How was it?" His grin fell a little. "Honestly, not great." "Why not?" He shrugged self-consciously, poking at his food. "I don't know. Her first time, my first time, it was kind of awkward, and it hurt her a little." He stuffed another bite of ice cream and bacon into his mouth. "Are you going to try again?" "Well, yeah," he smirked. "It wasn't that bad." "So, is this, like, a relationship? Or just a little secretive thing the two of you have got going on?" He smiled wryly. "It's awfully hard for me to keep secrets these days." "True." He shrugged again, dropping his gaze. "I don't know. I mean, she's really nice. And damn, does she look good naked. Aw, how sweet. My little Jacob is growing up." "You can cut that shit out right now," Jacob growled, giving me a mock glare. "I can, but I won't. Puppy love is just so cute." "Hey, Bella, you want to share my dinner?" Jacob asked, just before shoving a fork full of eggs and ice cream into my mouth. I jerked away, coughing and gagging into the napkin I snatched from him as the revolting flavors coated my tongue. "Gross, Jacob. That's disgusting. Maple syrup." He grinned and took another big bite. I laughed and threw his napkin back at him. So how'd you manage to get a girl to go out with you, anyway? His smug grin was back. I'm a popular guy these days. I'm the chief of my tribe, the head alpha of all of the packs. Everybody sees me as the guy who ushered in the era of the spirit warriors. You get the credit, not Edward or Alice. The Quileutes wouldn't be such good friends with the bloodsuckers if not for you and me, Bells, he said casually, taking a sip of his juice. You're why Sam was willing to hang around and talk with Edward in the beginning, and you're why I ever met any of them in the first place. Then I should get the credit. Yeah, but you're one of them now. By default, your credit falls to me. I stepped on his foot under the table, just hard enough to draw a yelp from him. Damn, girl, be nice or I'll give you a decapitation scar to match Charlie's. You saw that, huh? I grimaced. He nodded. It's cool, though. Makes him look like a badass. I giggled. Hey, speaking of Charlie, how are Billy and Harry taking things with him? Since he decided to change and all. A dark look crossed Jacob's face. Those two can go fuck themselves, he muttered. His words surprised me. Jacob and Billy occasionally butted heads, but he usually wasn't so hostile. Wow, I said. What's that about? He put down his fork and looked at me. Sitting back in his chair. They knew Charlie was hitting you a long time ago, he said, his eyes sparking with anger. And they didn't do anything about it, because they said it wasn't their business. My jaw fell open in shock. They knew. How? He shrugged. I don't know. Charlie let something slip once, I guess. I don't know. His eyes dropped to his hands in his lap. When Carlisle stepped in to help you out, half the reason they were pissed about it was because they were embarrassed. They knew they should have done the same thing and they just didn't. I snorted. They didn't like feeling morally inferior to a leech, did they? He took my hand, his hot skin burning into mine as his eyes pleaded with me. I'm so sorry. I shrugged it off. Forget it. It's in the past. Is it? He asked, leaning close. Because, the word's out on what Charlie can do. He glanced over my shoulder toward the living room where Charlie was playing chess with Jasper. He didn't have to say the words for me to know what he meant. Everything's fine, I assured him. I swear, no issues. We're like a cold, undead version of the Brady Bunch. He grinned widely and grabbed his fork again. Now there's a show I might actually watch, he said, stuffing a large bite of dripping ice cream and syrup into his mouth. Guess what? I said, nudging his leg with my foot. Turns out I'm not a defective vampire after all. No kidding, he said around his food. Says who? Eliezer. He says I'm an extra cool vampire. Jacob rolled his eyes. Yeah, extra cool. You can barely feed yourself. I ignored his jab and told him about what Eliezer had discovered. Let me get this straight, he said, gesturing with his fork. You've developed a double shield because you're such a cold, unfeeling bitch that nobody can get close to you. Including yourself. My jaw dropped in shock and I let out an indignant squeak just as Carlisle cleared his throat warningly from the next room. I snapped my mouth closed and grinned, gesturing toward him. You'd better watch your mouth, Jacob Black. He snorted. When have you and I ever watched our mouths around each other? I crossed my arms over my chest. Things are different now. We're not just Jacob and Bella anymore. He pushed back his plate and propped his elbow on the table, leaning his chin on his hand. Oh really? And what are we? I'm mated to the leader of AV. A powerful vampire family that's about to make history as the coven that ended the reign of the Volturi, I said pointedly. And you're the spokesperson for the entire Quileute nation. I gestured between the two of us. If we fight, we could start a whole big supernatural war. It's a very delicate situation. Jacob snickered derisively. Right. Well, Your Majesty, Queen of the Olympic Coven, let's get one thing straight. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. You and I are always going to be just Jacob and Bella. He grabbed my hand, tracing the fingertip that no longer bore the scar from an old dirty fish hook. We swore an oath, and we never said anything about it ending when either of us died, or even when one of us turned into a walking icicle and started smelling really bad all the time. He winked at me, grinning the way only Jacob could. We said we'd be there for each other forever, no matter what, and I'm holding you to it. Got it, Missy. I smiled warmly. Got it. He sat back, still holding my hand. So, you're a cold, unfeeling bitch, huh? Yeah, pretty much. Cool, He looked at his empty plate. I could go for dessert. Do you guys have any pie? Carlisle Cullen's point of view. The next weeks passed far too quickly. Jasper was thrilled with the new information about Bella and Charlie, and he rearranged his original strategy to utilize them. I approved of the new scenario, since it involved Bella holding back and shielding the rest of us while we attacked rather than getting involved herself. She was able to expand her shield to allow her instincts in, which helped her fight off Jasper's emotional control, yet she was still more valuable as a defensive player than an offensive one. Jasper made it quite clear that he wanted her focus to be on protecting rather than fighting. Jasper's training had us working together like a well-oiled machine. He used stand-ins for the Volturi guard and had us do dry runs of the strike again and again, day after day. The days bled into weeks, which bled into months, and then it was June. The date Bella and I had originally set for our wedding came and went, and I found myself questioning whether we'd been wise to have postponed it. I didn't want Bella worrying about the Volturi on what was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but I desperately wanted to bind her to me, to have some real claim on her in the event that things went wrong. But I couldn't think like that. The thought of losing my girl was too painful to consider. So we waited, we sparred, and when Jasper allowed us breaks I carried her away from the family and made passionate, uninhibited love to her, and I pretended that I wasn't more terrified than I had ever been before. All too soon, we were boarding the chartered plane to Italy. This part was complicated. I and my family were to spend a week at a rented vacation house on the outskirts of Pisa, ostensibly so that Charlie could be changed into a vampire and have a few days to get his bearings. The Volturi were under the impression that wolves wouldn't allow his change while we were in Washington. The Volturi, of course, kept tabs on traffic in the airport, and they were expecting our arrival any day now. I sent a messenger to Volterra when we landed to alert Arrow and the others to what we were pretending they didn't already know, that we had come to Italy as promised. They sent the messenger back with a note letting us know they were looking forward to seeing us at our earliest convenience. They were impatient to stake their claim. That week was not wasted. In that time, Jacob and FIVE of the Quileute Pax took commercial flights into the airport in Florence and drove to Pisa to meet us at the house. They were doing everything they could to avoid attracting attention from the Volturi. They would be entering Volterra behind us, hoping that by then the Volturi guard would be gathered inside to greet us, and would therefore not notice the unpleasant-smelling army descending on the castle. That was what Jasper was most anxious about. He was afraid their smell would give us away. The wolves would have to keep their distance until we were inside. Finally, the day of the planned assault. We were all gathered together in the vacation home. Several of the Quileute boys had gone out to get food, and they were packing away an impressive amount of calories among them. A message had been sent to the Volturi informing them that we would set out to meet them at sundown, and now we were simply waiting. I was standing in a corner of the main room of the house with Bella, instinctively protecting my back against an assault that wasn't coming. A part of my mind still waited for it, still kept tabs on everyone around me, though while we were here in Italy we would not be drawing undue attention to ourselves by playing those games. The rest of my thoughts were consumed with Bella. I held her back against my chest and let my lips trail down the smooth column of her throat, tacky in her scent and listening to the playful banter between my girl and her best friend. Jacob was sprawled out on a nearby couch, leaning against one arm while his girl, Erin, sat between his legs and reclined against him. She looked on silently while Bella and Jacob shared the uncomplicated connection that they had established as children. I had gotten over my jealousy, I realized. For a long time, I had been intimidated by the easy camaraderie between Jacob and Bella, but I was entirely unconcerned by it now. I appreciated Jacob for the unconditional friendship he offered, and I only occasionally disapproved of the coarseness with which he treated my girl. Jasper was pacing back and forth at the front of the crowded room, his eyes frequently straying to the window. The assault would begin in a few short hours and he was impatient for action. He was frustrated that these last few days couldn't be spent running drills and honing an already perfected strategy. The inactivity aggravated him. "Let's run through it one more time," he said, loud enough so that those in nearby rooms could hear. He was answered with groans from all around. "Will you relax?" Jacob grumbled. "We've got it, all right. We know what we're supposed to do." Jasper fixed him with a glare. "Humor me. Jacob rolled his eyes, but didn't argue. Carlisle, Jasper said expectantly. As soon as we enter the throne room, I'll make a show of beginning to remove my gloves while I approach Arrow, I answered, which will draw attention to Arrow and me. That's when I'll hit them, Jasper said. Before you have to shake Arrow's hand. I'll flood the room with emotion. And then Bella, what's your job? That's when I'll push my shield out around all of us, she responded dutifully. Particularly Charlie. I'll make sure he's protected while he kills Renata. And then I'll pull it back off of him to allow him to use his gift to attack the others. Good, Jasper said. And Charlie? Charlie answered from the kitchen. Once Renata is dead, I'll target anyone on your hit list that hasn't already been attacked. Alice, Jasper said. As soon as you flood the room, Carlisle and I will start attacking the people on the list, she said. We'll start the back of the room and work our way toward you and the brothers. Arrow will be my first responsibility, Jasper said, putting in his part. Then Keys and Marcus, and then anyone you two haven't taken care of. And Bella. She rolled her eyes. This was a point of contention between the two of them. I'll be behaving myself like a good little girl, doing absolutely nothing except shielding you all from mental attacks. Jasper gave her a wink, the only emotion he allowed himself to show. Good. Rosalie. Emmett and I will be creating a diversion, she spoke up from a nearby room. As soon as you go into the castle, I'll start a fire at a shop down the street to draw the attention of bystanders. Edward. I'll be waiting outside with everyone else, surrounding the castle, he said, sounding a little bit bored. When you flood the room, I'll have Jacob signal the others to move in. We'll seal the exits and not let anyone in or out. And Jacob, once I let the other alphas know we can move in, Embry, Isaac, Brady. And I will follow your scent inside and head right for Bella. We'll keep her safe and make sure she behaves herself. Bella stuck her tongue out at him, and I smiled. I was glad there would be someone there to look after her. Leah, Jasper prompted. We bat cleanup, she answered from the kitchen table. Once Jacob lets the rest of us know that things are under control, we go through the saws. TLE and herd anyone who's left into the throne room with you. Then we stand around looking menacing while you gloat over the fallen monarchy. Jasper smiled tightly. And when we leave, we all go together, Lucas spoke up. And we watch each other's backs, because you're bound to piss a few people off. Jasper nodded grimly. Lucas had come a long way under Jasper's tutelage, and my son was now confident in his ability to lead his pack. That's it, then, he said softly. We're ready. I wrapped my arms tightly around Bella, drawing her as close to me as I could get her. Promise me you'll be careful. I whispered in her ear for the 252nd time. No matter what else happens, promise me that you'll put your own safety first. She gave me the same answer she had given me 251 times before. I promise I'll put my safety second, she whispered back. Right behind yours. It might have been enough for me if I'd believed her. I had a feeling, though, that if she saw Jasper taking on too much, she would try to help him. And Jasper was bound to take on what anyone else would assume to be too much, but he could handle it. He was terrifying in battle. Of course, I had warned her repeatedly that he would worry her, but I was still concerned that she would panic and rush to help him when no help was needed. But then, if everything went according to plan, Jasper wouldn't get into any trouble. We had several long seconds with which to work, and if we wanted to, we could probably destroy everyone in the room in that time with the numbers we had. The problem was, not one of us imagined everything would go according to plan. A sense of restless fatalism filled the house. Had we not needed to lie low for the sake of discretion, I would have taken Bella somewhere to be alone with her. The future was tenuous, the possibility of what might happen hung heavy in the air. No one wanted to waste the opportunity to express what could be their final thoughts to their loved ones. And yet no one wanted to behave as though they thought any one of us might not come back from Volterra. So we acted like it was any other day, except we held each other tighter, gazed at each other longer, and quietly. Secretly, we cherished one another. My mind wandered over the time I had had with Bella. It was brief, a few months out of hundreds of years, but already my life was defined by her. All I had done in my years on this earth I now saw from a new perspective. My struggles with morality were worthwhile because they made me a man my girl could respect. My successes were important because they earned me her favor. My failures, because she forgave them, only mattered insofar as they molded me into the man she loved. Not for the first time, I swore to myself that I would not leave Volterra without my mate. Jasper wanted my focus on his targets, and I understood that, but half of my mind would always be with Bella, monitoring her to make sure that no harm was coming to her. Jasper knew that. There was a reason he was sending 4 wolves to protect her. And if we failed, then I would do my best to secure the safety of my family before I surrendered my life as well. These were thoughts that weighed heavily on all of us. Each among us cared deeply for our companions, and we were each silently preparing for the worst. What would we do if our loved ones paid the ultimate price? Jasper was agitated, and I had a feeling the emotional climate had something to do with it. I considered doing something to help, but as always, it was Alice who eased his burden. Shish. E moved to his side and wrapped her arms around him. I knew simply by the expressions on their faces that she was pouring all of her love into him, drowning out the anxiety. He held her, kissed her, whispered requests for her to be careful. Jacob and Aaron were exchanging similar cautions and promises, murmuring to each other while Jacob's hand stroked idly over Aaron's stomach beneath her shirt. Her eyes were closed, and a small, private smile played over her lips as Jacob murmured in her ear. I turned Bella toward me and gazed into her eyes. The red was starting to temper and fade into a gentler orange. Though since she hadn't hunted in a week, that color was significantly darker than it usually was. Thirst wasn't a serious concern with Bella, but as we would be moving Charlie through streets crowded with humans, his needs had to be addressed. Hunting wasn't an option in our circumstances, and though I had my reservations, we had settled on supplying him with several bags of donated man blood that he would drink right before we left the house. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be his first taste of human blood. The month before, he had stumbled across a pair of campers, men that he had known before his change, though not well. He had been hunting with Emmett, but his gift had quickly neutralized Emmett's strength and he'd killed the humans. He had taken it hard, and it seemed the ACC ident had served to strengthen his self-control. The next time he'd caught the scent of a human, he'd run in the opposite direction. "Where are your thoughts?" Bella asked me, her eyes still on mine. I smiled fondly at her. "Everywhere. I'm afraid. Perhaps you could help me focus them." I leaned down and captured her lips in a kiss, which she immediately deepened. She clutched lightly at the sides of my shirt, tucking her small frame against me, and I slowly stroked my hands over her back. She was much stronger now, but still so small, and the feel of her slight body beneath my hands only strengthened my urge to protect her. I turned her into the corner, placing my body between her and any non-existent threat, my senses pricked to warn me if anyone approached us. No one did, of course. Now was not the time for games. About an hour before sundown, Jasper cleared his throat. Without having to be told, his strike team assembled. I took Bella's hand and followed Jasper and Alice out the back door with Charlie trailing after us. We ducked quickly into a car parked behind the house and drove it to a separate house a kilometer away, also rented to us for the week. This was the tricky part, getting rid of the scent of the wolves. They had not entered this house, so this was where we had left the clothes we would wear to Volterra. The 5 of us made our way to the showers in the house, and E spent the next hour scrubbing all traces of the quileutes from our skin and hair. Then we dressed, and as soon as the sun dipped below the horizon, we climbed into a separate rented car from the one we had driven between the houses, one not tainted with the smell of wolves. I started the engine and steered the car toward Volterra. Bella's hand found mine and she laced our fingers together, gripping me tightly. "I love you, Carlisle," she whispered. I looked over at her and read the fear and anxiety in her eyes, both of which were overshadowed by the love she was expressing. "I love you too, my angel," I breathed. "I'll see you safely through this. I promise." Bella Swan's point of view. Dimitri was waiting in front of the castle with Felix when we pulled up, and for the first time, I felt a little twinge of guilt for what we were about to do. I had felt bad about this before because of what it meant for Carlisle and Charlie, but I hadn't felt bad over the idea of eradicating the Volturi. But Dimitri had been nice to me, all things considered, and now I was attacking his coven. At that moment I got a small taste of what Carlisle must have been feeling all along, and it sobered me. "Don't let it show, Bella. Don't give anything away." I stuffed down any ill feelings with a practiced hand, and by the time Carlisle had opened my door for me I was ready with a friendly smile. He guided me through the courtyard, followed closely by Alice and Jasper, who were making a show of gripping Charlie's arm to keep him under control, and we stopped in front of the two men. Dimitri was looking at me with odd approval and he stepped forward to greet me, taking my gloved hand in his. "Mrs. Cullen," he murmured, bowing and bringing my fingers to his lips. He straightened again, his gaze sweeping over me. "You look lovely, as always." For just a moment I was thrown by the speed of his speech. Over the last months I had gotten very comfortable with the way Carlisle and his family spoke, slowly and deliberately. So that any humans, or in our case, wolves, would be able to keep up. I adjusted quickly, though, and gave Dimitri a playful smile. "What you mean to say is that I look a lot better than last time I was here," I teased him. He laughed self-consciously. "Immortality agrees with you." "Yes it does," Felix said, looking me over appreciatively. He shouldered Dimitri out of the way and kissed my hand as well, his eyes lingering on my chest. Carlisle cleared his throat pointedly. "Felix, may I present my wife?" Felix's gaze snapped to my face at Carlisle's tone and he grinned ruefully. I led at Carlisle's possessive claim, particularly because, despite what we were letting the Volturi believe, we hadn't actually gotten married yet. "I'm sorry I never got a chance to say hello the last time we were here," I told Felix. "I hope we'll have some time to get to know each other this time." It was convenient for me that it wasn't quite so easy to tell when I was lying these days. "We'll make a point of it," Felix agreed. Dimitri took Carlisle's hand. "You're doing the right thing," he said, his eyes flicking to Charlie. "And I promise, Chelsea won't get her hooks too deep into Jasper and Alice. Arrow has agreed to go easy on them for diplomacy's sake." "That's good to hear," Carlisle said gravely. "I value my family above all else, Dimitri. And we value your friendship a great deal." I took Carlisle's hand and squeezed it reassuringly. This wasn't helping him, I knew, and I was glad when Dimitri and Felix moved on to greeting the others. "You look good too, Charlie," Dimitri said approvingly. "How's the thirst?" Charlie grunted unhappily in response. Felix gave a low laugh. "I remember those early days. It's hell for the first couple of months. You'll want to stay away from the human staff as much as possible or you'll snap. It's like waking up, though, isn't it?" Dimitri said enthusiastically. "Suddenly you can really see, really smell, the world is an entirely different place." Charlie smiled tightly. "It'll take some getting used to." Dimitri looked slightly disappointed at his lack of a friendly response. "Yes, well, shall we go in, then?" I wanted to stall just a bit longer, too. Let the others move into place so they wouldn't be rushing once we were inside. I could hear their car engines as they moved through the city, and I wanted them just a bit closer. "Will you forgive me if I hold you up?" I asked, letting my gaze sweep over the courtyard. I'm seeing everything with new eyes and there's just so much to take in. "Of course," Dimitri said brightly. "Take your time." This was good. This would be an excuse for moving slowly through the halls of Volterra while the boys arranged themselves outside as well. I strolled slowly around the courtyard, examining the plants in the fading twilight. Getting a close look at the way the ivy found crevices in the stone to cling to. When it sounded like the cars were in place and Edward's team was only waiting for us, I moved back to the group and tucked my hand in Carlisle's again. "Thank you for indulging me," I said. "I'm ready." Dimitri favored me with a smile and guided us into the main castle. We stepped inside and immediately the scent of human washed over me. Carlisle gripped my arm and I heard Jasper and Alice both close their hands over Charlie's arms as well. But it wasn't the scent that got to me. I glanced at the WAM, and behind the reception desk and stopped short, staring at her. This was the first time I had actually looked at a non-wolfy human since I had changed, and what I saw was, well, it wasn't that pretty. Her face was slightly off balance. One eye a little smaller than the other, her nose slanting to one side. I might not have noticed as a human, but my perception was sharper now and suddenly it was glaringly obvious. And that wasn't all. Her pores were all too visible, and I could see evidence of greasy buildup in them. There were little stray hairs around her eyebrows that really needed place. No wonder Rosalie had been so thorough with the tweezers, and fluid congealed at the corners of her eyes and mouth. She looked, sort of gross. I tried to think whether Jacob and the other Quileutes looked so unpleasant. But none of them had seemed so repulsive to me. Maybe this one just had particularly bad hygiene. Is that what I looked like to you? I asked Carlisle in a whisper, not wanting my criticism of her to reach her ears. Carlisle laughed softly and pulled me against him in a warm embrace. Bella, you have always been the most beautiful woman in the world to me, he murmured. Then with a wry smile he admitted. Though, yes, your appearance has improved a bit. He winked at me. Felix snorted. Yeah, a bit. Dimitri was looking between Charlie and the receptionist, his expression wary. Perhaps we shouldn't spend too long in this room, he suggested, gesturing toward a corridor that led away. Good idea, Jasper agreed. Gianna, inform Arrow that we're on our way back, Dimitri told the human woman. Then guided us away from her in her inviting scent. This is where I really needed to slow things down. Now that we were inside, Emmett and Rosalie could create their diversion. And the boys could exit their cars and take up their positions around the castle. I could no longer hear them, due to the heavy stone of the building and the care they were taking to stay quiet, so I just had to give them what time I could. I spotted a tapestry and slowed as we approached it, letting my gaze sweep over it. My new eyes picked out a million things that my human ones would not have. The tapestry was aged, clearly, but had been restored. The threads were distressed, and had been stained over as the original color had faded. How old is this? I asked, stopping in front of the hanging. Dimitri laughed softly, shaking his head. These young ones are easily distracted, aren't they, Carlisle? That's certainly true for my Bella, he replied. When she first woke up, I had to ask her a question 3 times before she could focus enough to answer it. I can't help it, I told them with a self-conscious smile. There's just so much to see. Dimitri chuckled. This is 12th century, he said, gesturing to the tapestry. It was woven shortly after Sweden's cultural conversion to Christianity, and it depicts the transition from Norse polytheism to Christian monotheism. My eyes widened. I'd only meant to slow us down by asking about it, but now I was intrigued. How so? I mean, I guess I don't understand what I'm seeing. There's dual symbolism all over it, Dimitri said. For instance, these 3 characters, here. He pointed out 3 prominent figures that dominated the left side of the hanging. Ostensibly, they represent 3 prominent Scandinavian saint kings. But there are hints that what we're really seeing is the Norse Trinity. Look here. He pointed to the head of one of the characters. You'll notice that Street Olaf only has one eye. He turned to me and smiled. Are you well versed in Viking mythology, Mrs. Cullen? Just Bella, I told him. No, I'm afraid I'm not. The All-Father, Odin, was said to have traded one of his eyes for a drink from the Well of Wisdom. And here, he pointed to a second figure. Do you see what King Canute is holding? I examined the item in the second figure's hand. It looks like a cross. Indeed, but notice that the center is brown and the crossbar is gray, which hints that this is not, in fact, a depiction of a cross, which is generally all carved from the same material. This is suggestive of Thor's hammer. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. What about this last one? More double entendre. This would be Street Eric. You'll notice he's holding an ear of corn. I looked closely, frowning. Is that what that is? He chuckled. It is indeed. Eric is credited with promoting agriculture. But this could also be Frey, the god of fertility. I was enjoying this lesson on subversive art. What else? Felix cleared his throat. Perhaps we should be moving along. The others are waiting for us. Dimitri frowned apologetically. He's right, he told me. But I'll show you more later if you'd like. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen. I nodded anyway, smiling brightly, letting him think this wasn't the last time we would be on friendly terms. Jasper caught my eye and gave me an approving smile as we started moving through the halls again. I had bought us plenty of extra time for the team outside to move into position, and I could see the confidence in his stance. Things were moving along at an ideal pace for him. We followed Dimitri into the spacious Antero. And he flashed Charlie an encouraging smile. Ready to greet your new coven? Charlie nodded wordlessly, and Dimitri pulled the door open. He and Felix flanked our group, striding with us into the large throne room. It was crowded with people, as it had been the last time we were here, though it seemed that the grouping was slightly more formal this time. Arrow and his brothers sat in their thrones, looking cool and confident in their place as kings of the vampire world. The rest of the coven stood in a half-circle around them, arranged by the color of their robes. Those cloaked in the darkest robes stood nearer to the dais, and those on the ends were dressed in pale gray. Dimitri and Felix detached themselves from our group and moved to take their places among the coven as Arrow rose. "Carlisle," he smiled warmly. "It's so good to see you again. And, Bella, just look at you. You're lovelier than I could have imagined." He drifted forward, and Renata moved out from behind his throne, her hand reaching out to grip the back of his robes. I heard Charlie draw in a sharp breath behind me. Before Carlisle could signal us to start, Charlie shot forward, running toward the dais. Jasper swore and leapt after him, tackling him to the ground, and immediately the crushing weight of despair and hopelessness crashed down on me. I wasn't ready for it, and my knees buckled, sending me tumbling to the floor. Through a haze, I heard Jasper roar Charlie's name furiously. I pushed out with my inner shield, drawing my instincts in and letting them dull the influence of Jasper's manufactured emotions. I staggered to my feet in time to see Charlie leap at Renata's kneeling frame. "No," I gasped. I hadn't been protecting him. I quickly stretched my shield around Charlie and the rest of the family, though. Not before Charlie collided with Renata, wrapping his arms around her and dragging her away from Arrow. His own defenses seemed to be enough, though, since he wasn't redirected. He shoved her back into the wall at the back of the dais and pinned her there. He spun around, bracing her slumped, shuddering body against the wall with his back, and fixed Jasper with a lethal glare, snarling threateningly. My jaw dropped. Was he insane? He had turned his back to her and exposed his neck to her teeth. Sure, she wasn't able to do much now, but it wouldn't be long before she shook off Jasper's control and became lethal. And was he challenging Jasper now? Cold fingers of anxiety danced up my spine. Already a second and a half had passed, and no progress was being made. "Bella, get your shield off of me," Charlie ordered. I couldn't. I had to protect him until Renata was dead. That was the entire reason I was here. "Take it off," he yelled. I stared at him, locked in indecision, until he turned his glare on me. He jabbed at me with his talent, sending pain ripping through me, and I instinctively snapped my shield back to myself, blocking his attack. As soon as I did, I heard Arrow's agonized cry from the front of the room. Charlie had shifted his assault from me to Arrow, but he still hadn't killed Renata and my head was spinning with fear for him. Jasper seemed to come to a decision when Arrow collapsed, though. "You keep her the hell out of my way, Charlie, or I'll kill her myself." He ran to the platform and ripped off Arrow's head, then pulled a lighter from his pocket and set the body ablaze at the front of the dais. Charlie's assault shifted to Keys, and Jasper moved on to Marcus. Their actions set Carlisle and Alice in motion. Carlisle ran for the twins on one side of the room, while Alice zeroed in on Chelsea on the other side. But we had wasted too much time. I could see people around me staggering to their feet, struggling to regain their ability to act. I hastily pushed my shield out again, protecting my family, deliberating over whether I should jump in and help them. Chelsea was fighting back more than we had hoped she would and Alice was struggling. I had just dead to help her when Jacob and 3 of his pack burst through the door, running to flank me. I had started toward Alice, but they dragged me back to the doorway. "She needs help," I protested, but I only got a growl in response from Jacob. I looked up just as Alice sent Chelsea's head flying through the air, landing in the flames at the front of the room. She turned her attention to Afton, but he was on his feet, fighting against Jasper's haze, and for just a moment their eyes met. Alice froze. I remembered Carlisle's warning not to look Afton in the eye, that he could plant ideas in a person's head and turn coven mates against one another. "No," I yelled. "Alice." Carlisle had just finished dismembering Jane, tossing her fractured body into the flames. Alec was already dead. At my cry, he spun toward Alice, just in time to see her running toward him. She lunged at him and he dodged to the side, but her hand shot out and caught him around the neck, dragging him to the floor. She went for his throat, but he managed to get an arm between them, and she ripped it off at the elbow. Carlisle roared in pain as she tossed the limb aside, and his cry caught Jasper's attention. He ran toward them, but so did Afton. and the two of them locked together in a wrestling match as Jasper struggled to dominate him without making eye contact. Carlisle was still struggling against Alice, and as skilled as he was, I knew it wasn't a fight he was going to win. "Jacob, you have to help him," I yelled desperately. "Alice, she can't see you guys, you're the only ones who have a chance against her." Jacob hesitated for just a moment. But then he and Embry tore off after them, leaping into the fray and dragging Alice back off of Carlisle. "Don't you fucking hurt her," Jasper warned, dodging a feint and shouldering Afton into a wall. Alice snapped and snarled, struggling to get away from the wolves, but they outmuscled her and pinned her to the floor. Carlisle leapt to his feet and ran to assist Jasper. And together they quickly dispatched Afton and dumped his remains on the growing fire. Alice struggled wildly against the wolves, and with a roar she managed to break free of Jacob's hold and sink her teeth into his foreleg. Jacob howled in pain and staggered backward, his cry adding to the growing confusion in the room. Both of the wolves at my side abandoned their posts, rushing in to get Alice under control again. I followed close behind, dropping to my knees next to Jacob. "Suck the venom out," Carlisle yelled to me, as he quickly fitted his arm back in place again. "But don't swallow his blood." Jacob was writhing in pain on the floor, his whimpers sending terror ripping through me. I grabbed his leg to steady it and sealed my lips over the ragged bite, sucking at the blood. I gagged and coughed at the bitter, rancid taste, spitting it onto the ground, but I forced myself to do it again and to pay attention to what I was tasting. I drew another mouthful of blood, recognizing the sweet flavor of venom that laced the fluid. I spat and sucked again and again, gagging and choking, until the sweetness faded and Jacob's blood ran clean. Carlisle was at my side, then. "Help me get him onto the dais," he urged. The two of us lifted him, and as we did I looked frantically around the room. We were out of time. The crowd was looking sluggish and disoriented, but they were glaring at us and I expected an attack at any moment. We had barely made it a few steps when it came from behind me. I dropped Jacob and spun around just as Felix grabbed me and slammed me into the floor in the puddle of blood that I had sucked from Jacob's wound. I grunted in pain as cracks scattered over my skin. Before my body could mold together again, Carlisle was on Felix, wrestling him away from me. Felix's teeth sank into his shoulder, and Carlisle deftly ducked away before he could get a good hold. The large vampire left a deep gash in the skin, but Carlisle had managed to avoid losing any body parts this time. Felix attacked again and I shoved off of the ground and ran at him. I knew I was fighting instinctively, exactly the way Jasper didn't want me to, but I needed to distract him, to keep him from hurting Carlisle. Felix saw me coming and changed tactics. He grabbed me and spun me around, holding me back against his chest and wrapping a hand around my throat. "End this, Carlisle," he hissed. "Get your coven out of Volterra or I'll kill your girl." Carlisle froze and fell back a step, his eyes filled with horror. I growled in frustration. I had ignored Jasper's training and now I was jeopardizing everything. I had to fix it. And my eyes searched the room for something that could give me an advantage over Felix. Jasper was on the dais at the front of the room, fighting off a woman who had been bold enough to try to take him on. Charlie was still holding Renata against the back wall, but he was taking jabs at anyone who was trying to approach the dais. Both of them were too distracted to help me. I clawed at Felix's hand. My fingers slick with Jacob's blood, and that's when the idea hit me. Without a second thought, I reached over my shoulder and shoved my fingers into Felix's mouth. His first instinct was to bite down, and a searing pain ripped through my fingers. But as soon as he tasted the blood on my hand he gagged and recoiled. It was all the distraction I needed to break his grip. I darted away from him, grabbing Carlisle's hand and running with him to the front of the room where our allies could offer us some cover. The room was in chaos. Inky black smoke led from the raging fire and filled the room with a dark haze. Alice had been released and was sitting on the floor next to the fire near where Jasper now stood, her body hunched and her hands gripping her hair. Jasper had a new bite on his neck and a gash in his forearm, but he was ignoring it and struggling to intensify the already devastating emotions he was pumping into the room. Jacob lay on his side, whining pathetically. And the other three wolves sat around him, though only Embry was looking at him. Isaac was watching Alice, and Brady had his eyes trained on Charlie and Renata. "We need to finish this," Jasper growled as Carlisle and I joined him on the platform. Embry, you and your boys go secure the door. I don't want anyone trying to run. The wolves reluctantly left Jacob's side and ran to take their places. Charlie. Get up here, Jasper said, waving him forward. Charlie didn't move. Get up here. Jasper snapped again, irritated. If you want the protection of this coven, you'll stand with us. Charlie pulled Renata in front of him and wrapped his arms around her, moving her to the front of the dais but keeping the fire between himself and Jasper. As soon as they were standing where he wanted them, Jasper pulled back the flood of misery. I heaved a sigh of relief, as did everyone else in the room. Jasper took advantage of the relative quiet of the moment and stepped forward. Listen up, he said, his deep voice ringing through the room. Things are going to be a little different from now on. He gestured to the fire. The Brotherhood is dead. Alec, Jane, Chelsea, Afton, dead. His hard eyes swept the room. Anybody feel like joining them? There was no answer. There wasn't even the slightest movement. Every vampire in the room had gone still at the shock of his words. Jasper singled out a stocky, dark-haired man standing toward the back of the room. You, he said sharply. You'd better come to terms with this in a hurry, or you're going to find yourself in the fire with your friends. The man ground his teeth, but said nothing. Jasper glanced at the back door. Edward, we're good, he said calmly. There are a few stragglers that need to be brought in, and we're missing Sulpicia and Athenadora. Kill them on sight. I wondered briefly why he had spoken aloud, until I realized that he was asserting his dominance over the gathered crowd. By issuing an order to kill the mates of the former coven leaders, he was reminding everyone that he had already bested Arrow and Keys. We stood silently, listening to the sounds of the wolves and the rest of the family scouring the castle, searching for anyone who might be waiting in other rooms of the castle. There were some cries of protest, a couple of screams, and after a few minutes, the wolves herded 5 more vampires in street clothes through the door. They released the vampires, who I assumed were visitors and not members of the coven, and spread out around the room, lining the walls. The vampires in the room edged closer to the center, giving the Quileutes plenty of space. Behind the wolves came the rest of the Cullens, all of whom were carrying body parts of destroyed vampires. I recognized the heads of Sulpicia and Athenadora, the 2 women who had been so insulting to me the last time we had been here. Their broken bodies were tossed on the fire and the Cullen family gathered on the dais behind Jasper. All of us, even Emmett and Rosalie, who had been creating a diversion elsewhere, had made their way back to stand with us. Jasper had done it, though the danger hadn't yet passed, the worst of it as over, and he had seen us all through it alive, if not entirely unscathed. I absently rubbed the bite mark that still viciously stung my fingers. Once everyone was in place, Jasper spoke again. If you're only here visiting the Volturi, it is your privilege to witness a historic moment, he said coolly. The leadership has fallen and this coven is disbanded. You'll all be given 1 hour to collect our personal effects and leave the castle. His eyes challenged the crowd. Are there any objections? For a moment it looked like no one would speak up, but then Dmitri drew in a deep breath and separated himself from the crowd. I have an objection, he said quietly. I found myself silently pleading with him to shut his mouth and get lost in the crowd again. I liked Dmitri and I didn't really want to see him burn. Will you hear me out? He asked softly, and I was relieved that he was at least being cautious. Jasper nodded curtly. Why disband the coven? Why not assimilate? If you're going to take a position of power, you'll need the strength and talents that we can provide. Jasper's eyes darkened and he opened his mouth to answer, but Carlisle placed a hand on his shoulder. His eyes silently asked Jasper to let him take the lead. Jasper lowered his head deferentially, taking a step backward. Once again, I recognized the message he was sending to the remnants of the Volturi, and perhaps to Carlisle. He was acknowledging Carlisle as his superior. You misunderstand, Dmitri, Carlisle said. This was not a bid for power. Arrow threatened my family and we did what was necessary to remove the threat. We have no intention of taking over Arrow's position. Dmitri frowned his disapproval. You would let the vampire world fall into anarchy. There are always those who are ready to fill the vacuum of power. Plenty of them, Dmitri agreed. But it tends to be a violent process. That's unnecessary when you have a capable coven who would likely be more fair-minded than most of our other options. Carlisle shook his head. I don't want it. I have never desired a political position. Well, you've got it, he said, crossing his arms over his chest, whether you want it or not. You neutralized the Volturi. So until a replacement government is erected, people will look to you to settle disputes and protect our anonymity. So set one up, Jasper said. You seem to have a knack for politics, Dmitri. Step up and do the job. He smiled dryly. I wouldn't last 3 days. My talent is not one that offers much protection from contenders. And sadly, since you've destroyed Chelsea, there's no way to bond Togay. They're a coven that would be able to go unchallenged for long. He nodded toward the group on the dais. Your coven numbers 8, not counting your remarkable allies. He gestured around the room at the wolves. You're already in prime position. Jacob pushed himself unsteadily to his feet, eyeing Dmitri through the slowly dwindling fire. Edward cleared his throat. Jacob wants to know why only one coven can lead, he said. He reminds us that his tribe is governed by a council of representatives from many families. Dmitri raised his eyebrows. A council, you say? And they don't all live together. They live near each other. Within the same city. But they don't struggle with the difficulty that comes with everyone trying to live under one roof, as you've all done here for so long. How often does this council meet? Edward looked to Jacob, and then spoke again. Once a week, unless necessity calls them together more often. Dmitri looked intrigued. Suppose we were to create a council, he murmured. All of us living in the same city would be somewhat difficult, but if we settled within, say, 500 kilometers. He trailed off and frowned. But it could be difficult to travel so far every week. You wouldn't really need to travel most of the time, I pointed out. There are other ways to confer with each other. Such as, now he was just being dense. You could send messages to each other with carrier pigeons. I said with a completely straight face. Dmitri cocked his head, giving me an odd look. I rolled my eyes. Cell phones. I suggested. Web conferencing. Seriously, you guys need to join the 21st century. He gave me a rueful smile. Well, it's the beginning of a good idea, he said. Still, the council would carry more weight if it was led by someone who helped bring about the fall of the Brotherhood. He looked pointedly at Jasper. Oh, hell, no, Jasper said. I've spent enough of my life babysitting squabbling vampires. I'm retired. Charlie. Dmitri said hopefully. I looked at my father. He was still hovering protectively over Renata, and my eyes widened as it suddenly occurred to me what was going on. She's your mate. I blurted out. Edward snickered. Way to keep up, Bella. I ignored him, focusing on my father. Oh my God, that's so great. Congratulations. Renata ducked her head bashfully. A glance around the room reminded me that maybe this wasn't the best time to discuss it. And I got back to the matter at hand. Dad, you know, maybe this could be good. I broke away from Carlisle and moved to him to take his hand. I mean, you were thinking about coming here anyway, before all this. And I know you'd be good at it. You had to do this kind of thing all the time in Forks. Charlie snorted. That was a little bit different. Of course, Dmitri said smoothly. But you're not talking about taking on leadership all on your own. I've been advising Arrow for a very long time, and I'd be happy to perform the same office for you. And having Renata around will give you some protection. Jasper put in. It's not a bad idea, Charlie, if you're up for it. He wavered in indecision and Carlisle stepped in. I know many people who might be interested in advising you or serving on your council. I have an old friend in Ireland who has a talent for knowing when she's being lied to, and a nomad who tends to stick to the eastern seaboard of North America who has a strong sense of justice. And perhaps someone from Tanya's coven in Denali would be interested in serving with you for a while. For a while? Dmitri asked. Carlisle smiled. It's not such a terrible idea to explore term limits, my friend. How convenient would it have been if Arrow had been expected to step down after 100 years or so? Dmitri considered that carefully. His first 100 years really weren't so bad. Carlisle nodded. Power corrupts. The best of us would falter after 1,000 years of struggling to retain the position he held. A woman I didn't recognize spoke up. A council and term limits. Carlisle Cullen. Before long you'll be trying to get us to elect our leaders. He shrugged. It's problematic, since so many of us are nomadic. It makes it hard to run a campaign or notify everyone of voting dates. But, I wouldn't discount the notion. There's much to discuss, Dmitri murmured. Charlie, can we count on you to take charge of our new council? Charlie looked at Anata and whispered something in her ear. She smiled, and that one action transformed her from a worried, waifish girl to a sweet, adoring woman. She nodded. Charlie squeezed my hand. You're okay with this, Bella? I expect you to come back for the wedding, I told him archly. I'm not walking myself down the aisle. Charlie chuckled. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I beamed at him. I'll need lots of help with this, Charlie told Dmitri. He smiled. I think it's wise to have as much help as we can get if we're going to try and overhaul our entire system of government. Carlisle was nodding thoughtfully. Yes, it seems we'll have to amend our original edict, he said to Jasper. Addressing the crowd, he said, those of you who prefer not to be a part of this process may now retrieve your belongings and be on your way. If, however, you would like to contribute advice or suggestions, please stay. This promises to be a fascinating evening. More than half of them left at once. Some hesitated, deliberating with their companions, trying to decide whether they felt it was safe to stay. Behind me, Jacob phased and pulled on his shorts. Is this going to take a long time? He grumbled. Because I'm hungry. I rolled my eyes. Jacob, you ate like an hour ago. When did you get to be so whiny? Oh, I don't know, he snapped, maybe right around the time that Alice bit me. He shot her a glare, though his eel broke through and took the sting out of his words. Alice ducked her head, twisting her toes self-consciously against the marble floor. Yeah, sorry about that. Whatever, Jacob grumbled. At least you managed to keep all of your limbs. Carlisle teased him, displaying the unhealed tears at his elbow. Edward snickered. You know, this whole thing would have gone a lot more smoothly if you guys hadn't spent half your time fighting with each other. I giggled. Yeah, but that would have made Jasper's life way too easy. Jasper was shaking his head in frustration. Swear to God, y'all are going to give me an aneurysm. I grinned at him and moved back to Carlisle's side, bringing his arm to my mouth and licking at his hastily reattached flesh. He gazed adoringly down at me as I used my venom to heal the ragged rips in his skin. 2 more vampires left the room and headed down the corridors to pack up their belongings. There were 12, however, who seemed to have decided to stay. Felix was among them and he caught my eye. Though I couldn't read his expression. You've all decided to help us out? Carlisle asked the remaining vampires. When his question was met with nods, he smiled. Wonderful. Let's get started. He gestured for us all to step down off the dais, and everyone formed a large ring in the center of the throne room. Most of the wolves held back, but Jacob joined the circle, hopping down onto the hard marble floor and crossing his legs in front of him. I liked his casual display, so I joined him, tucking my legs underneath me since the dress I was wearing didn't really allow me to sit the way he was. To my surprise, the remaining members of the Volturi Guard followed our lead, looking anxious as they sat on the floor as though they thought it was some sort of unfamiliar. Our custom they felt they had to conform to. Carlisle laughed and sat beside me while the rest of the family followed suit. I leaned close to Jacob. I feel like we should be passing around a peace pipe. Damn, I left my peyote in my other pants. Carlisle smiled but focused his attention on my father. Now, Charlie, he began genially, how many members do you think this council should have? Carlisle Cullen's point of view. Our discussion stretched on for hours, and it was well after midnight when Jacob had finally surrendered to his appetite and insisted that he and the rest of the Quileutes had to eat. We had all made our way down to a lower level of the castle, where a large, surprisingly modern kitchen was hidden away. There had been 6 humans on staff when we entered the castle, and obviously why they had not been harmed during the coup. I had expected that they would run away, but when we reached the kitchens, all 6 of them were huddled around a table, silent and pale. They had come to RK for the Volturi because they wanted to be vampires. They had knowingly risked their lives for that purpose and they weren't about to be deterred now. Their had perseverance paid off. Each was now under the sponsorship of one of the old Volturi Guard and would be changed and guided through the first year once things settled. They had gone off to their quarters to sleep and now the kitchen was outed with vampires and Quileutes, both in human form and wolf. There was still some tension but it was easing, due in part to the playful nature of the wolves and the easy interaction they had with my family. Bella and Jacob in particular were a model for amicable relations between the species, as they had always been before. Their affection for one another had not diminished in the slightest with Bella's change. And for that I was grateful. My girl was strong, but she badly needed stability. Jacob provided that for her. My eyes were on the two of them as Jacob stood over the stove, waiting for water to boil. He poked at Bella playfully with an uncooked spaghetti noodle, and Bella was pretending to be irritated. Jacob Black, she snapped, batting his hand away. If you don't knock that off, I'm going to give you a bite on your right arm to match the one on your left. His eyes widened. Did you just threaten me? What happened to Queen Bella and Chief Jacob avoiding interspecies war? Bella Lou ked coolly around at the wolves in the kitchen. I think we can take you. Seth bound up behind her and tickled her, making her laugh and wriggle out of his grasp. Help, I'm being assassinated. I thought you could take us. Seth crowed, dragging her back to him and tickling her again. I laughed softly at their antics, but I frowned when my eyes fell on Jacob's arm. Jacob, how does that bite feel? I asked him. Hurts like a motherfucker. And it's taking forever to heal. I moved to his side, taking his arm in my hands, and examined the injury. The venom had been removed, but any tissue that had been exposed to it was irreparably damaged. He would always carry the scar as a reminder of what was done here. It is healing, though, I murmured. I had worried that it wouldn't, that sucking out the venom may not be enough. But the edges of the punctures were knitting together again and Jacob had fully regained his strength. You so owe me, Alice, Jacob teased her. Whatever, she said dismissively, waving him off. If you had helped me when Bella told you to, it wouldn't have been a problem. And have Jasper riding my ass for disobeying orders. No, thank you. I smiled and drew back again, silently enjoying their bickering. I stood against the wall and scanned the room. Despite the casual mood, the Quileutes were being cautious by ensuring that no more than half of them took human form at any one time. Yet that didn't stop them from communing with the group. Emmett was throwing bits of jerky into the air for Jared to catch, and Leah, in human form, was feeding two wolves by hand from a large bowl. There had been talk of some of the Quileutes leaving, optimistic conjecture that they were no longer needed, but young Lucas had taken an adamant stance against it. Jasper had trained him to take care of his boys and he was doing just that, insisting that no honorable protector would leave his companions behind. The rest of them quickly agreed and phone calls were made to worried parents and friends, letting them know that they were all right but would be staying a while longer. Much progress had been made tonight, but it was clear that several more days of intensive discussion would be needed to create a framework for this new experimental government. After that, there would be years of trial and error as we learned what worked for our world and what didn't. I didn't envy Charlie the difficulties he faced. But the more we discussed it, the more satisfied he seemed. Charlie was in his element now. He had always been an enforcer for the people of Forks, and he was now taking it upon himself to be an enforcer for all vampire kind. But for now, talk of government had ceased. While the boys ate, we took a break. Charlie and Renata were currently huddled in a corner, holding a whispered conversation. Jasper caught my eye and beckoned me over to him. I smiled at him as I made my way through the crowd. With Chelsea dead, the distance between us that we had struggled so hard to bridge had disappeared. Jasper was my son again, my friend, my trusted advisor. I felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from my shoulders as I stepped closer to him than I had in weeks, leaning in to listen to whatever it was he needed to tell me. His hand on my shoulder felt comfortable and natural once again. Most everybody's settling down and getting comfortable, he murmured, but those two are worrying me a little. He nodded toward the back wall of the kitchen, where Felix and Dimitri were standing together. Dimitri looked entirely relaxed, but Felix definitely did not. His posture was tense and his eyes were fixed intently on Bella and Jacob. I immediately felt myself stiffen, a growl trying to build low in my throat. I held it back, but my eyes stayed on Felix as I spoke. Why? What are you getting from them? Felix is scared. Everybody's nervous, but he's really nervous, and it's not going away. He snapped his fingers in front of my face to draw my gaze back to him, and he gave me a warning look. This is the kind of fear that makes people attack. He's afraid he's going to die, and he'll do whatever he has to do to survive. I nodded soberly. And Dimitri? I'm a little confused about him, he admitted. I mean, He's seriously fucking pleased with himself for the way he's been pulling everybody's strings, but I'm okay with that. We figured someone would step up and take over. And your boy Dimitri has done a pretty admirable job of it. I nodded. Yes, I agree. So what's the problem? He crossed his arms over his chest, fixing Dimitri with a puzzled stare. He's got some issue with Bella. Every time she speaks to him, or even meets his eye, he gets defensive. I get disappointment from him, and betrayal. I don't know. I don't quite understand it. I frowned. I admit, it does make me uneasy. However, I have my doubts that he would act on any negative feelings toward Bella. Dimitri is a skilled politician. His loyalties lie with whoever holds power, and right now that's us. He won't want to anger our coven or alienate Charlie. Maybe not, but it's worth exploring further. I nodded. True. I found Edward and Esme among the crowd, standing in the kitchen with 3 of the younger Quileutes. Passing on cooking tips. I silently spoke Edward's name and he looked up. I gestured him over, and with a kiss to Esme's temple, he broke away from the group and came to join us. I voicelessly filled him in on what Jasper had told me, and he laughed softly. You're dead right about Felix, he told Jasper. He attacked Bella and threatened to kill her. He's figuring he's not the sort of thing Carlisle will forgive easily. He glanced toward him. Right now he's watching Jacob and Seth, trying to figure out the best way to get back into Bella's good graces. A grin broke across Jasper's face. So what? He's trying to work up the nerve to give her shit like the Quileute kids do. Edward nodded, his eyes shining with mirth. The great thing is, it would probably work. I nodded my agreement. I believe it would. I've seen no indication that Bella holds a grudge against him. Do you hold a grudge? Edward asked. I shook my head, turning my gaze away from Felix and back to him. No. As long as he shows no further signs of aggression, he'll remain my friend. Good. That means you can keep your focus on Dimitri. He's the real threat. My gaze slid to my old friend Dimitri, our eyes locking for a moment. He hadn't missed our little meeting, and though he wasn't showing signs of anxiety, his eyes were suspicious. He's kept his thoughts very guarded, Edward explained. He can hide things from me in a way he never could with Arrow, and he's fully aware of it. No hints of what he's hiding. He clasped his hands behind his back, his face thoughtful. If I had to guess, I'd think it's just things you've already surmised about him. He doesn't want to be open about just how much he's manipulating the situation for his own benefit. He glanced at Dimitri, who was still watching us, and then looked back at Jasper and me. He has advanced his position and won himself some powerful allies, and I don't think he realizes that you've got his number. He wants you to think of him as a patriot. I do. I only hope his ambition doesn't take him down the path that Arrow blazed before him. Edward shook his head. That seems doubtful. He wants influence but not power. He's all too happy to keep himself just to the right of the person wearing the target. I drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. Should we be allowing Charlie to do this? Jasper nodded. Yes, he said confidently. He's the right man for the job. He can handle himself in a fight and he's got Renata watching his back. Plus, Dimitri likes his place. He'll be a good advisor to Charlie because he'll want the new government to stand. Dimitri's a fair man, Edward added. He had the nerve to argue with Arrow when he felt it was important. Imagine how much more willing he'll be to push Charlie into doing the right thing. And Charlie will be a more receptive audience, Jasper said, if only because he'll want Bella's approval. I nodded. You're right, of course. But I would feel a lot better if I understood whatever it is that has Dimitri upset with Bella. Edward clapped a friendly hand on my shoulder. I'll be listening, he promised. I smiled at him. Thank you. Edward moved back to Esme's side, casting one more quick glance at Dimitri, who was still watching us impassively. I let my eyes sweep over the room again. It wouldn't be much longer before we reconvened to continue our political discussions, and I wanted to take some time for myself first. I let my eyes rest on Bella, who was now wielding a spaghetti noodle and dueling with Alice. The winner, it appeared, was the one who broke her opponent's noodle while keeping her own intact. I smiled. My girl had astonishing capacity for joy, and though it had been difficult to uncover, the freshly tapped well now bubbled over with happiness. I need a few moments, I murmured to Jasper. Look after her. Of course. I watched Bella for a moment longer, laughing to myself as her noodle snapped and she complained indignantly about the shoddy craftsmanship of Italian pasta. I turned away, sparing one last glance at Dmitri before slipping out of the kitchen and making my way back upstairs to the throne room. The fire had burned down long ago, but remnants of smoke hung in the air and the sweet-smelling ashes still held traces of warmth. I slowly made my way up onto the dais next to the blackened pile, and I took a moment to remember my fallen friends, Chelsea, with her sharp wit and love of music, Afton, the practical joker with a perpetual smile, Corin, who had always been so loyal to the people she loved and who had helped many find peace and contentment, Alec, who with his cool head had always been a formidable opponent at chess, Jane, who had never shied away from a challenge, whether it be physical or verbal, Sulpicia and Athenadora, gracious and endlessly supportive of their husbands. Keys could be cold, but I had to admire a man who had raised himself above the squalor that the vampires of his time dwelt in. He'd insisted on being more than he was expected to be. And instead of skulking in the shadows and living like a parasite, he'd created a life in which he could enjoy more refined hobbies. Keys had raised the standard of living for vampires everywhere. And Marcus, if mercy could have been shown to anyone, I would have liked it to be for Marcus. He was the heart of the Brotherhood, and I suspected that things might have turned out differently if he hadn't lost his mate and pulled so completely into himself. Without his compassionate voice to temper Arrow's ambition and Keys's determination, the group had grown ever harder. And then there was Arrow, one of the greatest minds ever to grace the earth. Arrow, who loved new experiences and new challenges. Arrow, who had tried so hard to make a vampire out of me and had get in endless amusement when he failed to root out my humanity. His lust for power was a flaw, but didn't we all have them? It was heartbreaking that his ambition had sentenced him to death. I knelt before the cinders and bowed my head, crossing myself before speaking words that were all too familiar on my lips. Into thy hands, O merciful Savior, I commend thy servant, Arrow. Acknowledge, I humbly beseech thee, a sheep of thine own fold, a lamb of thine own flock, a sinner of thine own redeeming. Receive him into the arms of thy mercy, into the blessed rest of everlasting peace, and into the glorious company of the saints in light. Amen. Before I had finished the prayer, I heard Dimitri's step in the corridor beyond the doors. I tensed, but didn't look up as he entered the room and moved slowly toward me. He stopped at the base of the dais, and I flicked a glance at him as I finished the commendatory prayer. He stood before me, opposite the ashes of our comrades, and clasped his hands in front of him. His shoulders were tense, but his head was bowed, and he remained respectfully silent. I lowered my eyes again, much of my attention still on him, and once again made the sign of the cross. Into thy hands, O merciful Savior, I began again, I commend thy servant, Marcus. Edward's step wasn't far behind Dimitri's. I might have guessed. Dimitri was an unknown entity just now, and Edward wouldn't trust him to be alone with any of the family. I suspected that Jasper would be here too, had I not commissioned him with Bella's care. Unlike Dimitri, Edward didn't enter the room. He stayed in the doorway. His presence a mere precaution. Acknowledge, I humbly beseech thee, a sheep of thine own fold, a lamb of thine own flock, a sinner of thine own redeeming. I continued steadily, in spite of the new distractions, giving the souls of my old friends a proper farewell. Dimitri and Edward both kept still and silent as I prayed for each one of the deceased, and it wasn't until I had myself to my feet again that Dimitri raised his head. You're an old fool, Carlisle, he murmured softly. Perhaps. Like most vampires, Dimitri considered my Christianity something of a ridiculous superstition. Nevertheless, he admitted, I appreciate the sentiments. Your devotion is touching. I smiled sadly. You don't trust me, he said abruptly. I locked gazes with him once again. Not entirely. He looked saddened by my response. I've always been a friend to you. I inclined my head in agreement. You've always been a friend to most everyone. You and I have similar philosophies on the matter. Yet you doubt me. I do. His eyebrows pulled together. Why? Because your aspirations are not unlike Arrow's. Arrow craved power, Dimitri said. I crave order. I nodded. His assertion was comforting, if perhaps not entirely true. And what exactly is your problem with Bella? He looked startled. With Bella. If you're truly a friend to me, you'll be honest with me. He dropped his eyes, looking somewhat abashed. I have no problem with Bella. It's nothing but a little pettiness. I'll get over it soon enough. I waited for him to explain, unwilling to let him off the hook quite so easily. Dmitri heaved a sigh. She played me, he admitted. I raised an eyebrow. You know how it is. The younger generations have no appreciation for art or history. He crossed his arms over his chest. When I showed Bella the Solomenas, she asked about the man and I thought she might be actually care. When she admired the flowers in the courtyard, and then the tapestry. He shrugged his shoulders, trailing off. I thought she had an eye for beauty and culture. I thought she might be someone I could share that with. I was a little confused. And what makes you think she's not? It was all an act. She was stalling so your shapeshifters could move into position. He raised his eyebrows challengingly. Wasn't she? I smiled sadly. I'm afraid she was, yes. And then she was kind enough to mock my age, he growled irritably. Join the 21st century. Indeed. Edward strode forward, moving up beside Dmitri. I don't think she intended any offense. You've seen how she is with Jacob. Bella teases the people she considers friends. Dmitri shifted uncomfortably. I suppose that would make us even. One unintended offense for another. I raised an eyebrow. Was he implying that he had insulted Bella? Before I could ask, Edward was clapping Dmitri on the shoulder. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Bella gives the rest of us crap about being old all the time. The tension in his shoulders eased. At any rate, I'll get over it. I'm being childish. Edward seemed ready to move on. Carlisle, are you done? Jasper would prefer to have us downstairs. I smiled fondly at my son's protectiveness. I am, I said, moving down from the dais. I gave the ashes of my departed friends one last look and then moved between Edward and Dmitri, steering them toward the door with a hand on each of their shoulders. We made our way back due to the kitchens and I smiled at the laughter and conversation that drifted out of the room. The picture that met me when we walked inside, however, put me immediately on the defensive. Jacob was sitting at the table in a metal chair. His back to me, his hands tied behind him and secured to the slats on the chair. I immediately drew back, taking in the scene in front of me. Despite the circumstances, there was a noticeable lack of hostility, even from Jacob. Erin was sitting cross-legged on the table in front of him, feeding him from a plate of spaghetti and meatballs, while Bella sat next to her. One bare foot propped up on Jacob's knee. Jacob was trying to eat spaghetti from the fork Erin offered him without getting tomato sauce all over his face. He was failing, and he seemed to think it was hilarious. The rest of the people in the room were as relaxed as could be expected, and Jasper's expression was amused, so I eased out of my defensive posture. Jacob, I said guardedly, have you been misbehaving? Yes. Bella answered for him, giving him a pointed look. He stole my shoe and he broke it. To emphasize her point, she held up a designer shoe in one hand and the heel that had snapped off of it in the other. No, you broke it, Jacob protested. It's not my fault you have such a hard head. I moved to Bella's side. You were hitting my girl on the head with a shoe. He cleared his throat, suddenly very interested in the plate of spaghetti on Erin's lap. No, he said innocently. I raised a stern eyebrow. Do we have to amend the treaty to include assaults with footwear? Yeah, do we? Bella asked, smacking him in the shoulder with the shoe. We do now. He grinned. I consider that a direct threat to the safety of the tribal chief. I laughed and leaned in to kiss Bella before moving. To stand with Edward and Esme against the wall. Edward was grinning. Felix is almost there, he whispered softly, leaning close so only Esme and I could hear him. Bella was still lecturing Jacob on breaking her shoe. Now I'm going to be walking all crooked, she sulked. Felix rose. I can help you with that, he smiled. He moved in front of Bella and pulled off her other shoe, deftly snapping off the heel before handing it back to her. There you go. Bella's jaw dropped, and she let out an indignant squeak. I can't believe you just did that. Felix's smile faltered just a little. You just ruined a perfectly useless shoe. He shifted uneasily, trying to read Bella's reaction. Bella grinned playfully at him. Don't you think you've done enough damage for one day? She asked, wiggling her scarred fingers in his face. He laughed, following her cues, though there was still an undercurrent of tension. Technically, it was yesterday when I bit your fingers. Oh, Bella said. Well, all right then. That elicited an almost natural laugh from him. I bet you have tons of scars, huh? She asked, tossing her ruined shoes under the table. Felix pulled up the sleeve of his robe, showing a scattering of bites and healed-over tears. All over. Any good stories? And just like that, he was a part of her circle. I had no doubt that Bella would consider Felix a friend when we left Volterra. She had grown so much since I had met her. She was no longer the frightened child who kept everyone at arm's length, and it warmed me to see her feeling comfortable with people. Dimitri drifted over while Felix was telling his story. When he finished, Bella looked up and gave Dimitri a sunny smile. "Hey," she said brightly. "Feel like telling me more about that tapestry upstairs?" His eyebrows raised in surprise. "Are you actually interested? I thought that was just a ruse." Bella smiled sheepishly. "It was, but you made me curious. I'd be happy to discuss it with you some more," he said warmly, offering her his arm. "Shall we?" Bella tucked her hand in his elbow and hopped off of the table, letting him guide her toward the door. "Care to join us, Carlisle?" Dimitri offered. His invitation, I knew, was meant to appease me. He wanted me to know he wasn't trying to separate Bella from the group for malicious purposes. If I truly trusted him, I would decline his offer, and had it been anyone other than Bella on his arm, I might have. "I'd love to," I said. Following after them, Bella Swan's point of view. I was sprawled out on the couch with my head pillowed in Emmett's lap while Rosalie held my feet, brushing pale yellow polish onto my toenails. I was happy. Emmett definitely hovered near the top of my list of favorite people in the world, and Rosalie was quickly climbing the ranks. But it wasn't just their company that had me floating. Everything in my life was pretty much perfect. We had been home from Italy for just over a month, and though I had wondered if I would be bored with Jasper no longer scheduling every minute of my time, Carlisle's bookcases kept me plenty busy. And so did Carlisle. He had put in a lot of face time at the hospital lately, trying to make up for the leave of absence he had taken. As well as the 2 weeks he would be taking off starting tomorrow, but that didn't stop him from making time for me. We read together, chatted together, and well, we did other things together, too. Often and with enthusiasm. Emmett tickled my nose with a lock of my hair. I giggled and swiped at his hand, brushing the hair away. "You know, I'm a little bit surprised to still be ticklish now that I'm a vampire," I told them. Rosalie smiled and fluttered her fingers against the bottom of my foot, making me squirm. "Why? You didn't think the whole heightened senses thing would extend to your sense of touch?" I shrugged. "It's just, you guys always felt like granite to me. It's hard to imagine granite being ticklish." Emmett laughed. "Fair point." I sighed contentedly. "I'm getting married tomorrow," I murmured. Emmett tapped the tip of my nose affectionately. "Are you nervous?" I considered his question thoughtfully and then shook my head. "No," I said, smiling to myself. "I'm marrying Carlisle." That said it all. The kindest, gentlest man in the world would be formally declaring his intention to stay with me forever. It was too good to be true. My entire life was too good to be true. But it was true, and the bliss of it filled me. Seeping into my hard skin, permeating my entire being. I was loved and I was standing on the threshold of an unfathomably long life with the most wonderful man I had ever known. I had always thought that I had gotten the short end of the stick with the life I had led, but if 17 years of misery were the price I had to pay for an eternity with Carlisle, I wouldn't utter a word of complaint. He was patient, loving, compassionate, he was everything good in the world, and he was mine. "You're glowing again," Rosalie smiled absently as she touched the brush to my pinky toe. I laughed. She had been teasing me for weeks about being so lit up that I was distracting her. "Yeah, well, how many girls can say they managed to snag Carlisle Cullen? I think I've earned the right to glow." Her smile widened and she winked at me. "Well, aren't we proud of ourselves?" Emmett teased me. "We are, indeed," I told him with a satisfied nod. "Listen, Emmett, last chance. We can still pull Claire from the wedding and have you be the flower girl instead." He snickered. "I would be a damn pretty flower girl and you know it. But I can't take that away from the poor kid. She's looking forward to it." I laughed, thinking of Claire. The girl was absolutely fearless, which was good because she'd be growing up in a perilous world. Quill had imprinted on her a couple of weeks ago. And at that moment the little girl's course had altered drastically. But if you asked me, the change was for the better. Her life would be spent surrounded by amazing people, people I loved dearly. And I doubted very much that she would ever regret being pulled into our mystical world. Gone were the days of hiding under her blankets in fear of the things that went bump in the night. From now on she would embrace them, fully and quite literally. At 3 years old, she was already utterly enamored of Quill, and more often than not she could be found sitting happily astride his shoulders or clinging delightedly to his leg. Love, it seemed, was ageless. At 3 years old, at 17, or at 350, it was the most wonderful thing that could ever happen to a person. ISTILL couldn't believe it had happened to me. I heard the crunch of tires on gravel and sat up quickly, but as soon as I recognized it as Alice's car, I sagged in disappointment. Emmett laughed. You look like someone just stole your lollipop. I grinned wickedly. Well, in a way. He snickered. Your boy and his lollipop will be home soon. I huffed irritably, but I couldn't keep the smile off of my face. Alice was bringing Charlie home. After all, and I couldn't exactly be disappointed about seeing him. I had hoped Carlisle would be home when they got here, though. He had intended to arrive before Alice so that he could properly greet our guests, but it seemed he had gotten held up, so the duty fell to me. Not that it would be a hardship. I was looking forward to seeing Charlie, of course, as well as Dimitri and Felix. And though I was a little bit nervous about it, I was anxious to see Renata as well. I hadn't spent enough time getting to know her the last time we were in Volterra, because Charlie had been spending that time getting to know her. But after all, she was sort of my stepmother now and I owed her a certain deference. The part of me that didn't much care for step-parents was making me nervous. I would really have preferred to have Carlisle beside me for this. I took a steadying breath and pushed myself to my feet, looking down at my sunny toenails. Well, I said to my toes, come on, feet. I ignored my shoes, since my polish was still drying, and padded softly to the front door, slipping out onto the porch. I breathed in the warm summer air, picking up the scent of English roses on the breeze. And I smiled to myself. Even if this greeting went badly and Renata couldn't stand me, I would be just fine. I had Carlisle, I had a family, and I had the scent of English roses. I was safe. I watched the black SUV Alice was driving make its way up the gravel road, listening as Alice chattered happily with the others in the car. She dominated the conversation so much that they were only a few yards away when I realized that someone was missing. Dimitri and Renata sat in the back seats, listening politely to Alice's wedding talk, but Charlie and Felix weren't there. A sharp spike of disappointment jabbed at me. I knew Charlie was busy, but he had promised he would come. It hurt to think he couldn't take the time to be here for my wedding, and it unnerved me to imagine trying to talk with Renata without him there as a buffer. Alice parked the car and she and Jasper exited, helping the others out as well. They filed up to the porch, and Dimitri approached me first, holding out his hands and closing them around mine. Bella, he smiled fondly, leaning in to kiss my cheek. It's so very good to see you. I returned the kiss and pulled back to give him a smile. You too, Dimitri. I'm sorry Carlisle couldn't be here to greet you. He should be home before too long. No worries, princess, he said, his eyes sparkling. I shook my head at the tongue-in-cheek nickname he had stuck me with during the frequent phone calls he and Charlie had made to the Cullens over the last few weeks. Where's Charlie? His Majesty had a bit of business to take care of, he said, still grinning. But he promised he would be here later tonight. He said to tell you he wouldn't miss your wedding for all the tea in China, though I can't say I consider that a terribly inspiring pledge. I rolled my eyes and smacked his shoulder. You need to cut out that, His Majesty, crap. You're going to inflate his ego. He laughed. Bella, sweetheart, he's the leader of the world's entire population of vampires. It takes an egotist of the most extreme sort to accept that position. And what does it take to accept your position? A masochist. I laughed as he stepped aside and held his hand out for Renata. Drawing her forward. I felt a little bit awkward. How was I supposed to greet Renata? Did I shake her hand? Was that too formal? Should I hug her, or was that an invasion of personal space? I opted to hold out my hand to her, and then in a nod to my hope that we would become closer, I leaned in and kissed her cheek. Thank you for coming. It means so much that you could make it. She gave me a bashful smile. We wouldn't miss it. Charlie's been looking forward to seeing you again ever since you left. Jasper and Alice moved to retrieve the bags from the car and I ushered Dimitri and Renata inside. "I'll show you upstairs," I told them. "You're welcome to use our room to store your things and freshen up." "That's very kind of you," Renata said with a smile as they followed me up. They were taking a few minutes to get settled when I heard Carlisle's Mercedes turn onto the drive. I rushed back downstairs, but Rosalie grabbed my arm and stopped me from running to the door. Bella. You can't go running through ferns and gravel until your polish has a chance to dry all the way." I pulled my arm away from her and glowered at her. "Fine." I moved to the porch instead, leaning back against the post while I waited for Carlisle to park his car in the garage and come to the house. He grinned at me as he strode from the garage, his briefcase in one hand and a little bunch of jasmine in the other. His smile still took my breath away. He winked flirtatiously as he strode up the ramp to the porch, and let out a low whistle. "Hey there, beautiful," he smiled as he tucked the jasmine behind my ear. He braced his forearm against the post above my head, leaning over me. "Say, how would you like to marry me tomorrow?" I tapped my chin, pretending to think it over. "Okay. But only if you promise to keep buying me pretty things." He grinned and leaned down for a kiss. It started out simple and chaste, but it didn't stay that way for long. I reached up to run my fingers through his hair. And he dropped his briefcase and enveloped me in his arms. Without really making a conscious decision to do so, I hitched my leg over his hip and crawled up his body, wrapping my legs around his waist. He stepped forward, pushing me up against the post, and thrust his hips against me. Edward started laughing from inside, where he was fiddling with his piano. "Seriously, Carlisle, you've got a dirtier mind than Emmett." "He does not," Emmett protested. I giggled as Carlisle pulled back. "Dimitri and Renata just got here," I told him needlessly. He would be able to detect their scents, of course. He smiled and kissed my forehead, lowering me back onto my feet. "Wonderful. But where are Charlie and Felix?" "On an errand," Dimitri answered him. He was moving down the stairs, closely followed by Renata. As Carlisle and I entered the house, he was quite sure he wouldn't be more than a couple of hours behind us. Carlisle moved forward to embrace his old friend. "Welcome, Dimitri." He released him and took Renata's hand, bringing it to his lips. "And you too, Renata. It's such a pleasure to have the two of you here." We moved into the living room and took seats on the furniture as Dimitri chuckled, shaking his head. "You really do live like humans, don't you?" "We really do," Carlisle confirmed. "I think you'd enjoy it, Dimitri. Humans live vibrant, variable lives." "Oh, sure, I can see the appeal. But to sit in chairs for no good reason. It seems silly." Carlisle just chuckled. "It's all part of the mentality." Emmett and Rosalie drifted into the room and Rosalie moved to sit on the arm of the chair Dimitri had taken. "So, tell us how everything is going in Volterra." Dimitri grinned. "Well, first of all, we've moved the council's meeting place to Rome instead of Volterra. Charlie didn't want anyone thinking we were simply next-generation Volturi." "Why Rome?" Carlisle asked curiously. "It's more central. The council members have spread out pretty much all over Italy." He smiled wryly. "Also, Charlie enjoys the irony. The man would have us meeting in St. Peter's Basilica if he could manage it." I laughed along with the others, and the rest of the family drifted into the room to listen to Dimitri's news. "So the castle at Volterra is empty then?" Carlisle asked. Dimitri's smile widened. "Not exactly, no." Carlisle cocked his head curiously. "Charlie and Renata came up with this innovative idea," Dimitri said. Clearly delighted. "See, Charlie wasn't crazy about the idea that death was the only punishment for a law infraction, no matter how severe." "I get that," I put in. "But you can't exactly put a vampire in prison, you know." "Actually," Dimitri argued, "you can, if said vampire goes willingly." Carlisle raised an eyebrow. "And why would he do that? If you give him a choice between death and a prison sentence, he'll generally choose prison." "Go figure." My jaw dropped. Charlie made Volterra into a vampire prison. Renata laughed at Dimitri's smug grin. "The idea is that any vampire who steps beyond the castle walls before completing his sentence has chosen death instead. So they stay." Carlisle frowned. "I'm not sure how effective that will be as a deterrent to crime. I've lived in Volterra and I didn't find it unpleasant." Dimitri was still smiling widely. Yes, well, that's where Charlie's creativity comes in. You see, he has declared that no human blood will be consumed within the walls of the castle. The prisoners will be fed animal blood. Carlisle laughed out loud, slapping his knee in appreciation, and I couldn't help the giggles that burst out of me either. That's wonderful, Carlisle declared. Isn't it? Dmitri said brightly. And it's not those lynxes you love so much, Carlisle. It's herbivores, domesticated ones, even. Cattle, sheep, he shuddered, goats. Carlisle groaned. Even I can't tolerate goat. So, wait, I cut in. What do people think of the fact that Charlie uses his own diet as punishment? A horrifying thought occurred to me, and my smile fell. I mean, he's still. Renata smiled reassuringly. Yes, Bella, he's still following your very strange customs. He just tells anyone who asks that he has earned more punishment than any vampire he's ever met. Carlisle slipped an arm around me and pulled my head against his chest. I'm inclined to agree with him, he murmured softly. Dmitri and Renata both looked surprised. For God's sake, Carlisle, Dmitri said irritably. If you held a grudge against Charlie, why did you support him in his position? I don't know how you expect us to set up a decent government if you keep killing our leaders. We don't hold a grudge, I said firmly. As much to Carlisle as to Dmitri and Renata. Carlisle's eyes met mine and he gave me a small smile. No grudge. Charlie is in no danger from us. He focused on Dmitri again. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't like to see him do a few centuries' worth of penance. Centuries? He asked with raised eyebrows. Was his crime that bad? Yes. It was Renata's soft voice that spoke the word, drawing everyone's attention to her. She dropped her eyes, staring at her hands. It was that bad, she said quietly. Without looking up, she went on. But Bella, I wish I could tell you how deeply he regrets it. I know, I said quickly. I didn't want to talk about this now. It was in the past, but the wounds were still raw. It would be a long time before they healed. Seriously, it's fine. Charlie and I are good. Carlisle squeezed my shoulders. Unless he doesn't show up in time for the wedding. In which case, I'll have to have Emmett rip his thumbs off. Dmitri snapped his fingers. Speaking of the wedding, he said, rising. We brought a gift for you. He ran upstairs and returned again a moment later with a large flat box. Here you are. You didn't have to do that, Carlisle said. Of course we did, he said jovially. The entire vampire world is anxious to be in your good graces these days. We're no exception. Carlisle opened the package and I helped him pull out the contents. It was a framed painting. And as I drew back the protective cloth I recognized the Stregoni Benefici painting that Dmitri had shown me on my first trip to Volterra. I pressed my hand absently to my heart, Admiral. Eyeing the rendition of the man who so completely possessed me. I had it reframed for you, Dmitri said. I think the new silver one complements the colors on the canvas much better than the gold did. Though I'll admit it does downplay the color of Carlisle's eyes a bit. It's wonderful, Dmitri, I breathed. Thank you. I stood and stepped close to him, giving him a warm hug. He patted my hair affectionately, and I moved to Renata, kissing her cheek as well. You should have it, Renata told Carlisle. Marcus always intended to give it to you eventually, but when you left Volterra he wanted to keep it as a memento. Carlisle was clearly touched, examining the painting fondly. Thank you so much, he whispered. Conversation flowed smoothly that evening. Dmitri caught us up on what was happening with the new council. And though Renata was mostly quiet, she added a few things here and there. She reminded me of Charlie, how she tended to keep things to herself, and I wondered idly if there was any conversation between the two of them. I could imagine them just sitting together silently, and somehow the picture seemed to work just fine. True to his word, Charlie showed up in a rental car WITH Felix about an hour and a half after Dmitri and Renata arrived. I ran out to meet him, and he caught me up in a bear hug. I've missed you, baby girl, he said gruffly, setting me back on my feet. I pulled back and looked at him. I freaking love the prison idea, I told him, but my voice faltered just a little on the last word as I noticed his eyes. They were a much more vibrant red than my own fading vermilion. He didn't seem to notice. Yeah, think it'll work. I bit my lip. You already know I think drinking animal blood is better than dying, I said cautiously. He laughed. I think most everyone will agree. He started toward the doorway where Carlisle was waiting to greet him, but I didn't follow. He stopped and turned back to me, his eyes questioning. "Do you agree?" I asked. His face fell, and he lowered his head. "Bella, it was one time. I haven't lost control since those hunters. I've done really well, but this." He stopped, looking frustrated. Renata slipped out the front door and moved to Charlie's side, taking his arm. She didn't say anything, but it was clear that her presence was meant to be supportive. Meanwhile, Felix rounded the car and moved to put a hand on my shoulder. "Cut him some slack, kid," he said gently. "It was an accident," I asked shakily. He and Felix exchanged looks, but neither of them answered me. "Dad," Felix squeezed my shoulder. "Maybe you just shouldn't worry about what we did in Arizona." Huh, my eyes widened. Arizona? Dad, where's Mom? Is she okay? Is she even alive? "What did you?" "Your mother is fine," Charlie said, cutting me off. "I didn't even see her." So it was Phil's blood, then. That darkened Charlie's irises. I wasn't quite sure how I felt about that. I just stared at him, trying to unsnarl the tangled feelings inside of me. "Baby," he said, his voice hard. "There are just some things that a father can't forgive." I wondered if I would have been upset if Carlisle had killed him. Probably not. I wondered if I was upset now. Probably not. "Okay," I said softly. His eyebrows raised in surprise. "Okay." I nodded. "Okay." He smiled and pulled me into a hug again. For him, that was the end of it. Everyone greeted one another, and we all moved into the house to sit together and talk. But my mind kept working and Carlisle noticed it. "Are you all right?" he murmured softly to me as conversation buzzed around us. I nodded. His lips feathered over my ear. "Talk to me, Angel. I'm thinking about Renee. She's alone now." I chewed at my lip. "She's not very good at being alone." He looked at me in concern. "Would you like to visit her? Or send her a letter, perhaps? You don't have to completely cut her out of your life." My first impulse was to reject his offer. I had meant it when I'd told her that she and I were done if she chose to stay with Phil. But now I wondered if I had really been fair to her. After all, Charlie had done worse things to me than Renee had. All my life Renee had been letting people hurt me, but she had never actually done anything herself. So why did I find it easier to forgive Charlie than Renee? There was so much good between my mother and me. When she had been between boyfriends, she and I had been best friends. If she'd just stopped letting them interfere, we would have had a great life. But she kept choosing to let them in again. And that, I realized, was the difference. Choices. Carlisle had confronted each of my parents about what they had done to me. Charlie had accepted responsibility, gotten help, and worked hard to correct his behavior. He struggled with his anger, I knew, but he hadn't hurt me since he had gone to counseling. Renee had chosen Phil. Again. "No," I said softly. "I don't want to have anything to do with her." "Are you sure?" I nodded. "She chose him. Every time she let him hurt me, she chose him. Even after he almost killed me, she still wanted him more than me." I swallowed hard. "I don't think I should have to forgive her for that." "You're right," he said softly. "You shouldn't have to. But if that's your decision, please be happy with it." He brushed his fingertips along my jaw. "I want so badly for you to be happy." I smiled, feeling warmed by his words. "I'm happy. I'm marrying you tomorrow. It's impossible for me not to be the happiest girl in the world." He gathered me up in his arms and pulled me onto his lap. "I love you, Angel," he breathed. "I love you so much." I laid my head on his shoulder. "Even though I'm a total head case?" I asked, sliding one hand up to grip the back of his neck. He just smiled and stroked my hair. "I wouldn't change a thing." "Isabella Cullen." I mouthed the name to myself, trying it out on my tongue and feeling very satisfied with how very right it seemed. My Bella was always meant to be a Cullen. I was sitting at the desk in my study, staring at the newly rearranged paintings on the wall in front of me without really seeing them. My attention was on my fiancée and on the girls who were hovering over her in the bedroom down the hall, getting her ready for the wedding ceremony. There wasn't much to get ready, to be honest. One benefit of waiting until after her change to be married was that vampire beauty required minimal enhancement. But the women wouldn't be denied their fun. And they were fussing over her dress and pinning rosebuds in her hair. I heard Bella laugh and I smiled to myself. There was no more beautiful sound in the world than her bright, bubbling laugh. All of this still didn't feel quite real. It was less than a year since I had sat in this very spot, marveling at the way one little girl could so complicate my life. It hadn't occurred to me that it was only the beginning. My little Isabella had rearranged all of my priorities, and had then gone on to upset the entire vampire's social structure, and she was only 17 years old. I glowed with pride over her. She was special, there was no doubt about that. I couldn't wait to see what she would do next. I heard Edward's step approaching and I smiled. "Come in," I invited him silently. If anything could make this moment of exquisite anticipation better, it was the company of my dearest friend. Edward stepped through the door and closed it behind him. "Are you ready for this, old man?" he asked, flopping down in a chair across the desk from me. "I've been ready for this for a very long time." They're settled downstairs. It's about time to get started. I could hear the restless crowd in the yard below. The guest list was a little larger than we had originally expected it to be, due mostly to the increased size of the Quileute pack. All of the wolves had been invited today, along with any family members or imprints who were aware of our secret. The Denali coven had arrived early this morning, and of course, Charlie's delegation was in attendance. Tanya and Dmitri made it back, then? I asked, sifting through the voices downstairs to see if I could hear either of them. Edward smirked and nodded. About half an hour ago. Tanya and Dmitri had taken a quick liking to one another. They weren't mates by any stretch of the imagination, but not long after Tanya and her family had arrived, she and Dmitri had disappeared into the trees seeking privacy. Dmitri's reputation for having a girl in every port was still holding strong. Edward was looking at me expectantly. "Not getting cold feet, are you?" I laughed at the absurdity of the notion. "Of course not. I'm just savoring these moments." He rose and gestured toward the door. "Savor them downstairs, would you? The girls won't let Bella out of the bedroom until you're down there waiting for her." I chuckled and stood, rounding the desk and heading out the door. Edward fell into step beside me, one hand gripping my shoulder as we moved down the steps and out into the backyard. Alice had completely transformed the area. Brightly colored roses bloomed everywhere, adorning every available space. Round tables had been set up throughout the yard, and for now, the chairs at the tables were all turned to face one direction. Alice had left an aisle running between them, lined with more lush bunches of roses, and at the front of the aisle, Jacob waited. As the tribe's new chief, it was Jacob who would be performing the wedding ceremony today. Due to his age, though, he still had to have any legal acts co-signed by his father. Billy was already settled on the front row, ready to lend any assistance necessary. The atmosphere was a casual, friendly one. Most of the Quileutes had chosen to run here today, and cutoffs and simple sundresses were the standard attire, even for Jacob. A few people had dressed more carefully. But even I was clad informally in a pair of khaki slacks and a white linen shirt with an open collar and sleeves rolled to my elbows. Bella had been adamant that this should be a simple, casual affair. And Alice had happily complied. Edward walked with me to the front of the aisle, then clapped me on the back. "I'm happy for you, Carlisle," he said. Then with a crooked grin, he added, "And you're welcome." I raised an eyebrow. "Taking credit for this, are you? You know you couldn't have done it without me." He grinned at me, then jogged back to the house and took his place at the piano. Jacob called everyone to order and our guests took seats at the tables. Esme, Alice, Rosalie, and Renata all extracted themselves from Bella's room and joined us, and then Edward began playing the piano inside. The gentle sounds of the piece he had composed for Bella drifted out to us, and I closed my eyes. I remembered with fondness the days after I had first met her, when I was so desperate for any little scrap of news that Edward could bring me. Jacob slugged my shoulder. "Open your eyes. You're missing your own wedding." I complied, watching as Quill led little Claire to the beginning of the aisle and gave her a little push. She beamed around at the crowd as she walked the path, scattering rose petals across the grass. Bella hadn't been interested in a traditional procession, but Claire had so quickly wormed her way into all of our hearts that we added this in just so she could be a part of things. She flashed me a precocious smile as she reached me, and then PPED her basket of petals and ran back down the aisle, throwing herself into Quill's arms. "I did it, Quill," she crowed triumphantly. He laughed and heaved her up onto one shoulder, carrying her back to their table. "You sure did," he whispered excitedly. "Great job." The music continued to play and I turned my eyes back to the house. I looked through the glass wall and saw Bella appear at the top of the stairs, clutching Charlie's arm. She smiled at him as he guided her down the staircase and out the door. She was breathtaking. She wore a simple yellow gown that bared her arms and fell to her knees in soft, gauzy folds. Her thick mahogany waves had been left loose around her shoulders and a wreath of yellow rosebuds circled the crown of her head. I was quite sure I had never seen anything so beautiful. Her eyes met mine and her smile grew, her face brightening with love and joy. It overwhelmed me to think that it was I who made her light up that way. Charlie gazed down at her, the picture of a proud father. I could still see a hint of anxiety in his eyes, but that was to be expected. Charlie, like any loving father, would always worry about his daughter. He would always be checking up on me to make sure I was treating her well, and he would always be ready to use that exceptional talent of his to punish me if I wasn't. The two of them stepped into the morning sunlight. The refracted beams lit Bella's face, gleaming so brightly that everything else seemed swathed in darkness. The rest of the world fell away and all I could see, all I could hear, all I could smell, was my beautiful girl. Charlie escorted Bella down the aisle, accompanied by Edward's piano playing, and then they were in front of me. Charlie guided Bella's hand to my own, symbolically shifting to me the responsibility for her well-being. I smiled down at her, gazing into her warm eyes, barely noticing when Charlie drifted back to take a seat next to Billy. I was in awe of her. She was the most exquisite creature ever to walk the earth. And by some miracle, she had chosen me to be the man upon whom she bestowed her love. I was truly blessed. "You're beautiful, Bella," I whispered, raising a hand to brush her cheek. "You shine so brightly that you put the very sun to shame." She gazed shyly up at me. "I can't be half as beautiful as you." Jacob cleared his throat pointedly, drawing our attention. "Would you two quit running your mouths? It's my turn to talk." Bella giggled, and we dutifully turned toward Jacob, allowing him to begin the ceremony. "Dearly beloved," he said solemnly, "and all of you that we don't really like that much but felt obligated to invite anyway." Ow. Bella had cut him off by kicking his leg, and he glowered at her. "You're not supposed to kick the officiant," he admonished severely. "You're not supposed to tell our friends we don't like them." Jacob rolled his eyes. "Fine. Everybody's beloved. Are you happy?" "Yes, thank you," Bella said sweetly. Jacob grinned. "We are gathered here today in the presence of the bastard upstairs. Jacob Black," I said sharply, "if you blaspheme during my wedding ceremony, I will have your hide for a rug." Touchy. "Fine. We are gathered in the presence of God and/or the Great Spirit. To join this leech," he gestured to me, "and this parasite," he indicated Bella, "in holy matrimony." Bella giggled. "Or anyway," Jacob added, "as holy as matrimony gets when you're marrying hell spawn." Bella's musical laughter sounded again, and she moved close to me, hugging my arm. I was glad she was amused. I was enjoying Jacob's playfulness, so very much like Ephraim's, but if it was ruining the moment for her, I would insist on more gravity from him. "If any of you know of any reason why these two should not be married, speak now so Carlisle can have you murdered and we can get on with it." He scanned the crowd. "Nobody. Seriously. Felix, what about you? I know you've been checking Bella out whenever Carlisle's not looking." Felix cleared his throat uncomfortably from one of the back tables. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Anybody else?" Jacob prompted. "Anybody." Bella kicked him again. "Ow. Would you quit that? I will if you quit trying to get people to object to my marriage." "Fine. They're a bunch of cowards anyway. Now, you guys have vows or some shit, don't you?" I nodded, unable to keep back a smile. I turned to Bella, pulling my arm from her grasp, but taking both of her hands in mine. "Isabella Swan," I murmured, my adoration for her pouring out in my voice, "I come before you today in the sight of God to offer you all that is truly mine to give, my heart. I ask that you take this heart in the spirit with which it is given, freely and unconditionally, without reservation." Bella gazed at me, her eyes full of light and love. "Carlisle Cullen," she breathed. "I accept your offer and give you my heart in return, freely and unconditionally, without reservation. I cherish your love, and dedicate myself to you." I squeezed her fingers lovingly, gazing into her face. "Those vows sucked. Bella's head whipped around to glare at Jacob. Excuse me, you didn't even promise anything. There's a reason they're called vows, you know. The corners of my mouth quirked up in amusement. It was a declaration of love, Jacob. He fixed me with a pointed look. You're marrying my best friend. You'd sure as hell better be making her some decent promises. I laughed softly, turning to Bella. Something more traditional, then. She nodded, smiling radiantly. I brought her fingers to my lips for a brief kiss. I, Carlisle Cullen, take you, Isabella Swan, to be my lawfully wedded wife. To have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, to love, honor and cherish. And obey, Jacob broke in. And obey, I conceded with a smile, for the rest of eternity. And hereto I pledge to you my faithfulness. Bella's eyes sparkled. I, Isabella Swan, take you, Carlisle Cullen, to be my lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse. For richer or for poorer, to love, honor and cherish. And order around, Jacob interrupted. Bella ignored him. For the rest of eternity. And hereto I pledge to you my faithfulness. I released her right hand and reached into my breast pocket, withdrawing the wedding band that completed the engagement ring I had given her. I slid it into place on her finger, giving her one more token of my love for her. With this ring, I said softly, I thee wed. Bella looked to Jacob, who produced my wedding band from the pocket of his shorts, and she slipped it onto my finger. With this ring, I thee wed. She whispered reverently. I raised my hand and cupped her cheek, leaning forward to press my lips to hers, but Jacob stopped us, clearing his throat loudly. You guys have to wait till I say. Bella kicked him. Ow. Damn it, Bella, if you don't quit kicking me I'm going to stop this whole thing now, and you'll be stuck being, like, half married or some shit. Bella countered quickly. If you don't hurry up and finish this ceremony so I can kiss Carlisle, I won't let you have any food. His jaw dropped open in shock. You wouldn't dare withhold food. Don't test me, little boy, she said, narrowing her eyes. Jacob snapped his jaw shut. Fine, I now pronounce you bloodsucker and mate. I shook my head, trying to suppress a laugh. Jacob, you have to at least do this part right. It's the pronouncement that makes the marriage legitimate. He sighed heavily. I now pronounce you husband and wife. Happy. I turned back to Bella, gazing down into her lovely face. Blissfully, I whispered. All right, you two can suck face now, Jacob said grudgingly. But keep it G-rated, huh? There are children present. I reached out and drew Bella's small body into my arms, pressing her against me. Isabella Cullen, I whispered softly, for her ears only. She shivered against me and tilted her head back, her full, perfect lips parted in a clear invitation. I was more than eager to accept it. I leaned down and captured her mouth with my own, letting my tongue taste her sweet flavor. Bella moaned softly, her hands sliding up my chest, over my shoulders, and up the back of my neck to tangle in my hair. Our tongues danced together ardently, needfully, demanding and promising. I pressed my hands flat against her back, pressing her closer, feeling the gauzy fabric of her dress under my fingertips. All right, that's at least PG, Jacob interrupted, waving his hand. Save it for later when the rest of us don't have to watch. I released Bella and took her hands again, holding them in my own. I love you, I mouthed silently. I love you, she mouthed back. All you beloved people, Jacob announced to the guests, I present to you, Dr. and Mrs. Fang. We turned to face our friends, hands clasped together. And were met with applause and loud whistles. Bella ducked her head bashfully, but she was laughing giddily and her face shone with happiness. For the next couple of hours I rarely took notice of anything other than Bella. Alice and Esme served brunch and we moved around the yard, mingling with our guests, but my attention was riveted on my bride. I was savoring every beautiful moment of this day. Enjoying the way she chattered easily with Dimitri and Felix, the way she teased with the Quileutes. I watched the animated play of emotions across her beautiful face, the way she absently wound a lock of her hair around one finger, and the way her sweet lips curled into a smile as she matched Edward volley for volley in a verbal battle. I admired the gentle sway of her hips when she walked, and the way her dress draped over her curves. She had my full attention each time she lowered herself into a chair and her skirt rode up to expose just a tiny, tantalizing glimpse of her glittering thighs. I looked on hungrily as the breeze blew back her hair, revealing the graceful line of her neck. But my undoing was the way her pert nipples pebbled subtly beneath the thin fabric of her dress. She was in the middle of a conversation with Leah and Seth Clearwater when my patience ran out. I pulled her back against my chest, wrapping my arms around her slender waist and splaying my hands over her abdomen. "Isabella Cullen," I whispered in her ear, pausing just a moment to let my tongue trace her earlobe, "I believe I once promised you that, when you were strong enough, I'd make love to you over and over again for days on end." A shiver ran through her body as her hands moved to cover mine. "I do recall something like that, yes. The sooner we leave," I told her, "the sooner we can get started on that." I heard her swallow hard. "I think we're done here," she said, her voice trembling slightly. I released her, taking a step to the side. "To our guests," I said loudly, "I'd like to thank you all for coming today to celebrate with us. Please stay as long as you'd like, and if you need anything, I'm sure Edward and Esme will be more than willing to accommodate you." I smiled. "I, however, have plans for my wife for the next 2 weeks, and I'm quite eager to get started on them." Low laughter rippled through the gathered crowd. I took Bella's hand and pulled her close. Then leaned down and caught her up in my arms. Several of our friends cheered, and I started around the house with my girl, heading toward the Mercedes parked out front. Suddenly, the air was alive with an explosion of little white pellets as the Quileute boys began pelting us with rice. They threw handful after handful, hitting us both with all their strength, and Bella laughed gleefully and ducked her head against my chest to protect herself from the storm. It was one of the happiest moments of my life. I settled her into the car and endured a moment more of the thick storm of rice while I rounded the car and slid in beside her. I smiled at her, my heart swelling with the love and adoration I held for my wife. My wife. I had never loved that word like I did now. Isabella Cullen, my wife. I frowned at her over the center console, displeased by how far away she was. "This will never do," I said with a disapproving shake of my head. I shifted my seat back and reached out a hand to her. She slid across the console into my lap, leaning her back against the door and wrapping an arm around my neck. "You're right, this is much better." I pressed a hand to her cheek and pulled her down for a kiss, flicking her tongue teasingly with my own. A cheer sounded outside, and several hands pounded on the car. I pulled back laughing. "Angel, I think we'd better get out of here before my car ends up irreparably damaged." Bella giggled and nuzzled my neck as I fired the engine. I started down the gravel drive, beginning the journey to Vancouver and 2 glorious weeks of passionate lovemaking with my girl. Sparing one final look back at the gathering of well-wishers behind us, I started us on our way with a gold ring on my finger and my happily ever after wrapped securely in my arms. The end. Thanks for watching.